Just one mic.
Testing. 1, 2. This one.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, check.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. If you need to use the restroom, there's ladies over there, men's over there, and then there's coffee and some pastries over in the corner.
One, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing. Testing, testing. Mic check, testing.
None of these things are well attended. One more.
Four?
Check 1, 2, mic check. Testing 1, 2. Check, check.
We're doing sound check for which mics? Our Zoom mics hybrid here? Testing?
It doesn't go into Zoom, but when I do.
When you have that unmuted,
Check, check.
it's coming through again. Right. Which is why you're getting feedback and you're getting a double sense of the same signal.
Check, check. Check 1, 2.
Still echoing. Doesn't sound like it's coming through twice.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Now, there's like a delay or a repeat. Doesn't it sound like it's coming through the room twice?
Check 1, 2.
Right, like echo? That's what I'm thinking.
Test 1, 2, mic check. Check 1, 2, mic check. Test 1, 2, mic check. Testing 1, 2, mic check. Check 1, 2.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started about 2 minutes so folks can start making their way in. And if you're comfortable, as you can see, you can kind of see these like inner rows. So if you're comfortable joining kind of the inner circle, that's good. Panelists and council members will kind of filter in here as they join, but please feel free to grab coffee, grab drinks, or anything that you need, and take a seat so we can get started soon. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second fully in-person quarterly meeting of the Truth and Healing Council. My name is Christina Snyder. I'm a member of the Dry Creek Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians and the Tribal Affairs Secretary for Governor Gavin Newsom. We are recording right now, just so folks know. We'll pause recording for opening prayer and then we'll resume again. But just so you know, we've got several cameras in the room. We are live streaming right now on YouTube. And we are also, we have some other cameras that are going to be floating around. So just so you know, and you're aware, all of this is being captured for both posterity and also for the use of the Truth and Healing Council. A huge thank you to CSUSB for hosting us here today and for bringing all of these resources to be able to capture this important meeting. Thank you to the elder and residents, our favorite Robert Levi, who is for some reason in the corner over there. We'll start off. And again, huge thank you to Loretta, who I think planned this entire thing. So really good job today. And then a few housekeeping items before we do today's opening blessing. So before we get started, I'm going to walk quickly through the agenda for today, just so you all know what you've signed up for. And again, you are free to leave at any point in time. You are free to step out at any point in time if you feel uncomfortable. If you feel uncomfortable and you need us to talk with you a little bit and take a walk, we're happy to leave and do that as well. We also have some medicines in the room, and we've also got the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health as our contractor to help us do some healing as well. And they'll be here in probably the next hour. So we'll introduce them when they come. If you have friends who are interested in joining, they can also drop in at any point today. We don't want people to feel like they have to be here all day, but please feel free if people want to kind of come and go as you please. So we're going to start today with an opening blessing, and then we'll introduce some of the governing council who are in attendance, staff, and our CSU San Bernardino partners. We'll also have some community statements on behalf of different representatives. And then we will have folks who are here from the community. If you'd like to introduce yourself, we'll kind of go around and have those introductions. And if there's anything you'd like to share at this point in time, you can do so. We'll then have lunch at 12:30. And then at 1:30, we'll have our first panel with community discussion, and that'll be on repatriation. So there'll be a panel who will speak on the repatriation efforts that are happening here in San Bernardino. And if anyone in the community has specific thoughts about the repatriation process, please feel free to provide testimony at that time. We'll then have at 3 p.m. our second panel with community discussion, and that will be the Indian Child Welfare Act. So it'll be an overview, updates, and cross-generational trauma. And so we'll have, again, a panel of experts who will be talking about that and invite community discussion and feedback as well in that space. At 4:30, we'll have local tribal testimony and community discussion and public comment, and then the event will conclude at 5:30 today. Again, we have put a lot more space in today's agenda for just community discussion. And so please feel free to speak as freely and as long as you want. If it goes on more than an hour, we'll probably cut you off, but I think we want to make sure that folks have the time and the space to give that input and be heard in this space. With that, a couple more announcements. For those interested in following the council, ongoing updates, including listening session recordings and the listening session summary documents, are available at the California Truth and Healing Council updates blog at catruthandhealing.com. You can also get updates for events by following the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. And additional details, including the meeting dates and then links for today's Zoom and YouTube, are at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. We are having a virtual listening session on Monday. Is that on Monday? For folks who want to have some follow-up and just kind of think about what we talked about today and tomorrow. And then I'd like to remind everyone that in joining us here today, You'd agree to adhere to the council's principles for respectful engagement, which I'll summarize for you in a moment, but a copy is available out on the table out front and online at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. Refusal to adhere to the principles which apply to all participants, including governing council members, staff, and community members, whether present or not, may result in your removal from today's convening. If you feel at any time that you need to step out or you feel that you may be in need of assistance, please find one of our team and we'll help you get some air. In order to create a space where participants feel welcome, respected, and able to speak comfortably, we'll uphold the following principles in all convenings of the council. We ask that all participants, which includes council members, authorized representatives, staff, moderators, and the public, work toward sharing in their stewardship. If you are a participant in a convening with the council, we ask that you engage in the work of the council and with others in an open and respectful way. Engage in behaviors that will make others feel welcome. Take care of your emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical well-being, and seek support as you need it. Finally, I'd like to remind attendees that as we work through today's discussions, this process is necessarily open to all Californians, but we ask that those here as allies ensure that they please respect the space and voice of California Native participants, and particularly elders in this process. For those members of the press in attendance or watching via live stream, we ask that you engage with the process with deference to the Native experience and that you commit to obtaining consent and final review from the Native peoples that you hear from today. We don't want this to be an extractive process, and we hope that you'll assist us in creating a safe space that is open, transparent, and welcome to all. So with that, are there any questions at this point in time? Okay, just a quick preview for tomorrow. We'll be starting at 12:30 at Sherman Indian School. There's some logistics that are available on the Eventbrite page, but if you have any questions, please feel free to find me or Loretta. In the morning, there is an event at UC Riverside. It's a Native run. So if there's folks who are feeling extra ambitious, you can go do that and then come over to Sherman Indian School. There are several other events going on right now too. We know there's some stuff going on with at Santa Monica City College with the Project 562, that there's some Native youth events happening right now too. So please feel free to go join those things as well. So without further ado, I've been talking already too much. So I'm going to welcome Lorena Bolden from San Manuel Tribal Council to give us an opening prayer, and I'll ask if we can stop recording at this time.
Shamatumsh. Hello. Thank you for allowing me to open today with a prayer. Creator, we thank you for another day of blessings. We thank you for allowing us to wake up and be amongst each other, our relatives. As we gather here today, help us be open-minded and open heart, for we're going to speak of pain, struggle, emotions, but we do it respectfully. As we continue today, help us strive to get our words out. Thank you for our brothers and our animal brothers and sisters, and thank you to Mother Earth for her sustainability of life. May we continue to honor and respect her. As we go about today, we ask that you help those that are struggling, those that with health issues. Creator, bless them. And as we end today, we go home, have safe travels back to our families and our communities. We ask that you help us get home safely. We thank you. Hakupai. Thank you.
Yahweh, thank you.
On.
And we can resume recording now. I'd like to welcome up Alexis Manzano now to give a welcome to this space and any thoughts that you have at this time too.
Thank you. Hamintach Nituan Alexis Manzano and Mariam Adihabiatam. Hi, my name is Alexis Manzano and I'm Serrano from People of the Pines Clan. Hakupa'i, I thank you for allowing me to offer the welcoming remarks for this meeting. Thank you all, those in person and virtually, for taking the time to attend this meeting today. I'm an alternate for the Central Region within the California Truth and Healing Council. Additionally, I am a San Manuel Band of Mission Indian citizen. I want to welcome you to our Serrano ancestral homelands, which Cal State San Bernardino currently occupies. Most importantly, my tribe would like to extend you our good wishes. I want to share a brief history of my tribe. Like many of our communities, my people went through an intense amount of colonization and violence, pre-statehood and after statehood. Our ancestral territory was once 7.4 million acres. It covered from Los Angeles east to 29 Palms and from north of Barstow to the San Bernardino Valley. In 1866, anti-Native American sentiment was inflamed, and due to the conflict between the Serrano people and settlers, a month-long killing spree occurred to my people on our ancestral territory. An estimated 30 of my ancestors were safely led into the valley by our Kika, our leader, Santos Manuel. For decades, my people were forced to move from place to place until the Act of Relief for Mission Indians was passed in 1891, which recognized our inherent right to self-govern as sovereign nations. From 7.4 million acres of ancestral territory, the San Manuel Reservation was created with just 640 acres along the hillsides of the San Bernardino Mountains. I would like to respectfully request that on behalf of the San Manuel Tribal Council, the California Truth and Healing Council consider returning to this region, specifically the San Manuel Reservation, in the second quarter of 2024, so we can further add our history and historical documentation to the record. During the next years, the Council has the critical task of documenting the historical and traumatic harms that have been inflicted on the Indigenous peoples of California. On behalf of San Manuel, we want to extend our sincere best as you each go about this critical and necessary work today and beyond. On a personal note, thank you for allowing me this moment to address you all, and Hakupai.
Thank you, Council Member. I'd now like to invite up Paz Oliveras, who is the Vice President of Student Affairs here at Cal State San Bernardino.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you this morning and provide welcome remarks on behalf of President Tomas de Morales. I think many of you may know him. Unfortunately, he is unable to be with us this morning and sends his regrets, but also understands the significance of hosting today's program here at our campus. And so really wants to just, again, welcome everyone. And on behalf of him, I also, of course, extend my immense gratitude to the California Truth and Healing Council for hosting your quarterly meeting here at CSUSB as we connect and reflect on the needs of California Native Indian tribal communities and Native Americans living within the state of California. CSUSB is strongly committed to the Native American tribal communities of the vast region that our campus serves, including the Inland Empire and Coachella Valley, as well as to strengthening the pipeline to higher education for Native students. The university and President Morales' dedication to supporting these needs has been showcased over his nearly 13 years leading CSUSB and through newly created programs and initiatives. Recently, Cal State San Bernardino and the California Indian Nations College in Palm Desert signed a memorandum of understanding to increase the number of Native American transfer students to CSUSB. Under the new MOU, we'll create a college preparation program and develop an enrollment support partnership geared toward increasing the number of Native American students in our region earning a bachelor's degree. CSUSB believes that the academic success of Native American students is imperative to the success of our communities and has pledged to do everything in our power to support their development. In addition, Cal State San Bernardino created a new position, the California Indian Elder in Residence, Mr. Robert Levi, who many of you know, designed to serve as a special consultant for the university on cultural matters and highlight issues of importance for tribal communities in the region. Again, we're honored to have Mr. Levi in this role where he has also serves as a mentor and source of support for Native students, staff, and faculty. CSUSB is also proud to work closely with our neighbor, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, who have generously supported our campus efforts and our students with their wisdom, their valuable time, and nearly $4 million in financial contributions to support Native student recruitment and retention. In 2017, the campus also celebrated the opening of our first People Center in the Santos Manuel Student Union, dedicated to supporting the academic, personal, and professional success and development of Indigenous students while celebrating their traditional heritage. The First People Center also provides our students with who identify as American Indians, Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiians with a place to find a sense of community and supportive peers, staff, and faculty during their time in college. Centers such as these are an integral part of achieving an inclusive campus environment and helping our students succeed. Every September, CSUSB also hosts an educational conference for local school children that culminates with the annual California Native American Day celebration. What started as a small program has evolved into a week-long learning experience that has touched the lives of countless students and teachers for more than 2 decades. Tribal members, elders, and academics come to campus from across California to provide an educational experience second to none. During the conference and celebration, local public school teachers and students are brought to our campus to learn about the unique history of California Native Americans. This is critical to filling in the historical and informational gaps that often exist in our traditional textbooks and ensures that we preserve the rich history of the people indigenous to our region and our state for generations to come. Through collaborative efforts with our local tribal communities, our faculty and staff, and other community partners, CSUSB continues to enhance the learning and sharing of Indigenous cultures through university exhibits, courses, and seminars, serving as host to San Manuel's annual powwow, through our support of CSUSB's newly established American Indian Student Organization, and of course, by supporting events like today. Before I go, I'd like to thank Loretta Miranda, Morale Hernandez, Jesse Felix, Michelle Skilgen, Carlos Gonzalez, and Mr. Levi for contributing to the planning process to make today's event possible. I also want to thank our First People Center and our Native students for their support of today's event. And once again, thank you so much to the California Truth and Healing Council for hosting this important meeting on our campus. And thank you to everyone here for joining us today. I wish you a productive meeting and hope you'll enjoy your time here on our campus. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And it's great to hear about some of those exciting initiatives that are happening here. And I'm sure folks will want to hear more about that as we move forward through today's agenda. I would also like to welcome up Robert Levi, who seems like he might be busy with his phone right now. The California Indian Elder in residence here at CSUSB, if you'd like to give a few remarks. And Loretta mentioned that you might just be doing bird songs, but she voluntold you.
Yeah, it is just been, being with Christina and Loretta since pretty much day one. Oh, I do need a mic, really? Oh, because of you. Okay, I got it. Anyway, so again, like I said before, thank you guys for being here. So many fresh new faces, old friends that I've been in contact with now since I've been here at CSUSB. And again, I have to recognize President Morales and Dr. Robert Nava, Dr. Springer. Without their cooperation and their help me come to CSUSB and get a more influential ideas of local California Indians, especially Yahavatam and Iviat, the Serrano and Kuya within the region. I was just on with Mark McCarroll, so that's what I was doing, another council member from Pachanga. And again, we had planned bird songs that came from my family back in 1980. My father and 3 other Kuya elders got a grant from out of Chapman College and began teaching songs to the young ones back in 80. And then now it's just sprung up to a new cultural renaissance between all the way from Chumash to Kumeyaay out to Arizona, and then Yuma, and then up into the Grand Canyon with the Wallapai and Havasupai Indians there. So my dad would be very proud of what he accomplished and the other 3 elders. Tomorrow at Sherman Indian High School, you'll be in the Robert Levi Auditorium, which is named after my father, who had a passion for Sherman Indian High School. My brother and I describe us now as boarding school brats, because both my parents were employed there. And I was employed there for a short stint of 2 years as a U.S. history teacher. So again, being with these 2 wonderful ladies, it's been just a pleasure. I'm on the subcommittee for education, and I want to bring up the idea about the new mascot, not new, but the old mascot issues, because within the Riverside Unified School District and the San Bernardino city schools, or San Bernardino County schools, there are still 3 schools in the San Bernardino region that are named after American Indian mascots, and 2 in Riverside that are American Indian mascots also. And this is supposed to be handled way back when Governor Brown put the American Indian Mascot Act into progression. I think it was like 2016, I believe. And so we still have work to do. And again, without the help of you and the help of this council, and along with the Native American Heritage Commission, we have a lot more work to do. And I can't explain how grateful I am. So I've gone 360 degrees, but just a pleasure having everybody here. Enjoy the conference both today and tomorrow. So hopefully I'll see, and there's a prize for tomorrow too. I'll tell you that right now. So if you can make it to Sherman, that'd be great. But yeah, there's exciting things that are happening at Sherman tomorrow. So thank you. Oh.
Thank you, Robert. And there are actually some giveaways tomorrow. So encourage you to come and stay to the end. It's like a tribal council meeting that you don't get them unless you stay till the end. Really appreciate everything that you brought to this council, Robert. And also just I don't think we'd be here if it weren't for you. And then also I think a lot of us have felt the impact of your family and just all of that in this region. So really, really appreciate your being here and your support of me and Loretta throughout this whole process. It's been just wonderful. So really appreciate you. And also just to tee off what Robert mentioned with the name change issues, today is also a meeting. Everything's happening today. Everything happens in November. As you all know, you're all being pulled in 5 million different directions, but there's also a meeting of the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names that's happening today. And they basically recommend name changes to the Federal Board of Geographic Names. That federal board is the one that's responsible for changing all the SQ words throughout the state. And the Kagan, as the California one is known, because people can't ever remember the full name, is going to be helping implement the new name change that Assemblymember Ramos called for throughout the state for statewide names that are derogatory, but then also the SQ word. So today there's actually some of those names are up for consideration. It seems like there is some opposition in the local regions, which is a little bit, not surprising, I think, for many people here, but is frustrating, obviously. But just so you're all aware, that's happening today too. And I think is being recorded if people want to check that out. I would now like to invite up Vanessa Briarty, who is a consultant for the California Legislative Native American Caucus in the office of Assemblymember Ramos.
Glatzi Hopa, Dwashtrek Droshk. I am Vanessa Briarty. I'm from the Pueblo of Laguna. And as Christina mentioned, I am the consultant to the California Native American Legislative Caucus, which is chaired by Assemblymember James Ramos. And Assemblymember Ramos cannot be here in person today, but he extends his regards to everyone who's participating in today and tomorrow's meeting, which happen to be on the ancestral homelands of the Serrano people, home to Assemblymember Ramos. And the Assemblymember extends his gratitude to the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs and to the California Truth and Healing Council for their continued work for hosting monthly and quarterly meetings regularly to engage in conversations about California Native American stories from California Native Americans. Creating a space for tribal communities where they can be seen, heard, and feel safe is essential when addressing historical traumas and historical inaccuracies. And it's also necessary for the process of healing. And as we've all heard, and as a lot of us know, this month is Native American Heritage Month. And it's a time to call attention to the culture, traditions, and achievements of the nation's original inhabitants and their ancestors. Through education and meetings like this, we can only increase our knowledge of the unique challenges faced by Native American communities. And much like a basket and its weavings, the contributions and deep connections of California's tribal communities have been interwoven into every space and every place and hold strong under lots of pressure. And reclaiming and sharing in these conversations gives us the opportunity also to celebrate those successes and how through resiliency and adversity, we are still here and we will persevere. So enjoy this next 2 days. Dawaya, and on behalf of Assemblymember Ramos, thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Very much appreciate the Assembly members' contributions and your work on behalf of the caucus. So now is the time for us to go into Truth and Healing Council member introductions. We heard from Council Member Manzano, but if you'd like to say anything else, let me know. And I think our other council members are currently virtually joining, so we'll turn to the virtual. And are you able to unmute folks who want to speak to the? Okay. Do you want to use the mic and call on them?
Right. It looks like Councilmember Macaro, you're unmuted. You want to test it and see if we can hear you?
Sapul Wepa, hi.
We can
1,
hear
2,
you.
3, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Good morning. My name is Mark Macaro, and I'm a council member from the Central District as we have been organized. Thank you.
So I'm going to just proceed because I'm also a council member from the Central District. Kusla Kessler Mata, Chumashin Yokat. Apologies for not being able to be there with you in person. Looking forward to the conversation today.
I guess I'll go next. I am Robert Phelps. I am a Kumeyaay from the San Pasqual Band of Mission Indians in San Diego County, and I represent the Southern District.
Good morning. My name is Neil Perone, representing the, I believe I'm in the Central District, right? I'm here to engage and try to hear what everybody has to say so that we can all move forward together. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome. Open Mikantoish. My name is Joan Harper. I'm a council member from the Northern District. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy that we can all be here today. And I'm looking forward to hearing what everyone has to say. Thank you.
I'll go next. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm Anthony Burris, and I am a citizen of Ione Band of Miwok Indians, and I am representing the Eastern District. Good morning, everybody.
Morning. Thank you, council members, for joining us. And Councilmember Myers will join us in a bit, I think, to help celebrate some of the movement on the dam removal, which is very exciting. And Councilmember Lucas will be joining us in a little bit as well as Councilmember Turner and I think that's it for our in-person participants. As you can see, we're also joined by Michael Park from our office, who is our wonderful and fearless member of our staff who helps us keep us sane. And then Loretta, would you like to say any more words to the group and introduce yourself more formally?
Come over to where the camera is instead of hiding in the corner. Hi, everyone. My name is Loretta Miranda. I'm a descendant of the Morongo Band of Mission Indians. I'm Serrano. I'm from this area, so it's really nice to be home. I've been with the governor's office of tribal affairs for about 2 years now. I currently serve as deputy tribal affairs secretary and special counsel for the office. And that means I'm also an attorney. I did work for the Karuk tribe as their general counsel for a couple of years, and just happy to be here and happy to see you all in person.
Major thank you to Loretta for putting all of this together. She's literally been going around to different events all week, hustling people to get here. So really great job. At this point in time, what we like to do with these meetings is kind of go around the room and have everyone introduce themselves, just so that we know who's in the room, and that as we begin our conversations, everybody knows who's here, is comfortable with everyone, knows a little bit about you to the extent that you're wanting to share anything. And if you have any testimonial you prepared, you're welcome to say that at this time as well. So we'll go around the room, we'll pass some mics around. And if you could introduce yourself, where you're from, anything you'd like to share with the group this morning, please feel free. We'll start on the side of Loretta.
Hello, my name is Jessica Mosier. I am a descendant of the Paskayaki tribe, where my mother is a member. I live in the traditional unceded lands of the Serrano people in Yucaipa, and I am a doctoral candidate at Loma University School of Public Health, focusing in on public health policy and leadership.
Good morning. My name is Richard Caroga. I'm with the RO Indigenous Embrace nonprofit corporation in Hesperia, California. I'm from the Rumsen people of Monterey Bay, and I want to thank you all for this opportunity to help understand and move forward in the healing process. And want to thank you guys.
Good morning, Elisa Nieblas, also with our Indigenous Embrace, living in Hesperia. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here and share, and the space as well to create that safe space.
Mishish Charwai, Kanapai Didi Ibarra, Kaarum Shanamatu Ratayoloni. Good morning, my name is Didi Manzanares Ibarra. I'm the tribal chair of Rumsanamatu Ratayoloni. Our ancestral lands are in Monterey and Carmel. I'm also Gabrielino, and I thank everybody for allowing us to be here today. Thank the ancestors for allowing us to be on this land. And I want to welcome the Truth and Healing Council for being down here. I want to thank them for being here and thank them for the opportunity to come and express our feelings. And may we all heal together. Thank you.
Mishistu Hime Hamtasta, Kaanapai, Donna Manzanares Sotero, in Ka Rumston, Amantrachtai Oholone, in Toibingna. Chia Kachunyi Rotne. Ime Kauhakai. My name is Donna Manzanares Sotero, and I am a member of the Rumson Amaturatai Oloni people. Our people come from Carmel. Also, I am also from a direct descendant from the people of the village site in Toibingna, which were taken from that site and later forced to build that happy little mission in San Gabriel. A lot of truth and healing needs to be done, and I'm hopeful that this is a good start. I ask that we are someday allowed to really voice our true feelings, because the hurt is so far down deep in our DNA that it's really hard to feel like we belong. You know, you're never enough of anything. You're never white, you're never black, you're never Mexican. And sometimes now we're not even enough Indian. And that's really disappointing to me. You know, our people have been here. We are Aboriginal, as a lot of you. Our people have been here since time immemorial. I mean, what don't the others understand? You know, we deserve respect, and it needs to come now. Shururu.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dan Romero, and I am Southern Ute and Costano and Rumson from Carmel. I represent Romero Metal Sculpture, and our aim is to create sculpture that will tell the Native American story in a true form. My wife and I are involved in this. Thank you.
My name is Dina Romero, and I am also a member of the Rumson tribe. And I thank you all for allowing me to be here. I want to be here and listen and learn. And thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here. My name is David Ibarra. I'm also a member of Rumson Amaturata Aloni, and I'm also part of the AIM SoCal. And thanks a lot for being here.
Piali Qualitonali. My name is Daniel Calderon. I'm a student here at CSUSB, as well as a student assistant for the First People Center. I'm Guachichil and Chichimec, and happy to be here to hear from other folks here.
Good morning, everybody. Me, Anatuanyan, Carlos Tubars Gonzalez. I am the coordinator here for the First People Center at CSUSB. I am very honored and blessed to be in this position and be here today with all of you. I'm excited. This is my first one, so it's a blessing. Thank you for those that have shared so far, and I cannot wait to hear from everybody else as well. Hope.
Mike Sagaria, Nook Niega, Alex Espinoza. Hi, everybody. My name is Alex Espinoza. I'm Chimoevi. My family's from here in the San Mateo Canyon. We lived in a village site amongst Serrano people and Cahuilla people as well. I'm a student assistant at the First People Center. I go to school here at Cal State, and I'm also the vice president of the American Indian Student Organization. So thanks for hosting it here, and I'm excited to hear from everybody. Thank you.
My name is Kendra Tolchief. My family is Seneca. I'm a student here at Cal State San Bernardino and a student assistant at the First People Center, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Kai, Kenkrag Daniel stays ready. Gurum Sinamaturu Tayo Holone, Horesama. I am a undergrad here, history undergrad, pre-credential. Active member in the community with the First People Center here. Also working with Berkeley with repatriation, through Cal NAGPRA. I don't know, I guess that's it. Oh.
Hi, good morning. I'm Juan Herrera with staff with San Manuel. Really great opportunity to be here, and really want to highlight our relationship we have with you, Christina and Loretta. So thank you so much, and thank you to the governor for his support.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Jake Orta, Legislative Policy Manager with the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians.
I'm Shnituan Lorena Bolden. Hello, my name is Lorena Bolden. I sit as a member at large for San Manuel Business Committee. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for speaking. We can all learn from each other. We just need to be open-minded and hear each other. We're all related. We all love one another. We all respect each other. And I thank you all for being here. Goodbye.
Bechku, Nanani Hashoshana Covington, Shoshone Benite, na Fort Hall, Idaho, Dama Apa, Shundahai, Degwani. My name is Shoshana Covington, and I am from the Shoshone and Bannock tribes of Fort Hall, Idaho. I support leadership here with San Manuel, and I am blessed to be here today and stand collectively with all my brothers and sisters, Indigenous peoples of California. Thank you.
Hagi Asham, Delahan, Hushik Tashu, Nashli, She Neely Chandan, Date Neat Nashli, She Masuara, Nashli, Hichu, She Narel Muk Hichu, She Taught Met Lashne, She Guaga Pathri, Didan Wigi Sasta. Good morning. My name is Teshu Bomlin. I come from the people commonly referred to as the Talua Dainit, Karuk, and Wintu peoples. I grew up in ceremony and culture along the lands of my people. I'm a retired educator, and currently I serve as a senior program officer for the Native Cultures Fund. And I'm really here today to listen and support. I'm with my mother. Especially as a retired educator, I spent nearly 2 decades working with Indigenous children and talking about our history. I was fortunate to be raised with a family that wanted me to know the full story of where we come from, and not as a place of sorrow, but a place of strength and a place of to know that this is the love that you come from, and these are the people that you come from, and to carry that with you. And when I was a teacher, especially when I was working on the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation for a decade, I could see the pain in our kids, and I could see the pain in the community. And I used to tell my students that so many of us carry this pain and we don't know the pain, that we need to name it, that when we take things into the light, we let them heal. So that's a lesson that I've known and a lesson that I've lived. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to continue that in a larger sense. And I look forward to that healing for our people, because the healing of one is the healing of all. So I'm grateful to be here today and to share with in this time and space with you all. Shushanila.
Ayuki Dillahan, Hagyasham, Shiushi, Lena Bauman. I'm also Karuk, Indian name being Pathri. I have been coming to some of the first meeting I went to, and I've been watching the meetings online.
I do believe it's wonderful that they want to hear our stories. I do question what will happen with our stories, what will be done. I've worked in education. I've worked in the Justice Department, working with tribal youth. I've worked in education. I've dedicated my life, and my husband and I have worked for bringing forth a ceremony that was lost. We work with the spirit of the land to heal the people through ceremony. I've seen Native children thrive through their culture because they don't fit into society. They don't fit into the classroom because we don't learn book and paper. And I've watched them thrive through ceremony. I've watched the spirit of the land happy that we are asking for their help again. And all of us in California have been devastated the same way with genocide and experienced our own Holocaust. And I see small improvements. I wrote several different grade level curriculum many years ago, and they were we handed them to teachers, and some of them chose to use them, most of them didn't. And recently the school district has brushed the cobwebs off and decided they think maybe they need to incorporate this again. So one of the hard things for our school system in Northern California, because we are true Northern California on the coast next to the Oregon border, is that they don't want to hear our stories because the people who massacred our people and stole our land are the good old boys running everything, and they don't want their names used when we give our presentations. But hopefully maybe some of it will come back. One of the units we do is 3rd grade, and the culmination is the children create their own villages, and the boys go fishing, the girls make baskets out of small craft things, not knowing what's coming. And the culmination is after a couple of weeks, they've created most kids base their families off their own family. And we read a story my son wrote when he was in 6th grade. And it's about the massacre that happened in Yantakit, the center of the world for the Tolo people. It was the 2nd largest single massacre of Indians in United States history. And so we culminate with the story that he wrote, and we go around and we take their little clay figures and we squish them. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. As a representation of what happened to the people. We leave a handful that are left to go on, or they wouldn't be here. And the kids who survived were so excited that they were happy they got to live. And the kids who lost their families were devastated, not mostly because of themselves, because of the families that they had created, because it's based on their families. They totally get it. And they write their interpretation afterwards, and they're just wonderful. And when they go and visit the local museums afterwards, they're so much more respectful, and they understand what they're looking at. And so there's hope that they'll bring that back and the kids will learn from it. There's also people in most recent history, we struggled with our name changes. And the other day, one of the local parks changed the name from Peacock Little Park area, which was a family who came in and destroyed, murdered some of my husband's descendants to take that land. And many years ago in the school district, they were building a new school. And I had chaired all the parent committees there were, and I said, I just don't think you guys really care. No, they came and they begged me, please sit on this naming committee. We want to name this new school. We want to give it an Indian name, da-da-da. So I went, okay, silly me, I believed them. So I went through several months on these committees, and at the last minute, they came in and we came up with a really good name that represented the village that was located in Crescent City. They came in with a petition that had a couple hundred white people sign it and said, we want to name it Mary Peacock. So they named it Mary Peacock, and the Peacock name was very negative for the Tolowa. But I didn't know the rules of the game. So I felt really terrible after that, and I wouldn't set foot in that school till my daughter started teaching there. So, okay, I guess I got to go now. But things like that happen. So by changing the name of the little park, they gave it a Tolowa name. So maybe we're making progress. I think for the governor to create this council is a plus. I love the fact that they want to hear our voices. I still don't know what they're going to do with it, but by wanting to hear our stories is a step forward. Hopefully there will be some healing because we all in California carry that epigenetics, carry that trauma, carry it forward through our children and grandchildren. And for me, from a lifetime of working and bringing back ceremony and stuff, my reward is my children and my grandchildren and all the kids that we've touched, because it helps them understand that they're important and they're valued. There was an opportunity for me to get my traditional chin tattoo, and I used a pattern that I have pictures from my great-great-grandmother on my mom's side. And I said, I'm getting this because I want our little girls to know that they are valued and they are not invisible. Because growing up in California, the time I grew up, I felt invisible. And my family didn't want me to get my tattoo because they're the generation that came before me, and they wanted to be invisible because what was happening to them. They were killed, they were stolen from their parents and sent off to boarding schools. They were tortured for being Indian, and they couldn't understand why I would want to stand up and say, here I am. But since then, our little girls, when they play dress up, they draw their 111 on their chins. One of the recent tattoos that I brought back was my markings on my wrist. It tells people where I'm from. I'm Masu'ata from Salmon River. And my 2-year-old granddaughter, when she plays dress up, she draws her lines on her wrist. So to me, that's a win. Maybe that's the only win we'll have is through our own direct contact with our children and grandchildren. But that helps make us stronger. Saying prayers to the Ikleya, the spirits of the land, helps make that stronger. And one person can make a difference. So if we all bring back our language, our prayers, our ceremony, and tell our stories, because our stories weren't written. They came down from family to family. And that's why we know our stories. And they're not myths, they're not legends, it's our history. We've been here since creation. And the more science does investigation, they'll catch up to us someday, maybe. But we know our history. We know how to take care of our land. We know how fire is important. And by golly, we can't wait for those dams to come down. Shoot, Shanina.
Thank you. Before we move to our next introduction, I think as you're hearing some of these thoughts, we encourage you to react, or if you have thoughts that are inspired by what others are saying, please feel free, once we're kind of through with the introductions, to weigh in, or if you have some testimony that you'd also like to present, please let us know. And then one other thing that I think would be helpful for folks is what we're trying to do on the receiving end is where we're hearing that there is a need. So for example, I've spoken with a tribe the other day who's really frustrated that their grandmother, who has spearheaded a lot of the change here in Southern California, is being effectively forgotten just, a decade later. And so those are things that, Lena was mentioning that you got to know the rules to know how to make change. We're sort of situated on a side where we can understand the rules and we can help you navigate those rules to change things. And that's, I think, where we're trying to provide value, is where people are finding frustration, like there's dams, or like we can't do cultural burns. We're trying to help tribes navigate how we can either change those rules or flex those rules in a way that's more culturally appropriate. So again, encourage you to continue to share. And as you hear things like what was just spoken about today, please feel free to add your thoughts. We are here to kind of take hits, so don't feel like you can't say things. And we don't take it personally, because we don't actually, we work for the state, but we don't feel like we are the state. So please, again, feel free to speak freely. And I'll allow our next participant.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Robert Ponce. I am with the ACLU of Southern California and the Capital Punishment Project. I'm here to listen, and I'm here to learn, and I'm here to support, and I'm really grateful for to be able to share in community with you all today. So thank you.
Guatsi Hopa, Josh, Wahaname Kwe Jui, Kwe Hanu Sawich Washri Kwe Kamasta. Again, I'm Vanessa Briarty. I'm from the Pueblo of Laguna. Currently serve as the consultant to the California Native American Legislative Caucus, which is chaired by Assemblymember Ramos. I really value and strive to put forward that concept of culture as healing, knowing that we can really navigate through spaces, places, and institutions by using our culture, having a sound foundation in that. This week has been really busy with a lot of events and hearing from other elders, some who are in the room have shared that just by coming and sitting and listening to these stories is part of that healing process. I would share with a lot of the youth in the area that if we look at, maybe my grandma, my mom, myself, and the next generation, those four lined up, and each of us have a bucket of 5 pounds, right? So my grandma takes that and she passes it to my mom. My mom's got 10 pounds. My mom takes that, passes it to me. That's 15 pounds. Then I take it and one day pass it to somebody. That's 20 pounds of that experience that they carry on. And so I firmly believe that having meetings like this, being able to come together as a community, will make that weight a little bit lighter. Maybe it won't make it go away right yet, but with that thought of eventually one day it'll get lighter and lighter and lighter. So I'm here to listen to all of you, to be of support, to come alongside the community that's here. I'm very grateful to be sitting amongst everyone.
One more thing is that the California Native American Caucus really educates the legislature on policy priorities for California Native people. So having Vanessa here, having Assemblymember Ramos listening to what your priorities are is how we get things done, like the feather alert law that was just passed, like the SQ law that was just passed. So I encourage you to the extent where you're seeing that there are issues that really need to be addressed, the legislature can be a part of that process as a partner.
Yat ebene Micah Yurandi Insha, Lugatana Enishla, Tohana Bashichin, Ashia Dashiche, Toiglini Dashanala. Good morning, everybody. My name is Micah Yurandi. I am the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians Director of the Tribal Legal Development Clinic at UCLA Law School. Thank you, San Manuel, for generous support. We cannot do all of the work that we are doing without the continued and generous support from San Manuel. Thank you to the council for having this here. Very excited to be in person. Been listening in to a couple of the sessions virtually, so excited to be here in person and hear the testimony live. As everyone has echoed, I'm here in a learning capacity. I want to definitely hear and learn, and as Lena was sharing, understanding these stories are important, and making sure that we understand these stories is going to be helpful for any of the work that I do, working with law students and educating them on how to be advocates for the Native community going forward. One of the bigger things that I wanted to just kind of share out with folks is that the UCLA Tribal Legal Development Clinic works with law students to develop resources to navigate those areas of what do we do, how do we handle this. And I just wanted to share that we have 3 publications right now that are available on our website, and I have a couple here for folks if you're interested. One is on the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It's the Tribal Implementation Toolkit. We also have one on tribal broadband, on implementing and accessing tribal broadband on tribal communities. And then there's this really great resource that we just released. It's on the need for confidentiality within tribal cultural resource protection. I think hearing a lot of what everyone has been sharing so far, the protection of cultural resources is a very important aspect. And so I will put these out on the table outside. Feel free to grab some. If you want a hard copy, reach out to me and I can make sure that we get one to you as well. Thank you.
And for any of our young people in the room, or not young people who want to go to law school, I think we have a good resource in the room who can help you navigate that process as well.
Hi, my name is Jason McCannell. I'm not young and I don't want to go to law school. I'm an ally. I come from Sacramento. I work at California State Parks as special assistant to the director And one of my jobs there is directing on behalf of the Native American Heritage Commission, the Digital Atlas of California Native Americans. Some people are nodding like you're already familiar with that. It's been online for a couple of years now. That project is, it really started out as a genocide remembrance project. And the idea of genocide remembrance is not just to educate the public, but to keep all of the evidence in an official place so that denial of these events will not be possible in the future. So that was really the main rationale. But as I was developing the idea for this resource, I realized that it would be no service to this community to only talk about genocide. So there's cultural material too, and that's a little bit harder to get a grip on than the evidence of the genocide, which is hard, clear, and actually not that difficult to find. So we have a program of tribal atlas pages, which means that any tribe, recognized or non-recognized within California, has the right to come to me and say, we want to put this up on the atlas, and I'll put it up for you. And I'll even help you develop the material. So if you want me to come out here, wherever you are, your reservation or wherever, I've been to a lot of faraway places doing this. I can show up with equipment, video scanners, whatever you need to put together the resources you want to put up there. And it can be literally anything you want. It can be modern day history. It can be old, ancient creation stories. You can talk about your veterans, whatever you think is important material to share, and also holding back anything that you don't want to share. So that's exciting to me. And since we started having these in-person meetings, I've met a lot of people and finally have some more pages in production again for the first time in a couple of years. So that's really exciting to me. I don't want to take up too much space, but I should also mention that at Parks, I'm part of the Reexamining Our Past initiative, and I'm as a geographer, I'm kind of leading the team on geographic place name changes. We did, with the big sweep that just happened from the Department of Interior, we did 6 SQ word features that were within the parks, and we were able to scramble and consult and get native names for 4 of those. The only reason we didn't have them for the other 2 is they stopped using that a long time ago locally, so they already had new settler names that were not offensive. And sort of related to that work, I've recently been appointed to the Advisory Committee on Reconciliation in Place Names at the Department of Interior. And because that committee is brand new and hasn't met yet, I can't really describe what we do. But we're supposed to meet for the first time in December, and I'll definitely be bringing back, I think I'm the only California member, I'm not sure. So I'll be bringing that back to this group as well, whatever's happening there. Anyway, sorry to take so much time. Thank you. Really appreciate being here. I have to heal too from all the lies I was raised on. So thanks.
So again, because I have to give footnotes to all of our good partners here. So because they haven't told Jason what his job is on that panel, he can, I think, determine what it is. And I would encourage you all, if there are derogatory names, we know a lot of them in California are California specific that I don't think translate into other states. Please inundate him with that information so that he can take that back to that board. Because we know that SQ is not the only name that we need to be thinking about here in California, and not the only kind of person that things are named after that I think is so I think especially in rural areas where there's people who it is the namesake of those places, that this could use some national lift. And then I did want to flag to we talk about this a lot, but the digital atlas really is this beautiful living tool where you can look at different layers of history. So it's not just the genocidal acts that link directly to primary sources. But it's also, there are bounty lands where you can see who the bounty lands went to. There's also a lot of historical trail routes that show where your people had traded with other peoples. Where there's inaccuracies, Jason is very good at fixing those from the tribal perspective. And also where there's places where you'd like to celebrate facets of your culture, he'd like to put that up there as well. So sorry to add more, but I think please utilize Jason as a resource.
Remember, yeah, one of the reasons to put this stuff up there, oh, thanks. One of the reasons to put stuff up on the Atlas is for the community to correct it. I'm not an authority. I know how to make digital maps, but the material comes from you. And if there's something up there that isn't correct or accurate, get in touch with me. I have business cards. One thing on the cards is now correct, which is my email address. Everything else is wrong. But anyway,
Jason?
thank you.
Jason, what is your last name?
McCannell. That's MACCANNELL. I know, too many letters. I'll give you my card in a minute.
Hi, my name is Matthew Deloria. I'm a professor here at CSUSB and director of the Applied Archaeology program. And I sit on the president's Cal NAGPRA Council, as well as on the NAGPRA Coordinators Council for the CSU. And I'm here to listen and learn how we can better serve the community and work in good faith and collaboration and consultation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonelle John. I'm a member of the Cahuilla Band of Indians. I sit on the Riverside San Bernardino County Indian Health Board. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
I think we do have some comments from council members. Councilmember Macaro, do you want to unmute?
I'm willing to wait for everybody else to go around the room. But I do want to make a comment after that happens. Thank you.
Miriam Latan Tishmal Turner. Good morning. I am a council member for the California Truth and Healing Council. I am also the vice chair for the Rincon Band of Luiseño Indians. And really, I'm really pleased that all of you are taking time out to share your stories. And we hope we're creating a report that should be finished in 2025. And we really value your time and your stories. And we are resilient people, and we wouldn't be here if we were not. It's also a really important time right now. The two issues that we're addressing today with the repatriation, there are CSUs that have been established in the late 1800s, and they have a lot of remains. So it's important that we address that. We also right now, Indian child welfare is, it's on the line, and we need to pay attention to that. So I thank you for setting up those two panels. Welcome.
I'm Mary Turner. I'm Luiseño, and I'm Tishmal Turner's mother.
Hi, good morning. My name is Courtney Coyle. I'm an attorney in private practice, and I represent tribes throughout the state, protecting their burial grounds and sacred places. And I helped with the AB 275 and the California NAGPRA revisions, and are trying to get that implemented right now. I also staff Carmen Lucas, who's from the South, and she's a council member, and she's on her way here. She apologizes for being late, but she will be here. And I thank you very much, and I look forward to learning more. I learned something at every meeting I attend.
Thank you, Courtney. Are there any other folks kind of around? Okay. Loretta's offering, but they're not taking. Any other folks that joined us who'd like to say a few words before we turn to the virtual participants? Okay. Councilmember Macaro?
Okay. A couple different topics. I'm glad to see Tishmal here, Mayu in person. So hi. On repatriation, actually this morning I happened to be listening to NPR. It was a KVCR affiliate, and they actually ran a story on a UC system and the lack of compliance that they've had with regard to NAGPRA and repatriation. They use the term returning cultural artifacts to tribes, but for our purposes here, I'm going to ignore that and just say that it's an interesting update to hear this, because I think it was on their not on their local feed, it was on their national feed. I've got to go back and check that. But that this has been an issue since Todd Gloria was the author of the bill that was AB 2836, which the bill compelled the UC system to create an inventory and go through scouring each of the campuses and to figure out where our ancestors are being held and stored so that they can go about repatriating. I was able and privileged to serve on at the time, President Napolitano, president of the UC system. She formed the advisory council on NAGPRA repatriation and acknowledged that the UC system has been a bad actor with regard to compliance with NAGPRA. And in fact, at the time, NAGPRA was promulgated by Congress, passed into law in 1990. And, at the time, it was 40 years of being essentially a scofflaw, ignoring federal law in returning ancestral remains to the tribes as the law requires. So some campuses have fared better, I think, with regard to California Indian Country, and others remain bad actors. Certainly Cal Berkeley and the Phoebe Hearst Museum is the worst of the worst, and still is. And that's because of a couple reasons. One is that they continue to exploit culturally unidentifiable ancestral remain loopholes. And so as long as they label something as culturally unidentifiable, they don't have to contact any of you, any of us. The ancestral remains can stay on a shelf into perpetuity. Now, hoping that the draft regulations for the amendments to NAGPRA, which are out now, they're extant, out for review right now and public comment for at least another month, I believe, or two. And so I'm hoping there's some significant change on closing that culturally unidentifiable YouTube loophole. So so there's that, and I just want to say that the osteologists are in charge of the UC system, as we've learned. Not so much the archaeologists, but the people who study the bones, and they have done things like, and this has come up because Todd Gloria's bill, the AB 2836, required that an inventory be produced. Well, in the process of looking at trying to track down ancestral remains, in some cases, there have been interdepartmental transfers of ancestral remains between outside of the archaeology departments or anthropology departments to osteology, and from osteology to medical departments and medical schools on various UC campuses, and then from UC campuses to campuses. Okay, these are our ancestral remains, they're bones. Then transferring those to other universities for further study. Hey, look at this. You should have a look at this over in Chicago or Pennsylvania or New York. And so ancestral remains have actually left the custody of the UC in some cases as exchange for study and research at other universities outside. So conducting an inventory is a tougher thing to do than I think anybody thought when Todd Gloria's bill was passed. Anyway, in the NPR story this morning, I think they said that there's a report on the inventory that's due in February, and then which was I hadn't realized that, and then 3 months later, I think there's a plan of action that's supposed to be promulgated at that time. So we'll see what shakes out. But an inventory on the stuff they can see and actually find is one thing, but there are still things that were hidden. For instance, and this is an ongoing problem, and maybe it's a tip of the iceberg, or maybe it's an anomaly, but I will say that in our region right here, UC Riverside was actually regarded to be a pretty good actor in terms of our people, our Payomkawachum bands. There was one finger bone that was inventoried and believed to be the only thing that UC Riverside had on hand, and they returned it for repatriation recently. But what we learned even more recently in the last few months is that one of the archaeologists who was on the faculty at the campus left a good number of ancestral remains in storage boxes at his house. I don't know if it was attic or garage. He passed away. I think family members came across these boxes as they were starting to clear out grandpa's stuff. And it was like, oh, looky here, boxes of ancestral remains. Now, they didn't know what they were looking at, but as they returned them to campus, I think that's where they went. There was this horrifying realization that UC Riverside's record is not as clean as they thought. And which is not really a surprise, because there were some pretty bad archaeologist actors with regard to NAGPRA at that campus certainly in the 1980s and into the 1990s. So that this archaeologist had taken off of campus into his own home storage ancestral remains is appalling. And that's why I said, is this the tip of the iceberg or what? Because the state law that everybody's trying to come into compliance with, NAGPRA, requires an inventory to be done, but you can only inventory what's on the campuses. You know, if other grandpas are out there that have passed away that were UC archaeologists and decided to rat hole for future research ancestral remains of our people, how are we going to know that? And unless family members discover these remains. So this is a problem still, and it's an ugly truth that we are collectively, I suppose, lifting the box or the door of the box on, and it's going to take a while to continue to sift through and figure out the scope of it, and then compel action. I think that 3 months after the February date, by the way, each of the UC campuses has to put forth a NAGPRA coordinator on each of those campuses. That's one of the things that will transpire. So lots of work still to be done in this arena. And I wanted to update that because, as you know, in the hour before this meeting convened is when the story ran on NPR. So maybe it'll rerun today, or you can hear a rerun of it through however NPR makes that available. I want to, on a brighter note, I wanted to say that there was a mountain that I've talked about that was the subject or the object of a 75-year mining project, mining permit in Riverside County, and Pechanga, along with and our allied and neighboring tribes. It's a sacred mountain. It's akin to the Dome of the Rock, and I think it was the site of the first funeral according to our creation. Anyway, this mining project of granite construction out of Watsonville had threatened that, to put an aggregate mine in there. We ended up losing the battle because the mining permit was approved, but we entered into negotiations with a mining company and bought the land from that mining company, and the mining company went away, and so there was a victory in that insofar as we were able to save this sacred mountain, Poesca, which is right next to Interstate 15 here in the Temecula Valley. And I wanted to say that, well, we celebrated the 10-year anniversary of that, because that was in 2012 when that purchase happened. And we were able to collectively save the mine. And the city of Temecula, our neighbor, our immediate jurisdictional neighbor, literally on our western boundary here, they within a few months commemorated this whole endeavor by declaring it was at Puesca Pechanga. It's a holiday. It's a city holiday. Anyway, they reaffirmed the holiday, Puesca Mountain Holiday, this year and into perpetuity. So we'll see how that goes. I think the memories after 10 years we're starting to wane. And so the ongoing acknowledgement of this on an annual basis hopefully keeps it in the memories of people here in the valley, that they almost had a mine that destroyed this mountain. I'm pointing to it. It's over there about 3 miles. So I wanted to report on that 10-year anniversary, because that the real upside and happy moment for our people and certainly our neighbors in this valley. The last thing I wanted to say right now, hearing about the digital atlas, I want to be careful that that our remarks here don't necessarily give a seal of approval for the digital atlas, and make sure that we talk about or see the digital atlas for what it is. Because how many of you have ever used a crescent wrench for a hammer? Maybe out of expediency, you can't find your hammer, so you grab the crescent wrench. Anyway, I used to do that when I took bikes apart, and then I couldn't put them back together again. But if I had to hammer like the forks or something, get them closer, or put that axle on the forks, a crescent wrench did as good as a hammer in some cases, but it's the wrong tool for the job. And in this example, I bring it up because the digital atlas is being used by the Native American Heritage Commission, and it's not the right tool for the job. The scale of the atlas is off. It needs huge amounts of work. And actually, the Heritage Commission has, in using the atlas recently, has created some interesting but unnecessary conflicts in determining most likely descendants. And there's got to be a better way. And, for people, random people in the state, non-Indians who need to know, hey, I want to do a land acknowledgement. Who's the people that live on this land or call this land home in any particular area? That might be a good use of it. And as it continues to evolve, but the purpose for which it's being used, I mean, you wouldn't want to use this map, for instance, if you were going to calibrate a mortar launch or a missile strike. It would be too indiscriminate. And for the same reason, you don't want to use this atlas to determine most likely descendants either. It is too indiscriminate. The level of detail and the lack of calibration is beyond, and it gets into unnecessary conflict. So it's something we don't want to advocate and give the good housekeeping seal of approval on. So it's a word of caution I feel compelled to put out there, because we're in the middle of some things that are very unnecessary. And I believe that digital atlas and the way that it's being used right now contributed to the circumstance that we're in, and as well as one other tribe and one other entity. And it's completely unnecessary. So I've used enough time in the moment. I will defer. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Do we have any other thoughts or comments from council members? And Councilmember Kessler-Mata, feel free to go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to bring to folks' attention that there's a this is on the kind of theme of NAGPRA related conversations, that Harvard is currently trying to identify tribal communities and individuals to return hair that was taken from boarding school children. And so I'm going to post a link in the chat, which I don't know if anybody else will have access to. I hope you do, but there are California Indian tribes that are listed there as well. And so it's with the Peabody collection, it was a function, 700 hair samples, I believe, were collected. So there's a lot of children from our communities that are, of course, now grown up or whose descendants are alive that may want to connect and track this down, because I don't know how proactive they're being. So I just thought folks should know.
Thank you, Councilmember Kessler-Mata. And I think that's incredibly on point for today's meeting. Just for some more detail, again, Harvard University's Peabody Museum announced their possession of 700 hair clippings from Native American children sent to Indian boarding schools. Those clippings were collected for an experiment in the 1930s by a Harvard anthropology professor, violating tribal sovereignty, belief systems, and dignity of Native peoples. you can contact Harvard to inquire about that and inquire about the return. But again, very troubling that that's even in their collections. And just to tee off Councilmember Maccaro's comments, yesterday also the updated audit from the state auditor on AB 2836 compliance under the Gloria bill was released as well. So if folks are interested in seeing how the UCs are doing, it's not so great. It's not going as quickly as it should go, but there is some improvement. So encourage you all to take a look at that as well.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge that, each of the UCs hired a NAGPRA coordinator. However, the CSUs, there are 23 campuses and they hired one to represent all 23 campuses. And the inventory was due to the state at the beginning of 2022. And I felt like it was really rushed. And, there are some campuses that, because I said they were established in the late 1800s, they have a lot and we need to keep them accountable. So I just want, for all of us to keep on that system to make sure that those are rightfully returned to the right place.
Thank you. And I think one of the things too for conversation, if folks want to talk about it or if you want to talk about something else, but is that a lot of the state laws recently have been more focused on the UCs because of the, glaring issues with places like the Phoebe Hearst specifically, and the glaring problems with tribal engagement with those institutions. And so I think that comes to top of mind and has been the focus of that legislation. But again, almost more startling is when tribes haven't had interaction with institutions. And so the CSUs, I think, are an area of focus that is going to be bubbling up soon. We do have another partner who just joined us, putting you on the spot, but Virginia.
Squinakoi Naknow, Virginia Hedrick. Good morning. My name is Virginia Hedrick. I'm the executive director of the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health and also a member of the Yurok tribe. It's really great to be here in Southern California with you all. SACUI has been contracted to support the California Truth and Healing Council in helping to create safe space in these meetings, helping to record some of the things that you all are saying, really with an emphasis on healing on that part of it. How do we integrate back into the Indian healthcare delivery system? Where might there be challenges in that? How do we ensure that folks leaving here feel like they were heard and that you're leaving from a healing space, because these can be really difficult spaces to join. So I just want to thank Christina and her team. And my apologies for being late this morning. I had an unavoidable conflict. But yeah, that's me. And so I'll be helping. I can help move this mic if you need.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks so much. And congratulations. Every time I see Yurok, Karuk, anybody North Coast, congratulations. Yesterday was an amazing milestone and still lots of work to do, but very exciting. Also, I saw Chairman Atterbury. Congratulations to you too. Very exciting. If there, Loretta, I know you're monitoring the chat. Is there anything that folks are saying over there that we'd like to highlight? And I believe we can unmute lines too if folks want to introduce themselves.
Yeah, we can promote to panelists if there are any of our attendees that would like to speak at this time. Please raise your hand and I will promote you so that you're able to speak. And some folks have introduced themselves in the comments, and Chairman Atterbury says hello. He's here today to listen and learn. The Karuk tribe has a council member that's interested in joining a committee and wanted to know more about that process. So I will follow up. Thank you, Chairman. And it doesn't look like we have any hands raised, but please continue to introduce yourself in the chat and put any comments that you would like to make in the chat. And we will be saving this. It'll be part of the record as well.
Great, thank you. So I think we're going to continue with just general sharing conversation. So if anything that we've talked about already has inspired any thoughts, or if you're ready to kind of share more, please let me know and we'll just kind of pass the mic around the room.
I did want to just make one more announcement. Outside on the table, we have many different brochures, and please grab one of each whenever you head back outside again. And I did bring some sage, some medicine that I gathered from my lands, the Morongo Indian Reservation. And so if you are in need of any, please feel free to take it and use it as needed. Thank you.
Okay. I know this is for later discussion. I'm going to be leaving in a little bit, but I'll make it back, and I didn't want to miss that portion of the, all right. Okay. Well, because we were touching on a lot of the NAGPRA stuff, and, UC Berkeley was inviting and they were helpful and getting us started and giving us access to things. And, but going over these catalogs and learning how to read them and learning, it's a lot of work. It's really, really intense. It's a lot of reading. And at the end, it seems like at the end of every single, file, it's not culturally identifiable. And that seems to come, it is over and over and over again. It's the same background of people of the area and the different horizon periods and what took place and, anthropological reports. But at the end, it's always culturally unidentifiable. And so it was kind of weird for me to be there and discuss with, these, people about this. And, which is great, as they offered to bring in people to speak with us on certain topics. And, there are people that, I don't know how you would say it. I don't want to say they're experts or whatever, they're instructors or researchers or whoever. Right. And that's great. That's great. But the problem I'm having is I keep getting to a point to where I can culturally identify things. And I realize that too, because their reports are culturally unidentifiable and they're relying on us to identify these things culturally. So it took me a while to even figure out our role, what we're supposed to be doing, but now I'm to a point where there are some things that I do see. And then after further research, through what would you say, like scholarly journal articles, it's lining up. If you were to say, I see the culturally identify, their research, previous research is telling me that this is our stuff. If you put the two together, oral traditions are telling me this belongs to our people. And now I don't know how to proceed from there. It feels like they haven't denied me anything. I'm not, saying anything like that. I'm just saying I'm at this point now where I'm intimidated to go and ask, how do we put this together? How do we put it to federal review? What can the state do to help the individual tribe train our people to properly put this together? Because you get to the point you're stuck. You're like, okay, well, do I go beg for the help or do I try and do it? You're intimidated. How do I put this together where I'm not going to go up there and they're not going to laugh at me? I'm not no expert, and fortunately I do have a little schooling, but and it gets frustrating. You stay up and you think about it and you think about it and you can't stop thinking about it, and your mind runs and runs and runs, and you're like, oh no, I just can't do this because I got other work to get done. Life still goes on. The universities and they've had possession of this stuff for forever, and then they And now they're at a point to where it's like, how do we proceed with this? We have other things to do in our own personal lives also. Like, how could we expand to help us get like more, at least on the right track? Like, is there some kind of training that the state can put together for the tribal communities and say, hey, look, this is how it goes? Or do we have to keep going and either playing ball or we don't get any acknowledgement? You know, because, you know, we do have a different approach. We do have a different way of looking at things. And I just think it's really, really important because there was, to be honest with you, you know, to grow up and you're watching these documentaries on ancient cultures and ancient things, and, you know, from all around the world. And then you see people talking about it, discussing it with experts at the table doing it. It was freaking amazing. It was mind-blowing. I'm sitting here and I'm looking at things that are 1,500 years old. And I'm looking at it and I'm saying, oh my goodness, this is like this, but one of my ancestors made this. And it was so precise and so perfect that it looked fake. It looked like a prop. There was many things. They looked like props, and it is just so amazing. So from that aspect, point of it is, you know, I'm sorry, I'm kind of too much coffee, but from that perspective, that is reclaiming culture. That is reclaiming what we've lost. That fire that burned up inside of me at that moment, it was, wow. I can't describe it, you know, but that's as far as I can get right now. That's as far as I can get, because I'm like, well, which way do I go with it? You know, how can I not have to try and learn how to proceed? You know, with, you know, how can I be helped to guided how to proceed from here? You know, like, and can we do that? It would be great for all the other tribes to be offered some kind of training to know how to proceed, you know, because honestly, the universities and museums aren't gonna, you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe I need to email somebody, huh? But that's just the feeling you get. That's the feeling you get. It's like, I wish I could go in here knowing what the heck I'm doing. Because right now I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what to ask for. I don't know how to proceed. And but like I said, it was amazing, and it was and I think that, like I said, it's just a lot. It's just a lot. And I don't know how many other people in this room have experienced it. I'm sure that, I know there's been a few. But it is, wow, you know, but it's okay. I guess I'm done for now. Thank you.
The mic over there. If other people have thoughts or reactions, please feel free to weigh in. Just as kind of a reaction initially, it's sounding like, unsurprisingly, Native people are feeling like the structures that are supposed to be welcoming you as experts for your own people are not doing that well. And we need to figure out how to make that more open. And also, how do we create mechanisms for Native people to reclaim that power in that space?
I want to share a couple stories with you. Many years ago, at Berkeley, they invited some of us down who are regalia makers, and they pulled some of their pieces out of their shelves, and they had them laying. We laid some of the, well, it's old now, but it's the current regalia we've been making, and they brought some old pieces out, but their stuff they had in their drawers and their cabinets was all scattered. The dresses were inside out. They weren't together. The feathers were mismatched. It was just all just crazy. And my husband and a couple other were trying to be real respectful. And I'm not going, no, They're saying, oh, you got to put these gloves on, and it's like, no. Because to me, when I see that regalia, because it has a spirit, it has a purpose. It was created for a purpose, and it doesn't get to live that purpose. It cries, and we hear that and we feel that. So we have a love-hate relationship with those museums and those places. For one, they don't want to let it go because they think that belongs to them. And as dance holders, makers, ceremonial leaders, we are the caretakers of regalia and pieces of history. We do not own it. We caretake it. It has its own life. And so we went around, and I really upset the people work at the museum, because I was just like, oh, this belongs over here. This is wrong side out. This is that. And they're just like jumping out of their skin going, oh my God, what are they doing? And they showed rows and rows and rows of the baskets, and they'd flipped the plastic up that they covered them, and the pesticides that had been on them. By the end of the day, our eyes were burning. And it's like, oh my God, I just have to touch them. I have to love them. I have to know that we're still here, because those pieces that were created and were taking from us don't know we still exist. So to me, when I went to down in Santa Barbara, a private museum that had a Tolowa dress, and I took it out and I held it up and I danced it and I sang to it and I laid my hands on it and touched it, because it's so special. It's so precious. We went back to work with a Smithsonian and went to the collections in Suitland, Maryland, and it was down in this concrete room that had no windows surrounded, and they had the regalia laid out and things on the shelf. And so we're trying to work with them and train their staff, because if they're going to have our pieces, I need them to know certain rules, like women, if you're on your moon, you don't touch these things, and men touch this, women don't, and more with that. And so we stood in a circle at the beginning, and we started to say some prayers, and my husband sang some songs. And then all of a sudden this breeze came through our legs, and there's no windows, no fans. It's just like, whew. And he started singing this song that I'd never heard before. And it was a flower dance song for a girl when she starts her moon. And when it was all done, I says, well, that's a new one. He goes, yeah, I don't know where that came from. He said, it came from over here. So we went in the room and we went over to see where that song had come from. And there were some shelves there. And on one of the shelves, there was a counter basket that the girls wear when they're doing their ceremony. So we took the basket off the shelf and we laid it on the table, and we took the top counter basket off and we took out the rings that were in there. And on the bottom, there's this little piece of white cloth. We opened up that white cloth, and there was that girl's belly button. So the spirit of her flower dance song is still alive, and it wanted to be sung, and we sang it. And my daughter was the first one to have a flower dance ceremony for the Tolowa Deni in 2 generations, and it was a long journey, but it was a love journey. We started working with the elders who were around when she was born, and they would talk with her and they'd tell us about the last ceremony. And so with songs we had were limited, because, we lost 80%, 85% of our population. Along with that, we lost the songs, we lost the prayers. So we do our best with what we have, but then we're gifted things like a song that still was alive, that still wanted to be sung. And when you're investigating your things in the museums, know that they have their own life and their own spirit. And if you're lucky enough to be gifted with the songs and the knowledge on how to work on that regalia, just by looking at them, you'll get a little bit more clue. So it's a love-hate relationship with museums, and don't stop your process because you get confused. Move forward. And I do believe in the spirit of prayer, our traditional prayers. If you ask for guidance, it will come to you, and listen to your heart when you get those answers, because a long time ago, that's how our old people did it too. And that's why we're here. And I do think that that's why people are chosen to carry on these traditions, Not everybody has that role. Everybody has their own strengths. But when you're at a position where you're saying, where do we go next? Listen to those pieces and they'll answer you and they'll tell you where to go.
Thank you.
And I want to go ahead and respond to that just real quick. The part about listening to the spirit and listening to the medicine. I do really understand that. And I think that's where my two worlds are colliding. I'm trying to do it first and foremost to protect the medicine, to you know, which should always be our first, you know, task. And then sometimes that collides with the parameters that we have to operate within to proceed forward. You know, that's where my brain runs, and it runs at night, you know, and I just can't figure it out. You know, at one hand, I want to walk in and say, that's ours, pack it up, let's go home, you know, which it'd be great if we can do that. But I know that would cause a lot of problem too, you know, more than there already is. So, and that's what I'm saying about the help too, to learn how to bridge the gap between that world, you know, and this world. And thank you. Oh.
Want to note an observation that I think what you just expressed, like that in an ideal world, this is what I would do. That's exactly what we'd like to hear, because I think then you're walking yourself back and saying, I know that would cause a lot of problems. So you're kind of self-regulating in a space where we're trying to figure out what is your ideal, how do we break down those barriers, and so that you're not tiptoeing around them. And so that as an Indigenous person and as a Native person reclaiming space, you're not asking for permission. You're saying, this is how I reclaim space, and this is the ideal. And then how do we change the structures to accommodate that, versus like trying to figure out how to navigate a space that wasn't built for those like worldviews and preferences.
Yes, that's, yeah, thank you. You're being really, really helpful. Because that is one thing that that is another thing that's standing in the way, is the fact that when we're asked to reclaim territory, some of this stuff that's of ours is found in another territory. And at first that was really confusing to me, you know, because we just go back to what we know of where our people were, but you know, we're talking about there's in the anthropological reports, we're talking about 3 different time periods. We're talking from 500 AD to now, from 500 AD back to 500 BC, and then before that, an early horizon period, right? And so when you're looking through the catalogs of this stuff in your territory, some of it you're looking at and you're like, I don't see anything in this thing that is close to any of our stuff. So out of respect, you got to leave it alone, you know. But then you look at other stuff that is coming from somebody else's claimed territory. Let's like idea of this is our territory, but it's culturally identifiable and this is ours. You know, as human beings, we didn't stay in one area and we didn't have those political boundaries. You know, we lived in tribal communities based on our lineages and clans, and when we married, our marital practices defined who we were as a tribe. You know, this is the way in California. I don't know how it was with the rest of this, you know, the continent, but here in California, that's still how we operated, you know, through the mission times, through the ranch times with the Californios, through the United States, and being placed different, you know, multiple tribes on one reservation. So these tribal communities have gone on from time immemorial. So I'm seeing things that are culturally identifiable, and we have to try our hardest not to step on the toes of our neighbors, because we don't want to cause more division and we don't want to cause no more fights. So when we're looking at boundaries and territories, we need to also look at cultural territories, I guess you would say, not linear territories, you know, not within boundaries. You know, you know, just amazing, you know, learning the things about Well, and then you, like I says, you read the reports and you're like, well, why does this look like my stuff? And then you read further into the reports and you're like, oh wow, 500 or 500,000 years before that, our people were in that area. But how do we get this back to the people now? You know, like whoever was in our claimed territory, if I see something that's there, I would love to be like, I think it's theirs, but I don't know enough about them to hand it over or do that. So like we get in, you know, that's kind of an issue also that I have. It's like I says, and I can only speak for our stuff, but like I see, when I see our stuff outside of our claimed territory and we know it's ours, what do you do to not upset your neighbor, your cousin? You know, these are our other, you know, the tribelets within our people, you know? So how do you do that without offending other people? So thank you.
A good question for the group at large is how do we communicate better with each other to facilitate better relations amongst tribes? We now have Councilmember Lucas has arrived. Sure. Sit wherever you want. Would you like to say any words? I think we'll give you the mic and you can say a few words.
I think it's still morning. My name is Carmen Lucas. I'm a Koimi Indian from Laguna Mountains. My deepest apologies to you. I'm 87 years old and I live in the mountains. My nearest neighbor is 6 miles away. So needless to say, driving in this traffic. Just remember when you're 87 and you can't read the road signs, Caltrans needs to change that. You need the name of the road on all 4 corners in big letters. So anyway, I'm delighted to be here. I want to hear what you have to say. Don't be bashful. Please speak up, good, bad, or indifferent. We want to hear your stories and we want to know what's the best way to proceed and to correct the historic record, to understand we're California Indians. We're bands, but we're related spiritually as well as blood. I think it's terribly important that we bring the California history into modern times, but it needs to be corrected. And one of the things I like to really ask all of you wherever I go is that if you have elders at home, if they have not put their stories to record, please do that for them. I would really like to see all of that in the state of California so that we can go through there and really synthesize it, understanding we can never change the past, but we can look towards the future, but we need to continue to honor those ancestors. And the best way to do that is for us to tell our stories, because there are generations of Indians that are yet to be born. I can tell you from my own experience, they're going to be very angry if there's no information about who they are and where they came from. But the work that I do has been very clear to me that the United States government and the state of California has been in a systematic effort of erasing our history, and I absolutely refuse that to happen. So please help us with that. And again, don't be bashful. If you have questions, you want to talk to us, please do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And we've been talking a bit about repatriation and cultural resources in the state.
Right.
Mhm.
That's very complex.
Says it's a big subject, very complex. So I appreciate the conversation. Another observation just in the room is I'm hearing people cut themselves short. Please feel free in this space to take up as much space as you need. And if you have something to say, please feel free to say it. We have some newcomers. I don't know if you'd like to introduce yourselves to the group. You sound really afraid.
My name is Julie Holder Hauka. I'm from Southern California. I am a proud Kumeyaay urban Old Town descendant of San Diego. My grandmother was in the first battles and the first wars, and she helped create health centers before there were casinos. My mother has worked for Indian Services my entire life, and I have fallen into research and archives, and I have been doing this since easily 1995, before and simultaneously. I have the proud honor to say I started with Alcatraz when we first got recognition of who we were as human beings, and the first rebellion that we had that was media rebelled. And I've had the good fortune of being involved in Indian program services, people, communities, and culture ever since. I worked for the state of California for, I would say 5 years, trying to build a California Indian Heritage Center. And here we are all these years later doing the same thing that we started in 1969 in Alcatraz. We revisited in 1990, we revisited in 2005, and here we are again. And we have all the information. What you're talking about today for me is the elements of genocide. And genocide is very clearly defined by what we go through. Your conversation about repatriating artifacts, your conversation about repatriating history, where we live, where we have to go to find things, where we have to become the researchers to put our families together, to put our stories together, to put our locations together, how we get there, how much it costs us to come to a meeting or go to a library or figure out how, just so you need to know, to access NARA, because I just found out the only way we access Indian things in NARA is through the BIA. That's the filter. You go to the BIA and then you come down from there. We've been doing this for all these years, and we're just finding out now this new decolonization speak is just another gatekeeper. It's just another way for us to have to jump through hoops to find ourselves, to find our history. The elements of finding our history are the elements of genocide. And genocide is what we need to address, because when the time comes and we put ourselves together as the human beings we are, we will find that we're not separate. Your territory may have been your territory, and we would have culturally respected that, but we would have been part of your territory. We would have had a cousin, an auntie, a sister, somebody who would have gone, because then we're not going to marry our own family, so we go find you. And it would have been at a powwow, or it would have been at a big time or fiesta, which is what we in California did a lot of. It would have been at a traditional or an acorn or something where food was involved. And we traveled to Hoopa from San Diego. We traded. We had a network that makes us as strong as we are today. And if you get to go to the roundhouses and you get to see the big heads and you get to come down and hear our songs, we're cousins. We're not separate. We're the people. We're the human beings. And we all belong together, and we need to create our modern Indian. We need to stay who we are with our traditions and our values and our honor. And we need to make that more valuable in the future. It's not to be forgotten. Our grandparents survived what they did so we would have this moment. Now, let's talk money. Casinos. Some brilliant woman, Lena Bromelin, said that casinos are the business of Indians. They are not who we are. And we have to keep that in mind when we're talking culture and resources. We have to keep that in mind when we're doing the work we're doing, because there's lots of people like me. I don't belong to a federally enrolled tribe. That doesn't make me less Indian. You prove to me I'm not Indian. It's more the question of what is not Indian that I think we need to address, because the elements of genocide are very clear. And when you don't know who your grandmother was, who your grandmother's grandmother was, because she was taken to an Indian school and all her property, all her life, all her stories were removed, that's the sign of genocide. That's what we're dealing with. And those are the things that we can clearly identify and help rebuild. If we stop thinking that it's all territorial and it's all separate, if we bring ourselves together as a California nation, we will see a lot of things that we have a right to in this day and age that we're not allowed, because it's the government that has named us. It's the government that has identified us. It is governments that are trying to tell us who we are, but that's not who we are. We are human beings, we are people, and we come from communities that had to do with the lands we were from, the places we were from, the things that we did, the hats that we wore, the water that we drank. Everything about us was where we come from. And that's how we need to see ourselves again, because we want a future for our grandchildren. We want a future for the Indians. We don't want to exclude people because of money. We want to include the nations of people that were disappeared by actions of governments that had nothing to do with us and never represented us, and still do not to this day. Julie Holder.
I'm with her. Yeah, I got to follow that. Haku Monique Sanoki. I'm Tungva Chumash Yaqui Zapotec, and my great grandmother was an Irish princess. I run a nonprofit, the Indigenous Communities Initiatives up in, I'm in Mendocino, and we've had the privilege to work with a lot of different Indigenous communities throughout California and travel a lot. And what I've learned is that we are all related and we all have a lot of things that are similar. And so I primarily was in the Santa Barbara area in Chumash and in LA Tungva territories. And what I learned was a lot that what we didn't have, I learned from other communities that had similar things, people that made similar baby baskets like us, people that made similar kelp baskets or seaweed baskets like us. So I understand that the boundaries don't exist because we shared so much. So I don't have a problem, going to somebody and asking if I can't find it, then the next people in the territory, maybe they have something or they have a story. So, and that's what we did in our nonprofit. We did cultural and environmental education for youth and extending to their families. So I like to do a lot of art, a lot of cultural presentations, and kind of whatever the community asks for is, I try to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us and for those words. Any thoughts or reactions?
I did want to give a chance for the online participants. We did have a couple of hand raised. Ken Woodrow, I'm going to allow you to speak if you still have that comment to make. You should be able to unmute now.
Yes, I think I unmuted. I was listening to both of the people in the audience there. They pretty much hit it on the head. I'm culturally affiliated to a lot of Valley Indians, the Ocots. My grandfather was, part of that tribal. I'm also Western Mono or Monanche. And, we were a trading tribe. That's what's very important is we traveled. We went all to the coast, Monterey, Pismo, Big Sur. We also went north. In our village, we have Russian beads and we have abalone shells. And just like the young lady there, she was mentioning that we did travel a lot. I have stories of us crossing rivers that we're not able to cross at certain times. There's so many stories that my elders told me. And it was really good that I was able to talk to my elders, going all the way up to Oregon even. You know, these were trade routes that we had all the way back to Utah. So, you know, when I go to the valley, I look down, one of my elders says, well, 6 of your relatives are buried in this spot. It's not my area per se as a tribal Western Mono, but those are my ancestors that are buried in this spot. And so it's really hard because a lot of our smaller tribes are no longer existing. You know, they all melted into each other. You know, like we have 4 or 5 different branches of our family that are Coyote, Tachi, all these tribes, Kauai, Michihe, Intipitch. I can keep going on. You know, I did do our tribal lineage tree, and just like the young man says, is that my area? But they are my relatives. You know, I know they are. Do I assume the responsibility to take them and rebury them or get their, you know, the burials? You know, it's a hard position because some of these tribes just don't come out of hiding because, you know, there's no point. You know, they don't see nothing in the future because they're all unrecognized. But, you know, I know, you know, the family plots, the Indian cemeteries. So it is just like the young man was saying, it's hard to show the difference, you know, and there is no difference. That's what the young lady was saying in the audience. They're my cousins, and we all, you know, like she said, we didn't marry each other, you know, half cousins or cousins. We moved around. And so there's, you know, I have reports, ethnographic studies done that were done by my elders back in 1905, which go back to the 1800s, the very early 1800s. And informers, which were my relatives, are members of our tribe and adjacent tribes, you know, they married into each other. So it's like, okay, that tribe no longer exists. Do I have the responsibility to take our ancestors and also try and find a place to rebury them? Because we have no land holdings. I mean, we have Indian allotment lands, Indian homesteads, but that's not from the same area. You know, recently in the last 5 years, we reburied one of our ancestors in our cemetery, but it's 20 miles north of where the baby was found. And, you know, it's heartbreaking. But, you know, I look at Berkeley, you know, their information center, you know, they just don't have the information I need. I need to know where, you know, they were found, what projects. I need all the paperwork, not just saying, well, this was found at Truly 24 or Merced 22. It's okay. Now give me the report. You know, why was it found? Who found it? And the burial practice of our people, we did do burials. We also did cremation, you know, different time periods. So you know, going to Berkeley, going to the archive records, it's really hard to see and understand why they say, well, that's not really what you think it is. So, you know, I have these professors and anthropologists, you know, just like, well, it's not, well, no, that's what my ancestors said in the book that was written about our people. So, you know, there is some sort of need to combine our information together. Hopefully something will be done in the near future. But I just like to thank those two people in the audience because they brought up my same thoughts. Thank you very much.
Ken, do you want to, oh, it's a little loud. Do you want to
Excuse me?
introduce yourself?
Ken Woodrow, Buxashi Indian Tribe, Western Mono, Monanche. Also, being in the area that we are, there's no fairly recognized tribes except for maybe 45 miles south and 50 miles north and 35 miles east, but not being a fairly recognized tribe, they are able to do Section 106. And most of our tribal areas is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Interior, our schools. So we really don't have a say because we're not fairly recognized, but these are our ancestral lands. I talk to them. Well, we really don't have to respond to you. I go, why? Well, you're not fairly recognized. I go, all we want is a monitor on the project to make sure you never find none of our ancestors. You know, we know these villages were here, are here. The essence still there. So, but they will just slap us down. You know, they say, no, you go to a fairly recognized tribe and then we'll let you on. And we do that. You know, we do, you know, work with, you know, some of the local fairly recognized tribes. It's just so much information is out there, but the federal agencies, they don't have the time to look for the information. So I have to give them information. And then they turn around and say, well, there's 8 fairly recognized tribes that want something to say about it. I go, you already know it's our area. Well, we got to do what's the law. When the law says we have to contact them. So it's very hard. And it's really time consuming. Like the young man said, I had to go to Riverside, you know, get my tribal school records from my ancestors, go to Berkeley, San Bruno, go to Berkeley, cross-reference everything, be it Indian homesteads, allotment lands, villages, you know, getting things from Yosemite Museum about my ancestors up there that were stuck in storage, you know, handwritten, you know, manuscripts. So it is time consuming. I've done it just on my own nickel, you know, in the last 20 years, dealing with right-of-way issues. So there's a lot of things that, you know, we as unfairly recognized tribes are not able to keep working on. You know, I'm very tired. It's very tiresome, time consuming, just like the young man said. You know, there's things called families and relatives that we have to deal with today. Like, we don't get all the social programs, you know, and it's really good that recognized tribes do. I'm not saying anything against them. They got what they got, and, you know, they do need them. You know, but we have nothing to say about our water, our sacred sites. We're not even representative in the Sequoia National Forest or the Human Lake Ranger District. They don't even have a Native American interpreter there. And I've been pushing them for decades. Get somebody up there. Let them hear about us. Let them hear about all the tribes, you know, but it falls on deaf ears. You know, they need to know our culture. They need to know why we respected the big trees. But there's nothing there for us, you know. Nonprofits outside get all the funding. We don't get nothing. You know, it's just ridiculous. Today, 2022, you know, we're still trying to get our foot in the door in our homelands. But yeah, that's who I am, Ken Woodrow, Waksashi, Michihe. I can go on with the smaller tribes, but we all amalgamated into one. And that's why we use Waksashi, Western Mono, but that's not our membership criteria. We're pretty much open, you know, as long as we could show a linear descent. And basically everybody in the 40-mile, 50, 60-mile square radius has a linear descent to us. So thank you for your time. Sorry I'm long-winded, but had to get it through. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Always an interesting point that we have large sacred trees named after a Native person from outside of California, and that the people from here can't even access those places. I wanted to ask before you finish talking, and I know we have some folks in the room who have some thoughts. Do you have any updates on the name change in the Valley that you had told us about a couple months ago?
Well, actually, I went up there to speak about the true history of the naming of the S Valley, to give them the history written by their own people. I was shouted down, I was threatened, which is pretty much what I figure is going to happen. I wasn't going to speak until my name was called. You know, Native American Heritage Commission has me on there, you know, forestry, you know, I'm on all the, you know, 900 different agencies I'm on, paperwork. I just wanted to know the history from their founding fathers of what was going on there. You know, this is the point that the town was named after the genocide created by the state of California. The men were being hunted down. And in the story that was written by their founding father, he says, in it, this is just off my memory. the reason why the men would leave is when they heard the donkeys, and on the backs of the donkeys were the men with rifles to hunt them down. When they heard the crickets stop, the men knew they were being hunted down. I mean, these people would not even listen to that. I said, under the treaties, they said, that's history. I go, this name is historical. I have a direct lineage back to that area. And they wouldn't even listen. We've been here 2 generations. The only light we ever saw was the light at the local store. But behind the local store is a birthing area, a dance area for the women. Been there for thousands of years. They don't even know what's in their backyard. We find all these rocks. I go, the whole place was a village site. It was the Troy Numneys. And I said, do you know these names? Dr. Jack, Molly, Charlie. They never heard these names. And a lot of those areas were, the Troy Numneys and the Hindovich. And I just was marveled at how unresponsive these people were. And I was telling them, it wasn't me changing their name. It's just the way it is. It's not my fault. Your supervisor should have informed you. I'm here to let you know the history. And it was through, the governor of the state of California putting the bounty on our heads. And it was just amazing to see such anger at just a name. And the name is not within our culture. We don't have that name. We have other names. Yeah, I went through 20 different dictionaries to find, historical dictionaries for our tribal languages in the area. There's nothing like that in there. I was just amazed at how angry these people got. I mean, it's just like, okay, now I got to be escorted out of town. That's ridiculous, But, I kind of knew it was going to be a very dangerous area, and that's, right across the street from there, my cousins have allotment lands. They don't even know their allotment lands across the street, which was the old village from the meeting area. Actually the library was a part of the village. So, down the street, half a mile away, my uncle who died in Korea is buried there. My own grandfather's son is buried there. My uncle's buried there. Another one from the other side. So, they talk about how angry it is for us to come in there and distort that name and make it a woke name. It's just like, you guys need to wake up, because I'm hitting you with the history, but they don't want to listen. But right now, the name change, I have no idea. I mean, like I mentioned to them, we need to go back what the tribal area was, and it was the bear dance was held there. Some of the like the Peach Parlor and one of the other areas, buildings there is named Bear Valley. At one time was supposed to be a rancheria for us. It was denied by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So anyway, I have no idea what's going on. I need to talk to some of the individuals that were part of this. But thank you for mentioning that. It's just, sometimes it's, you got to go out there and face the music. And I was just there to figure out why it was so angry all the time. But I'm the outsider now, so I got to watch my P's and Q's over there. But thank you for your time. Thank you for asking. I just find it, really scary, because there's only like 6, 7 natives that were there. And, out of those, 3, 4 of us, did not even want to talk. I mean, and, some of the locals didn't want to talk either, because just the threat of violence was there in the air. But thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you for sharing, and thank you for the update. Councilmember Burris is asking about the name change. This is in Fresno. It's an S Valley name that was being reconsidered, and a name change. And Chair Woodrow went to go speak at the public hearing on it. And there was some kind of violent reactions to, I think what for a lot of people is a reality that they weren't aware of, because our school system doesn't teach about Native people. And it's something that I think I've encountered just going into community where in some places of the state, non-native people who are kind of allies because they're working with native communities have asked why we're like retracing ancient history that's literally less than 200 years old. And so some of the things we're talking about today, we're talking about thousands of years. We're talking about time immemorial. And even the concept of, well, our people, 500 BC lived in this place. So we're talking about a completely different time scale that doesn't translate. And how do we cross that bridge so that we're speaking the same language, and so that the time scale that we're all thinking about, when we talk about name change, really the name change is the colonizer name. So how do we translate that in a way that feels like it's not just completely overhauling people's reality, and so that they can meet us halfway and understand why there is this pain and need for change. We have a speaker in the room who'd like to offer some thoughts.
Just I got a lot going in my mind right now. As we start just traveling up and down from down south all the way to as far as Shasta, doing ceremony and things like that. One of the major struggles of our people, and it's been noted here today, is the division amongst like who we are, where we're from, and things like that. That's no secret. It's worn out on the sleeve. And who knows if we'll ever get to that point of understanding unity and togetherness. I think one of the major setbacks is communication. Nobody wants to talk anymore. Nobody wants it's not that nobody wants to talk, it's that we don't want to listen to each other. And that's the struggle. That's the holdback. But it's as far as understanding who we are and where we come from. I mean, if anything done in a good way is always more useful, more helpful in obtaining what we're looking for. I understand, coming up in certain societies, a certain way of life, the struggle's real. I get it. But as far as thinking in having that mindset of struggle, and the word decolonize itself always takes you back to that struggle. It's not allowing us to move forward. I mean, giving that power to that time period is always going to set us back. And I've seen that in different communities, different tribes, I was recently, did a ceremony, and there's a sign out front that says 99.9%. And I think some of you in here might know what I'm talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong. And I said, what does that mean? And they said, well, when they were developing their community, there were certain people that they said didn't belong or weren't part of the the area or whatnot. So they dug up the grandmother, probably been there for hundreds of years, and they did her DNA, and she only came back 99.9% Native American, Indian to that land. So they didn't permit those people to be part of that rancheria because of that 99, because that 0.1%. And how do we break that down, right? How do we break that down and go past that? And I think it comes from within ourselves, right? Break down who we are. Understand that trauma. We're never going to escape it. I don't think anybody really knows what healing feels like, because we're still stuck in, we're like 3 feet boot in the mud, and we can't get out of it. But if we break down ourselves and separate ourselves from who we were and what we are now and who we are now, then it begins. Then we can start understanding each other. Then we can start communicating each other. Then we can build the compassion, the consideration, and above all, the commitment to moving forward for that generation behind us. The one thing, if there's anything positive about the assimilation process, they allowed us to educate ourselves. I don't think they thought we were going to be able to do that and maintain that level of education. So I think if we follow the same process that it took for a lot of our young men and women to actually get in school, you can find yourself understanding the process it's going to take when it comes to the reappropriation and things like that. And I've made relationships and built relationships with a lot of what they call, this was a new term to me, POC. And they're all young men and women, and they're all doing things outside of that realm of the struggle that we're in. You know, continuing outside of that. In turn, it brings back to the communities, to our communities. But I know it's a long struggle. It's very difficult. It's always a double-edged sword. But I think if we follow that way of understanding ourselves and working past our own traumas as an individual, then that's where we're really going to get past judging somebody or criticizing somebody. When we criticize people, we lose ourselves in that criticism. We stop seeing ourselves for who we are and who we can be, and the holdbacks that we have on ourselves. So we move past that, follow those avenues, and we'll get to where we need to go. It's not for us. I'm just a bridge from the generations before me to the generations after me. But all I can do is be that example of moving forward for that generation.
Thank you. Very well said. Go ahead, you can clap. Any thoughts or reactions?
Hello, my name is Pamela James. I'm a counselor for Rift Valley College. Been there for 25 years. Grew up in California. I consider myself a relocation baby. My mother came from Oklahoma. She's Chickasaw in 1950. My father, she graduated from Chilocco boarding school in Oklahoma. My father graduated from Haskell Indian School. He came to California in the 1950s. My parents met out here, and it was called the Los Angeles Indian Center in LA County. Many families came to California through the Bureau of Indian Affairs relocation. And we talk about the grandma over here that shared about genocide. That was another way that the government wanted to, it was a form of genocide. So our Native people would interracially marry and our blood quantum would lessen. But what happened was they intertribally married. That is why I'm Chickasaw, Santee Sioux from Nebraska, Dakota Sioux, and Menominee. So my extent of reservation life is traveling to Wisconsin when my dad had vacations in the summer, to Santee Sioux in Nebraska, travel back down to Oklahoma, shoot I-40, which was what used to be called Route 66, and come home. My parents chose to live out here. They had excellent jobs. My dad was a welder. My mother was a secretary for Rockwell for 20 years. And my extent of California Native life, the reservation, was traveling to the reservations because of the Native American Indian softball tournaments. We went to Barona, we went to Saboba, we went to Tule River, we went to Morongo. So as a child, I always knew that these reservations exist. And my mother always reminded me, we're just renter on their land. This land belongs to the California Indian people. So I always knew that the California Indian people lived here and this is their land. Every UC, every Cal State, every California community college is built on California Indian land. And that should never, ever be forgotten. And I remind my administrators and people that I work with in the California community college system and Cal States and UCs, look where you are. You're blessed to have a job in a higher ed system that is built on California Indian land. And so like, it's such a great thing to see the grandmas here and giving their testimonies and it's about history and about finding their people. I can't imagine what that's like to have your history on the land being taken away, not to be respected, found burial sites. You know, Cal State Long Beach built their pyramid on Pavaga land, found bones, and they continued to build that building. And you know, as Native people, we all talk about bad medicine. So there's issues in that building, believe me. Okay, and on this land here, where we are on Cal State San Marino, I worked for this college for 8 years in outreach and recruitment. I worked with Disabled Student Services as a counselor for students with learning disabilities. I worked here for the college, and I was very blessed that the college allowed me to go to Sherman, to go to Bishop, to go to the different tribes and talk with students to come to Cal State. And then I became a California Community College counselor, and I do the same thing. So on this day, we talk about healing and traditions, and the gentleman here who spoke about being educated. And that's how we need to empower our youth to be educated so they can fight for their tribes. Because without that education and knowledge about what the laws are being passed and how to fight those laws as lawyers, as historian, as ethnic study teachers, because ethnic studies teaches our people about the social injustices that happen to people of color, not history, it's ethnic studies. And so that's what, as a Native American woman here and empowering our youth to be educated, educating them about the history and the land rights, about all the California people who live here. They have rights to this land. They have rights to their history. And the government wants to take that away. What's wrong with that picture? We talk about decolonizing. And like the grandma said, that's just another way of putting another roadblock. But in education, in academia, we talk about decolonizing. I went to a huge conference in the summer and they were talking about decolonizing the curriculum, bringing in people of color back into the curriculum. Everybody in that room was pretty much a faculty or dean of color, but who was not in that room? The colonizers. To learn about how to decolonize. We're like, who's missing in this room? The big guns who have to make the decisions. So it's a constant battle too in academia to keep our history, to keep the truth. And when we talk about how I came to be here in California, I have to educate people that I'm not a California Indian. Yeah, I was born and raised in California, but I'm 3 different tribes. And it's like, you don't find that in the history books. You don't know what happened to my generation, how the people came to be here. And then you have people who are, you know, Yurok and Sioux, or, you know, Morongo and or Korea and Navajo. You know, we are so blessed that we get to intertribally marry. And we're so blessed that we get to share those different tribal stories languages with each other, to share the commonalities we have within our tribes. We are a very rich nation in this country, and we have every right to be here on Turtle Island. And so with that, I just so appreciate the grandma sharing their story, and just to be, it was very empowering to hear that, because you're sharing your story. My heart's breaking. I'm like, oh my God, they walk this land. They know the stories of their grandmas and their great grandmas. And now it's starting to be taken away. The government wants to take away fighting the land. The gentleman that just shared how alone he must feel on fighting that battle. And, you know, and they talk about the California tribes, they need to come together. Because if we think about the colonizers, their thought is to divide and conquer. So we have to, you know, I just wish I could share this with all the youth and the grandpas, they know that. They lived it before. So it's not to be divided, because that's what the government wants. That's how they weaken our nations, because they want it to be divide and conquer. And it can't happen. We just need to fight for that. And, you know, I'm with you, California tribes. I wish I could say I got your back in any way. You know, I can war you up with the best of them. And I'm not afraid. I'm not scared. You know, my parents came out here in the 50s. My mother came out here when she was 18 years old. Can you imagine that, leaving your home, coming out here in the big city? So when you go to the 5 cities that the Bureau of Indian Affairs relocated natives, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Denver, Chicago, and Minneapolis. When you go to those different cities, you'll see many natives that are a combination of tribes and sharing their intertribal stories, still attending their ceremonies, traveling home to their ceremonies. You know, we have to remember that too, that even though we're not California Indians, we're still one nation. And the Creator, He's watching us. And we're very blessed to have prayer, ceremony, and to be Native. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one comment, sorry, over here that.
So one of the things that this body is doing is providing funding. And the application is, you know, not that user-friendly, I would say, not the most friendliest I've seen for Native peoples, because a lot of us, you know, don't have internet. A lot of us don't have, you know, our internet spotty. A lot of us don't have the resources that grants require. So I definitely want to talk about that. But one of the things I want to say is that it was mentioned about going and doing research. So I like to go to conferences because I learn a lot from conferences, but not having a job in, you know, wellness, I have to go on my own, right? I don't have somebody to pay for that. What I would like to see is this body creating or just going out and supporting Native gatherings, conferences that are already happening. So one of them is like the California Indian Conference. I presented there lots of times on a lot of different things, like sacred site preservation. And, you know, back in the day, I would make 20 CDs and give everybody in the group a copy of a CD that had different forms that they needed on it. You know, how to write a statement of ask for a statement of information request and all these things out of my own pocket. And the California Indian Conference every year has to find somebody to fund them and support them. So I think that's something that this body could do as a whole, is look for what's out there. There's also a curriculum conference, Native Curriculum Conference. And we don't know about that because there's no funding for this conference. And lots of times they happen at universities and the access is difficult. You got to pay for parking, you've got to travel. So these are things that I think this body could do very easily. I am like writing grants right now to do an Acorn conference. There's a lot of Acorn festivals up in Northern California where I live in Pomo territory. But but I want to learn more about acorns, and I want to have a place where I can bring in kumai to teach, how they make acorn coffee, and monos come in and, and bring everybody in so we could learn from each other all the tricks, because the trees are changing and they're moving and the seasons are changing. And so we need to come together. So I think having conferences and gatherings is one way to do that. And then we can learn from each other, and we can talk about, oh, our people did this together, or, oh, my great grandmother went to your territories, because there's so much alike, but we have to learn from each other. And right now I can tell you the California Indian Conference has always been dominated by non-natives, because there's no funding and they have to go to the university to support it. And of course they put out the call and you get all these non-natives speaking to us about, our own people. So that's an easy fix. I mean, it's an easy snap of the finger. And I don't think that we should have to jump through hoops when somebody's been doing something for 20 years to do that, because grants aren't real user friendly. And that's not, how we are. Somebody comes to my house, I feed them, right? I try to give them acorns or fish or whatever it is. And I don't ask them what they need. They've come a long way. I assume that they need this. California Indian basket weavers, back in the day, they would give us money for travel. The elders, got their membership for free. And because funding's dried up, that's not a thing anymore. So that's an easy fix for this organization to do, or this group to do. So I just like to focus a lot on solutions. They're there. You just have to, you can ask me, but I want to see you implement them. I'd like to see who got funded from this last section from this organization. I can't find it anywhere, because that's how we learn from each other. Why should I have to reinvent the wheel when somebody else just got funded to do it? Oh, I can go to their gathering, or I could call them and see, how they did that. But we shouldn't have to wait 6 months to find out about funding. We shouldn't have to wait to do the things that we're doing already. We shouldn't have to do it out of our pocket and suffer to teach our culture or to learn our culture. So I just like to really kind of push that issue, and hopefully we can talk about that later and work towards those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move to, I think we had.
I'm sorry. Please go ahead. I can follow.
Again, Ketchamalaya, I'm Jessica Mosier. I'm a doctoral candidate at Lowell University. The reason I bring that up is because I wanted to share my journey through the formal education system that was not in any way built with us in mind. It was a struggle for me. My parents knew the value of education. My mother did not graduate high school. They saw it, sounds like my grandfather felt like it was more indoctrination, did not really have a positive attitude towards it. He only cared if my mother could shoot a gun, survive in the wilderness, and win a fight. So needless to say, she dropped out around the age of 14. But she knew it was important later in life. She worked in a hospital as a housekeeper, looked at people that were doing important things with this education. So her and my father worked 3 jobs to put us through a private education system. And so we did really well at it. But once we graduated, my father became very ill, which we call indigenous determinants of health. So he developed fatty liver disease, which is pretty common among our people because we're survivors. We have bodies that survived famine. So we're really much better at storing this resource for like fight or flight. But there's no more famines. So it kind of hurts us. And so he was very ill. Me and my brother became his caregivers. And it academically was very difficult for me to continue. I was academically dismissed 3 times, faced homelessness twice. When our Two-Spirit community was finally able to be married, the university that was currently attending evicted all of the married students because they could no longer decide who was married, and also stopped hosting weddings on campus. The second time I was evicted, it's because they couldn't figure out how to process the rent check. It went to my tuition first. I get an eviction notice once a month and call the office and say, hey, can you guys look at your records? I paid my rent. But on top of everything else, it became too stressful. It's another place where I ended up failing. Also, the academic counseling was me sitting across from a table from someone saying, you're an adult, fill out this form, I'll sign whatever you put on it. And that was the extent of my academic counseling, first generation student. I feel like the education system has gone a long way, but still has a ways to go as far as supporting us in this arena. I tried to get financial aid, but being a descendant and my mother not really knowing our ancestral roots because she was ashamed of that part of her heritage, it was difficult for me to get tribal status, and I'm still working on it because a lot of our ancestors died very young. So there wasn't a lot of funding there. But I'm stubborn. So that worked in my favor for this. I graduated high school in 2001, graduated with my bachelor's degree in 2010. After just going back and trying again, trying to figure it out, try a different institution, different group of people, find some support. When I found myself unemployed in 2016, I was like, let's give this education thing a try again. And it was difficult for me to get into a master's program because my alma mater was like, yeah, we remember you. You barely graduated. And guys, please get degrees, okay? So they actually did not. They said, we don't think you'll be successful in the master's program. Apply somewhere else. It's like, okay. So I was at University of Redlands doorstep once a week saying, come on, I had all this, and this going on. I'm not dumb. I can do the work. And they took a chance on me. And I actually invited that college advisor to my honors award ceremony. I graduated with a 4.0 GPA. She was slightly surprised. She was like, wow, I'm so proud of you. I have an event, I have a wedding to go to that weekend, but I'm glad that you were able to do that. So just that fight instilled in me by my ancestors kept me going. I went to work at Loma Linda where they had education credits. And so I'm like, I'm just going to keep going with this. So I applied to the doctoral program, again, raised some eyebrows with my transcripts when they arrived going, okay. And I had to explain myself yet again, but they let me in. And I'm on track to graduate despite facing multiple hardships during COVID. I was had more people lost to COVID than anyone else in my cohort in suicide. But I kept going, I had my goal in mind. And I'm still on track to graduate next year with my doctorate in health policy and leadership under public health. So I want to encourage those. I know we have free tuition at UC schools, which is an amazing gift, But the interventions need to come much earlier. The resources need to come much younger. We need to tell our people that they can do this. This is an option for them. That was something I saw during COVID, was that we had healthcare workers coming to our doorstep saying, we have the answer, from the outside coming in saying, you need to do this, this, and this. And it fell on deaf ears for some of my people. And they were just like, we don't trust you. We don't have such a great history with you. So you need more healthcare workers that look like us, know our ways, speak our languages, and understand our traditions. So that's one thing I do for my desk right now. I try to encourage people. I went to the American Indians in Science or in Engineering and Science ACES conference this year at Palm Springs and met a room full of 3,000 people that look like me. And we're also pursuing higher education along with high school students. And I was just so empowered, just floored by the elders that were there, the people I met, learning what amazing things people are doing in Indian country. And it was so hard to leave that room and space because I have to go back to a place and we occupy less than 1% of any student population. There were 4 of us, 4 or 5 of us. One of them recently left one of my programs. And so there's 5,000 students. So again, less than 1%. Even at the entirety of the institution, it feels rather lonely, And so we need to build up our communities and support each other in any way that we can in these hallways and institutions that people may not understand us or understand why we're even there sometimes. I'm trying to help someone I made at an ACES conference finish the last couple of credits that she has, because she's like, I can't take this anymore. I'm in a space with people who are like, oh, I'm going to Vail for vacation, the family cabin, what are you doing? And it's all like that comparison is eating away at her. We don't have as much advantage in the we're a little more, not across the board, of course, but some of us are, and it's anywhere really, have less access to those resources than others. I'm just encouraging her, we got to finish. You're near the end. This is not your story. This is not your journey. That's their journey. Let's focus on yours and let's look ahead at the finish line. So I encourage any of you to just reach out to your youth and just let them know this is an option for us. We have a right to be in this space and we should make our voices known in this area. Thank you.
With that said, I'd like to talk about accountability. One of the issues that I believe we have as community, Native community, is that and we talk about it all the time, funding, nonprofits, all this stuff that we have access to, education, and we have been trying to get in the curriculum for 30 years, Native American education. What is wrong with the system is accountability. We don't know the outcome. We applied for funding. The funding we applied for in this program, in this Truth and Reconciliation, is to build a library that would do exactly what it is we're talking about. Put together the elements of genocide, put together identity, get the mission records, get the NARA records, get the records that are all able to be digitized, get first source so that we have a place, we don't have to travel all over the country because our history, because of genocide, was taken apart. Well, we applied for it, we got denied. We don't know who's reading our documents. We don't know who's deciding on that funding. We don't know who's responsible to us. And we give you this paperwork and then it disappears and we never hear again. We're encouraged to apply again, but why? Because you've already turned us down once. What is going to apply again going to do for us? Who did you fund and what did you fund for? The second part of that is education. We have 8,000, what did you say, 3,000 people in this wonderful conference that were Native American. Who's giving them the jobs? How are they getting hired? Who's accountable at the state of California for the park that they're going to build in Sacramento? Where are the California Indians in voices of authority that will make decisions in that process? Who's holding these people accountable? Because I couldn't get hired at the state. I have a master's degree. I am completely able to work, but nobody ever looked at me twice. The guy I worked with, who was another advocate, nobody ever looked at us. We are the ones who were building the thing. We were bringing it. These meetings, who's Native American besides Christina, who we thank for being there, that is running them, that is writing the words, that is organizing them? Where are the people in our communities who are bringing the people to the table to talk to the grandmothers, to talk to the community, to get the young people here to listen and to be part of this? How come we don't have this room full? How come we don't have the meetings on the virtual meetings full? Where is the accountability for this? And how are we looking at it so that we know what we're doing is valid and is accountable and we're getting results from it? And I ask you, where is that? We have since 1969 documents, paperwork, studies, and one study after the other for the same things we're doing today. And yet we're spending money. Somebody is spending who knows what money, where, and what is it accountable for? What's going to be accountable with the end of this conference? Where's the status and identity meeting that we've been waiting for? Where are all these things that we've been waiting for, and how come we don't hear about them? Who's looking at the funding that's Native America that understands how valuable that history, which every single one of us in this room has talked about, how valuable it is to put into place before somebody goes, another elder goes. And I'm getting old, you guys. I can do it now. Help me, help me. So it's again, where is that? Where's the accountable? This lady has, as she says, Native Americans, but where are the people who make the decisions supporting the Native Americans? Who's accountable to us? We have leveled the playing field with casino money. Thank you very much. But who is accountable? Who's accountable to what we need and what we want in our futures? And who do we hold accountable? And that's part of this conversation. And where did that funding go?
Thank you. And I think we have a member of the funding subcommittee who can talk to you at lunch a little bit about that process. We are at the lunch hour, and we are going to take about an hour break, and then we'll come back and start with our NAGPRA panel. Before we have our break, Councilmember Myers, would you like to say anything to the group real quick?
Ayukui Naknau, Frankie Myers, Vice Chairman for Yurok Tribe and on the California Truth and Healing Council. Thank you all for coming. As usual, I'm here to listen and hear stories, and thank you for sharing what we have so far.
Thank you, council member. And if you have more thoughts and you want to share more, we're going to have community discussion throughout the afternoon. So we'll have our panel, but we'll have time to have some reactions to the panel. We'll have another panel on Indian child welfare, and we'll have time to have some reactions to that panel. And then we'll kind of have an open time at the end of the day if there's anything that we didn't cover already, and that if any thoughts come up. And for the people online, same thing. We are going to pause our streaming for about an hour, and we'll see you all back here in about an hour. Oh, and there is an announcement for those in the room. I think they would like you to exit through that door. Oh, sorry, that side? Oh, exit here where, oh, okay. Loretta's confusing me. Food's in hallway that way, and then you can come around as you eat and stretch your legs and visit. So thank you all, and we will see you out there.
Okay. Oh. Oh, you did? Okay. They told me a lot of people go that
everyone. I think we're going to get started in maybe about 5 minutes. If folks want to start coming back in, restrooms are right out there. Grab some coffee, grab some water, and we'll get back into it. Greta just reminded me that they're taking the cookies away at 2. So if you want to take some cookies, get them now. Get a whole plate. Get a whole plate, as Loretta did. Okay, so it's now been 5 minutes times 2, and we're gonna get started. So if everyone could simmer down a little bit. Are you recording again? Welcome back to our virtual participants. We're getting started for the afternoon. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but we've got plenty of time in our agenda. And we are going to start with our first panel for the afternoon with community discussion. This will be on repatriation. For some background for folks, in 2001, the state legislature passed AB 978, the California Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act under Steinberg, requiring all state agencies and museums that receive state funding and that have possession or control over collections of human remains or cultural items to provide a process for the identification and repatriation of these items to the appropriate tribes. The bill also created a repatriation oversight commission with oversight authority. The intent of the legislation was to cover gaps in the federal Native American Graves Protection Act, Protection and Repatriation Act that was passed in 1990, specific to the state of California. That was an unfunded mandate, so it kind of moved along and then didn't really go anywhere. And in 2018, the state legislature added additional commission responsibilities under AB 2836, which had since that time been assigned to the Native American Heritage Commission instead of the Repatriation Oversight Commission that hadn't been formed. And that AB 2836 is what we sort of touched on earlier, that required providing technical assistance to the University of California in adopting policies and procedures adopted to expedite repatriation of remaining items in its possession. As I mentioned earlier, for those of you who are just joining us now, there have been 2 audit reports based on that law. The second one came out yesterday, and you can find that at the state auditor's website. On September 25th, 2020, Governor Newsom signed AB 275 under Ramos into law, which amended CalNAGPRA and became effective on January 1st, 2021. And in that, the state legislature added additional commission responsibilities, including maintaining a list of California Indian tribes and their state Aboriginal territories, adopting mediation procedures, and publishing notices of completion of preliminary inventories and summaries on the commission website. It also created a lot more, it updated the laws because since the original CalNAGPRA was passed, a lot had progressed in state policy in terms of cultural resource and sacred site protection. And it also created more mechanisms for accountability of institutions that held human remains and cultural objects. Today, we're going to discuss Cal State University San Bernardino's CalNAGPRA committee work with descendant communities to create a deliberate and respectful process of repatriation. And we're going to hear from each panelist about their insight on their role on the committee, highlight best practices, challenges, and recommendations that have led to success in repatriation. So I'm going to hand it off to all of you. I don't know who wants to speak first. You all have microphones, and I'm going to just sit back here.
I don't know if this is, oh, great. Okay. We're waiting for our Robert Levi to join us. Hello, Oseo Duhitsu. I'm Dr. Molly Springer. I'm the Associate Vice President here in the Division of Student Affairs. And I have about 14 different areas under me, but CalNAGPRA was not one of them. I had not worked with the anthro or the archaeology department yet. And the president was like, Molly, you should be on this committee. I was like, okay. But I remember as a student at UCLA, CalNAGPRA was a big deal. And I knew about NAGPRA and, some of the remains that were at UCLA's campus, and it's an important issue. So of course, I was nervous to jump in because I'm not an archaeologist, I'm not an anthropologist, I'm not a faculty in Native American Studies, but I still was like, I'm happy to help and support. I'm a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, and I'm also Osage, and I'm a visitor here on in California Indian land. I know some of you in the audience, and I've worked with you. Hi, Tishmal, nice to see you. So I, of course, am really honored to have been asked to be involved as a citizen of a different nation and being here and trying to support, California Indian work that's happening in the state in any way I can. So with that, I'll pass it over to our elder in residence, Robert Levi Jr.
Miowen. I'm Robert Levi Jr. I am a citizen of the Torres Martinez Desert Kuya Indians. I'm also an educator of 40 years teaching advanced placement, college prep, U.S. history locally, like I said, this morning at Sherman High School, Riverside, Notre Dame, and the last 36 years at Upland High School in Upland, California. My involvement with Cal NEGPRA is that when I was with the California Teachers Association, I was the chair of the American and Alaska Native Caucus for the whole state of California, and CTA saw in their wisdom to send me to the Native American Heritage Commission as a liaison. So I was, and then I went through AB 52, the training for repatriation. And I thought when I was teaching, when am I ever going to use this? And when I came here, I'm using it. So it's fascinating to actually work with these two fine gentlemen and Dr. Springer also, and just helping the area tribes get their idea of what we have here at this university. So again, I appreciate you coming back from lunch and listening to what we have in terms of best practices for Cal NEGPRA.
Hello, my name is Danny Sosa Aguilar. I'm a professor here at CSUSB. I specialize in indigenous archaeologies. My specialty as a PhD is to really incorporate an indigenous voice into archaeology and giving them an opportunity to participate in learning more and investigating their own history. My role in the committee is to kind of help orient this kind of knowledge, or at least focus our goals that would allow us to really get indigenous voices in the committee, and at the same time be able to reach out to communities, the local communities, and having them be involved in the process. And I'm trying to also be in every step of the way in repatriation, and hopefully I'll be here years to come to be able to continue that tradition at CSUSB.
My name's Matthew Delorier. I'm the director of the Applied Archaeology program here at CSUSB, and also a member with Molly and Robert and Danny on the campus Cal NAGPRA committee convened by our president, Morales. Danny and I also serve on the CSU coordinators committee for system-wide, working with Adrian Tafoya and other people at that level. So we're involved in this process, not just on the campus level, but also at the system-wide level. So we're able to address some of these issues and share information about how this process is working out, not just here at CSUSB, but how it's playing out in the system in a comparative sense. And one of the ideas that Molly and Robert and Danny definitely bring to this is that we have committed our campus, at any rate, our process, to be one that's not just about compliance with the new legislation and the new regulations, but to go beyond that and really build on the spirit of what is supposed to be happening. When we talk about things like consultation, it shouldn't just be that you have fulfilled the Section 106 obligation, but that you actually are trying to build relationships of respect and community between the university and the local tribal communities. And the more we can work on building that, the better. Those are not things that happen on a time scale that usually works with government deadlines, as I'm sure some of you are familiar. There are things that take years to build, and that's why they're the kinds of things that we have to work to really incorporate into the culture of what we're doing, so that if, I'm not here, or Molly's not here, or somebody's not here, 15 years from now, it will be part of what our campus's culture of dealing with this process is, and it will continue into the future. It's a lot like things we heard this morning about passing on traditions to, the next generation. And what we really need to do is to build that idea within our institution and our community here that this is a value that we have, so that it gets pushed forward, and that those things, those relationships and communities continue to grow stronger in the future.
I feel like we should be asking or answering some questions, but I think the task was to maybe describe our process. So how about I ask the questions and then you can answer. All right. So let me start to say this isn't a daunting task, but I think all CSUs were given it, right? So can you describe the process of how we started?
So when we first started, we were convened by the president of CSUSB into the CalNAGPRA repatriation committee. One of the first challenges that we had was what are the goals of this committee? What is the point of a committee for repatriation? And so a few of us in the committee, Matthew Delorier, Daisy Ocampo, and myself, we sat down and we drafted the statement of accountability. Hopefully all of you grabbed a copy of this statement. And together we put our ideas about what it is we want this committee to achieve. And part of it, Matt talked about already, is that it's not just about repatriation, but it's about developing these relationships, establishing these relationships for long term, and making it a culture to have Indigenous people involved in the process of their own history. And this is where the statement of accountability is to reassert that this is our commitment. And we took this to the committee, and with the majority, we were able to all agree that these were the goals and these were what we wanted to achieve moving forward.
Anyone want to add?
Sure, why not? The part of the Indian, that's me. I stepped into the CSUSB after a nice 3-year retirement from teaching in the classroom. I was fortunate to get the job here thanks to Dr. Springer, Dr. Nava, and President Morales. And this was my first issue to do, and I stepped in, and these guys are fantastic. I mean, I don't know what CSU has people like these, but we've got them, and I really appreciate. So my basic job was to be the interim, the liaison between this committee and the local reservations. And so I took it upon myself, with the help again with these individuals, into drafting letters to them and saying, this is our committee, this is what we're all about. Please let us know what you think we should be, where should we be going? So again, it's not us directing to the tribes. We wanted the tribes to tell us where they wanted to go with with what we have on campus. And luckily for us, we have no remains. So that was a really plus for us. And again, when I got here, these gentlemen had already inventoried most of what we had. So when we went to NAHC meeting, the Native American Heritage Commission, Danny and I went a couple of months back. They were impressed with what we had accomplished. So again, we're moving forward more than any other CSU, because Lori Miranda, right? Yeah, she was saying, you need to put this down as best practice and show the rest of the CSUs that this is what they really need to do. But again, what I find questioning is basically, do they have a local Indian representative that can work between the university and the local tribes? So that would be kind of a challenge that they need to look at, and also the background that you have too. Also, luckily, well, my family within the area, pretty much everybody knew who my father was and who my grandfather was, so that was a real plus to say, oh, there's still a Levi around. That's me, and they knew, I know your father, I knew your grandfather, so that was an easy plug into going to the reservations. And again, looking at what we got back from the reservations helps us also, in terms of, we have 3 or 4 reservations that want to come on campus and look at what we have, and that's fantastic. We just need to push a little more and get the other, I believe, 4 reservations to say, take interest. We might have something that you may want back. We don't know yet. Again, that's something that we need to look at. So that's been my part. And again, I can't tell you how fantastic these guys are, and just making my job a lot easier.
Likewise.
I mean, I think that we haven't, I'm not sure we can say that we've repatriated anything yet. We're in the process. So I think the task today was to come and tell you about how we started and where we want to go. And so, yes, it started with a statement of accountability. So we wanted to do that heart work first ourselves and be really clear about that this process is going to matter. It's going to matter to ourselves, our regional community and communities, and also then in the future. So how you start is sometimes how you end, so you have to start well. And we know that from our own ceremonies and how we start in a good way, right? So we did that, and I think we kind of had a sort of prayer about it, really, to really make sure that we were all in sync and we had the same voice. And we took actually a couple months to do that first, before we just plowed in. And then we kind of got organized, right? And one thing that wasn't mentioned is that, we had inventory of the archaeology and the anthropology department, thanks to you both. But what we didn't have was inventory of the entire campus. And so can one of you talk a little bit more about how we went about that process?
Yeah, so this is something that I think often gets forgotten, that as much as the anthropology and archaeology departments at many, which are usually the same department here in California, as much as they have the majority of things that may have been brought out of the ground, they don't necessarily have a total monopoly on all items of cultural significance. There are items held by history departments and even some ethnic studies departments that are of cultural significance to different Native communities. Libraries hold stuff. Sometimes there are museums on campuses that aren't necessarily affiliated with the anthropology programs. Art departments sometimes will have ceramics or basketry or textiles. And so it's necessary as part of this larger process because it's about the CSU, it's about the institution, not just about the anthropology departments. And so it's necessary to do a campus-wide survey of everything that's being held by the university. That can be a daunting task in a physical sense. And so we devised a tool which sounds simple enough, is a fillable PDF form that all anybody has to do is, if they have nothing in their unit or department, all they have to do is click the little check box that says we don't have anything. And then here comes the hard part that apparently slowed up the process. They have to sign it. It's not just a doodle poll. It's not just oh, I don't know if I have anything, so I'll just say no. They actually have to put an official university approved signature. If they're doing it digitally, it's your Adobe sign, signature on there, and verifying that no, they don't have anything. So sometimes people were hesitant to do that because that meant they actually had to look, before they said they didn't have anything, or if they did have things, they were concerned about what that would mean. But it's really, really important for the university. If the university is going to say, here is the complete list of everything we have as an institution, which is what is mandated by the law, right? If you say this is everything we have, but your list is only what the anthropology department has, then you're not fully complying with, the requirements of the law. So that survey tool was really important. One of the things that we ran into, though, was relatively low, participation in the first round. And then we had to have it sent out again rather than coming from one of our email addresses. We had it come out from the president's office, and that helped. And then Molly's strategy ended up being the most successful because she sent out personalized emails to specific department heads and deans and chairs and whatnot saying, oh, hey, how's it going? Oh, I liked your event that you had last week. By the way, could you fill this darn thing out? And that worked. It really worked. In some ways, I think, it's a parallel to the things that Robert was just saying about having those, personal connections to people and that kind of moving things forward. And the same sort of thing worked with the survey tool.
I'll say this is my student affairs experience coming in, right? Building relationships and why that's important, because demands can get you only so far. And then there's a point where you're like, why aren't people doing this? And so some of the responses were like, oh, I forgot, or what am I really supposed to be looking for? And oh, I understand now what you need. Yeah, no problem. I'll get it done. So most people were really willing to do it. It's just that they were kind of unsure about what they were looking for. And so what I would do is just kind of coach them about what they might need to be looking for. And also I assured them like they're not going to get into any trouble because they have it. A lot of the departments didn't know where they had it, like had gotten it from. So we're talking about like alumni donating things or other people saying, oh, I have this amazing thing. Would you like it? And everyone's like, sure. Or the advancement office in some degree would be like, hey, we have a donor who wants to give this. And we're like, okay. And I've worked at a couple of colleges, not in the some in the CSU system, but also outside the state. And that's very frequent where you'll get donations from like well-intended people. Some of them are kind of silly donations and you're like, what is this? But then sometimes it's like, oh my God, so colleges should and need a process of how to reject these things. And if they're going to accept them, what does that mean? And I think that's also part of the journey here is developing policy about how do you accept these types of art type of donations that are really not supposed to be something. And if we do accept them, what's our responsibility? And the responsibility would be to repatriate them. So we're in the process of also developing that for the future so that there's some kind of protocol, because I don't think, our college had a protocol about this yet. And I think so far people have been very responsive. And I think it really helps. I'm not going to lie. Like it really does help that the president has been super supportive. And Matt, maybe you want to say a little bit more about the CSUs or other CSUs. Robert, you can say anything you want, but like, I do think having administrative, no, everyone's like, I don't want to say anything. Having administrative like backup is important because if you have a CSU and their president's like, I don't know, or they just assign this massive project to a faculty member who's teaching 4 classes and they don't know, then this is where we're going to get stuck.
Yeah, I won't name any, and there's enough CSUs that provides anonymity. But at least one of the other CSU campuses that actually holds a lot more cultural material than we do. The entire job for what we have been doing with Daisy and with all of that administrative support from President Morales and Robert Nava. And I mean, we have never lacked for resources or time to do what, we've been asked to do. And that's because of the supportive administration that we have. At least one of the other CSUs, it's one faculty member with 0 release time and 0 assistance. No. No. So imagining myself as a CSU faculty member being in that position without Molly and Robert and Danny and everybody else that have contributed to this process, having all of that just on my shoulders, that would be, an incredibly daunting task, and one where it would be just frankly impossible to move things forward as quickly as we have. So if people want the process to be done right, if you want those kinds of outreach and community building and everything else to happen, if you want the process to move at something more than a snail's pace, then we need to get the administrations of these universities to provide the support to the anthropologists that are in these departments. Sometimes they're moving slowly because, that's as fast as they can move. But they're the point of contact. And so a lot of the frustration gets directed there. And so I think what we have to do is we have to get the message out to the administrations of these campuses about how this is valuable and important and needs to be a priority, because there are some campuses that are not putting it at the level of importance and priority that it needs to be right now.
I'd just like to
Question. Sorry. How much explanation did you have to do with your individual faculty about what this was, why it needed to happen?
I would say, again, it's how you start. The president did bring us to a meeting, all of us, that we had been identified as people that could be helpful. And even in that meeting, if you'll remember, we were like, oh, we should include this person and this person and this person. And invited them to our next meeting to have a discussion about, if they wanted to be involved or how. And we have a committee that's like really across the board, right? It's not just Anthro or ARC. I'm in student affairs. Like, who to think to include student affairs? If we can be helpful, we're real good relationship builders. But I think that was wise. I think that in terms of resistance, I don't think we've experienced a lot of resistance because the people who need to be at the table are in the meeting from the get. And, just like everyone wants to be asked to be included, right? And then if you don't include them, then it feels kind of like a slight. So I think that how you start is really important. That being said, most people have really tried to be helpful at our institution. I think it's more just a lack of knowledge, like a lack of knowledge about what they're looking for or that they even possess it. Because as we all know, K through 12 education does not do a great job of talking about Native histories or anything related to California Indian history. And so what happens is you'll have like the most brilliant scientist who has a doctoral degree, but he still thinks Native people live in teepees. So, this is an educational issue. And so part of the job that all of us in this room are doing every day is educating people. And although that can be exhaustive, that's why I work at an institution like a university. Like, if I didn't like educating people, I wouldn't be here. So part of my role, I feel, as a contribution to this committee is just like, doing that, like shoulder tapping people and just saying, hey, do you need help? Like, talking about this, like, we're not shaming you. We're just interested in knowing, like, do you know the history of this object? Do you know where it came from? Can we come look at it? And most people have been quite receptive to that.
One of the things to answer the question in a slightly different way, at the CSU coordinators meeting chaired by Adrian Tafoya, one of the things that they're talking about developing is actually a CSU Learn module. If you're not in one of our institutions, you may not be familiar with that is. These are these online training courses that you have to do, and there's ones on Title IX, and there's ones on internet security. Don't give out your university login code to the Nigerian prince, all of that. So we all have to go through these different kinds of trainings that are required to maintain our access to digital systems, maintain our ability to, teach in the classroom, et cetera. And so one of the things that they've been discussing is actually developing one of those digital modules, digital training modules for CSU staff that are determined to be in a position where this would be relevant, and that everybody every year would have to complete their NAGPRA training or, their AB 52 and 275 training to maintain compliance. And so that would actually be a really effective way of being able not only to provide the information, but monitor who has that information.
Yeah, I'm going to say especially you guys in Anther and ARC.
Yeah.
What I'd like to add to that is that this survey isn't just a one and done. The idea is that for it to be very consistent and part of the CSU culture, we want to make sure to do this every 6 months, every year. That way, because things aren't static, things change. And so people donate stuff yearly. And so we want to make sure to always keep in check with all the departments of any of this kind of cultural material coming into San Bernardino. And that goes as well with our committee, the Cal NAGPRA committee that we have. Once we finish repatriating, we just have like one collection, right? That we're
there's multiples, but yeah.
Yeah. We're hoping to redirect that committee into capacity building and relationship building with local tribes, and then continue those relationships with our local tribes.
We have a couple of questions from the audience. Start here. Thank you.
NAGPRA has guidelines. It has sort of a basket of things that it works within. But as Native people, we consider our cultural resources and our cultural value very differently. We consider any kind of research that is not limited to interviews, conversations, things that are historic, photographs, baskets, grasses, traditions, songs. One of the things that's coming now is the songs that were done on wax cylinders, which are very important because that gives us a picture of ourselves. How have you incorporated that into your guidelines, into your repatriation elements?
Okay. Here at CSUSB, basically was what we have. And again, what Danny and Matt were talking about is what may be donated to us. Because I know in my tribe, and when I go back and talk to them of, if CSUSB had anything from Torres Martinez, how do I go about looking at what we have? And basically there's items that they said no one should have. We have one of those wax cylinders from early, I think it's 1908, recording of our bird songs. But we said, especially my father, he said, as long as people want to learn our songs, let them learn it. And that's why he put the CDs, 5 CDs of our family songs out there, so everybody can learn from that tradition. And again, like I said this morning, that cultural renaissance that came out of those CDs and the 3 other Akuya elders who recorded their family songs or had their family songs told. And again, that's basically what Christina and Loretta want to do with this Truth and Healing, is have the elders tell their stories so we can write them down. But stories that are there, they feel okay about telling them. There's certain things that my father said, it ends here. And that's sad. I mean, why, Dad? Just people don't know. People don't believe in stuff now. My grandfather would tell me stuff that is like, oh my goodness, really? No. My uncle Alvino too, he says, really, this happened? Yes, it happened. And I'm going, well, we should document this. We should. And both of them said no, because no one believes it anymore. The millennials or anybody born after 1960, they're all hooked up on other items, and it's just like burning of our big houses. The last we burned our big house in 1988 was the last time, because no one was going to them, and all the traditions that were with the big house died with it, and that's sad. So usually when we go to tribes, it's asking San Manuel, what can we put down? What do you feel comfortable that Truth and Healing can can put and what can CSUSB put down also. So it's, and again, it's not us telling them what to do. It's saying, what are you comfortable giving to us? So if we had, citizens from San Manuel come here, they could learn about that when we have Serrano language being taught, because that's one of the big pushes that came out of our bird songs, is that everybody was going, oh, we need to learn the language. My Aunt Catherine would say, it's all good and well, they're singing their songs, but they don't know what they're singing about. And, I go, yeah, she's right. But my dad was saying, but at least they're singing them. At least they have that cultural pride that you have when you sing a song. But again, that's how we handle it, at least here. And again, that would be one of the best practices. We tell the other CSUs that, you have to be really cognizant of thinking like an Indian, which is, it's difficult sometimes. I'm taking Kuya right now for 2 years. And when I get done with that lesson, it's like, okay, I'm in a total different mindset. And I have to go back to thinking like a non-Indian, which 2 years of it, it's pretty scary. But again, it's that fun time you get. I'm finding fun jumping in between two worlds. And that's helped this committee, when they're asking stuff about it. So wait, we need to rethink this, looking at the tribes and what they want. And again, that's that word transparency, and again, anybody here within the local tribes that we service, if they feel that they need to ask us something, please do. I mean, that's why we're here. And that's what part of the job of CalNEGPRA and Native American Heritage Commission is all about. And again, if you're having problems with NAHC, give them a little bit more time, like 3 or 4 months, because they had a whole new switch of commissioners. And there's about, I think 5 of them are brand new. But at least we got Stanley Rodriguez is on there, Wayne Nelson is on there from the local area, and the other 3 are from Northern California, Central California. But again, they're learning the ropes too. So again, if you're having a difficult time at NAHC, that's probably one of the reasons. And plus, they lost Christina, which is a just terrible loss, but they're trying. They're trying.
To address some of that too, thank you for that question, and it's so important. And I think this process is, it's a living document kind of process, like where what we've done right now is we've engaged the communities and sent letters. And we have a couple of new tribal communities that have made the list that's developed by the California Indian Heritage Commission. They're the ones that are telling us who we need to engage with. So then we have sent them letters from our president's office, and we're asking them to respond back with like some dates and times where we can have a conversation. And what our process is going to be is that we think right now is, depending on what the right time looks like for them, we're going to build a day around it where we can show them what we have, and then also have these reflective conversations, like where they can ask, do you have any of this, or this is what our community is actually really interested in seeing more of, and blah, blah, blah. So I think it's not going to be like a one time and then, okay, we're done talking to you about this. It's going to be an ongoing kind of conversation. So part of it is, to your point, is that there's a lot of cultural items that we might have that we haven't thought of. And so we want our communities to engage with us so that we can learn about what their needs are, and then we can go hunt for that stuff, and we're happy to do that. It's more just what is most salient to the need right now, because then we can dig further, like we have some other ways that we can attack that, so.
What I'm hearing from Robert is that you will be offering native languages here at some point. You already do?
We do. Well, they're offered, but they're not taught. Yeah, we have to get Dr. Elliott back here. So we're trying. At least I'm trying.
Big difference.
We have the courses on record, and I just talked to Raylene about it, who's the dean of over the language department, and they just put in a curriculum committee a package
to have more of like an independent study type of course. So if a student, for example, wants a certain language instructor to teach them a language from their own home community, we can offer them academic credit for that, or we can hire the instructor as well. So that's possible. It's just more the student identifying the need. And we have the mechanism to do that. And we do have, yeah, like it's on the books. It's just finding instructors that can teach. And then of course, like one of the challenges is that we need to have a certain amount of students, sometimes to have a physical course, but we can do more one-on-one independent study courses with just 1 or 2 students like that.
Great. So community, you've heard we need some teachers here. It also might be nice to think about inter-campus exchanges where you can have students from different places learning the same language in a cohort. One more thing before I pass it off to Councilmember Lucas. Those CDs, I believe, are on sale at the Sherman Indian School in case anybody.
Yes, and we just found my grandfather's bird songs from 1962, so we're putting them on CD also. And I think my IT, which is my son, I think he's going to be finished with them by the time we have our Kiewit. That would be December, the first week of December, out at TM. But I'm sure Lori will get some at Sherman Indian High School too. But yeah, and again, that's just something my dad was just so passionate about. But just real behind the scenes, the rattle he uses is not a gourd rattle. The rattle he uses is a toilet bowl float. And it was just, when he told me that, I'm going, serious? And he goes, yes. And so he played it for me. You know, he perfect pitched what he was singing with, and it's still around. We didn't bury it with him. He wanted Wayne Nelson to have it, so Wayne still has it. So it's just, oh no, he won't use it. I'm trying to coax him, and you got to just one time in remembrance for my father, just use it. But it was fascinating that a toilet bowl float. I went, really, Father? But that's yes, it is. So yeah, we have the CDs, and my grandfather's will be out in what, 3 weeks, 2 weeks. So just let me know. And if you want to have them and sit down in the morning and play them and have a cup of coffee, that's the best time to use them. So thank you, Christine. Sure.
Yes. Number one, Robert, thank you for being here. And this is on a personal note. I had the privilege of knowing your mother and your father. I attended one of the Morongo fiestas many years ago, and your father talked quite a bit. Your mother sat there very quiet. Your dad got up and went and did whatever he did. Man, your mom talked my ear off. So I would like you to know as well, I had his collection of bird songs. I foolishly offered to let one of the Indians at Campo listen to it. I've yet to have it returned. So this kind of tells you about California Indians, and we're all little bands. We're not a great big flamboyant tribe, but we knew each other and we socialized with each other. Where I'm from San Diego, you're from up here, Torres Martinez, but I have a cultural connection, lineal descendant to Lake Cahuilla, and am trying very hard to get that on the National Register because of the information that I learned from your father, from your cousin, and my cousin, Catherine Alvino, and the rest of those old folks, that indeed the heartbeat is at Lake Cahuilla, Salton Sea, and the fire is within. So that's a personal note to you personally. So the other thing I wanted to know from you gentlemen, I understood you're an archaeologist. Can you tell me your oldest collection and how it was acquired and what kind of a collection is it?
The collection that was obtained the furthest back is a collection from up in Lucerne Valley, the Silver Creek collection. It was excavated under an antiquities permit up there back in 1972.
Okay, is it still in your collection?
Is it still?
Still in your collection?
Yes, yes.
I'm trying to phrase a question here delicately.
Okay.
I don't want to give you all my nasty background and my horrible stories. I'm trying to respect your profession. When archaeologists do excavation, particularly in the past, it's taken many years for us to overcome our ancestors' contempt for archaeologists. And I won't go any further than that. I think you understand what I'm saying. What I'm learning today is that we have collections in curation facilities. Not that I'm looking, but inadvertently, I'm discovering that every now and then there's an item missing from that curation facility. That concerns me very much. If in fact you guys are scientists, for me, I have a hard time understanding what makes me, one little Indian, a scientific specimen. I don't believe that I am, nor do I believe that my ancestors are. But in all good faith, cultural resource management companies do excavation in preparation for development. That's really what they're about, is paving the road for development. So when they do data recovery, those artifacts go to that company. The agency ends up paying for it into the curation. And there's a catalog. Every item has a number. And then when you find a point that might have some really good antiquity information to it and it's missing from the collection, how do we resolve that? How do we bring that up? Do we ever do an audit to those collections? Should there be a formal investigation? And if so, how does that start? Do we go to the Heritage Commission and ask them to have the Attorney General start an investigation on these curations? The agencies pay thousands of dollars to have that done. And my concern in Southern California particularly, is there's very little land left. But I will say that all of our blood and bones are in the earth of the state of California. And so those artifacts that you folks hold are indicative of our heritage here. So for me, as one little Indian, again, I'm asking this question: has it come to your attention? Has anybody else brought it to anybody's attention?
Well, to my knowledge, I think I can't think of a specific case where there's been a formal investigation into a missing number or something like that. I do know that when whole boxes go missing, that has been looked into in a formal fashion. One of the problems that does exist is that there has never been enough attention, funding, support provided to the curation of archaeological materials, even before NAGPRA, before any of this. That was always sort of the afterthought. The funding agencies they'll provide money for, all kinds of analysis and LiDAR flights and, ground penetrating radar, but they don't want to provide money for storage because they don't see that as being, part of it. This is something that's very different here in the United States than in other countries because people do archaeology everywhere. In Mexico, for example, you're not allowed to do the project unless you have budget to conserve, support, and curate the materials, from that are going to result from that. So it's part of the permitting process, in a lot of these other places. I think for the specific case that you're sort of bringing up here, it would be difficult, especially for collections that are, 50 years out of the ground, because many of those have been moved multiple times. I know just in the time I was, from when I was an undergrad till today, some campuses used to have the collection stored here, and then they moved them to another building when the department got moved, and then they moved them from that room when they got new shelving down here. And so you're moving these things around a lot. And especially before you have digital tracking, on artifacts and really top-notch databases, I think the brick wall you would run into is it would just be missing, and there wouldn't be an adequate paper trail of, who between 1972 and 2022 has handled this box, who's been in this room, and all of that. So it would end up being kind of difficult to investigate. But if there was a significant, chunk of something missing, you certainly could, ask the NAHC to look into it.
Yeah. Thank you for that. One of the things I would like to say is that one of my observations has been that they are trying to improve the process, but it does leave a lot to be desired. You mentioned the word ground penetrating radar. That drives me nuts. I can talk to an archaeologist. You're familiar with forensic dogs that have been trained to find 9,000-year-old inhumations. I'm 100% support on them, and I could give you later on my experience with them. Ground penetrating radar, a smart archaeologist will answer my question on a project. Have you asked for the forensic dogs? No, we're using ground penetrating radar. As you still get to dig, and you're getting paid for that, aren't you? Ground penetrating radar shows an anomaly, but it doesn't tell you what that anomaly is, so they get to dig it. My thing is, if we could get the entire world to accept the dogs that have been trained to find pre-contact human remains, we could probably put the world at peace, because we wouldn't have to dig those people up for development. You could design your project around where the dogs have told you there's a high probability. Now, granted, you wouldn't make as much money, but that's the rub for me as one little Indian. There's entirely too much money, and people live a hell of a lot better than I do who've been digging up our past. So just a seed for thought, okay?
Thank you. I'd like to say that CSUSB has started to be committed to changing how archaeology is done. I'm one of the reasons why I'm here on this campus, and I am part of a practice that's happening in academia where we call indigenous archaeologists, where we allow and collaborate with indigenous people to be part of the research projects. So no longer is excavation and survey the standard. First, it's to collaborate, to listen to the community, to see their wants, their needs, and how archaeology can actually respond and help with learning more about history, if that community wants that. And so in this, in our MA Applied Archaeology program, we're trying to change that, where our MA students are learning how to collaborate first and then do archaeology with, by, and for indigenous communities.
Yeah, I applaud you for that. That's something that I've been working with for a few years. So I'm a bit of an antique here, so I'm not ignorant to this process. It has been really difficult, and thank God Courtney Coyle, my good friend and attorney, has been helpful in making sure that we get Native American monitors on projects. It's still difficult. It's still a problem to some degree. If you don't mind, I'm going to say something here that I might get in deep doo-doo over. You've been using that god-awful word, indigenous, and I'm beginning to take exception to it. I may be the only Indian in the world who will say this to you. My birth certificate says I'm an American Indian. I have been Indian all of my life. I suspect that the word indigenous has come from the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People and making sure that they're recognized in their human rights. I'm still a California Indian. I still like the name. I worry about us changing names. I think when you do that, you're erasing a little bit of our history. I refuse to have my history erased. So just again, another seed for thought. Please think about that. And I don't know that anybody agrees with me. That's my personal feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember, I do. Same thing. And I'm Iviat first. I'm Kuya, and I'm not indigenous. Usually in academia, they use indigeneity. It's everybody from Canada, America, Central America, South America, the world, all good and well. But when you refer to me and my people, Kuya is about as close as you're going to get. But if you really want to get specific, Iviat or Iviat, people who speak Kuya. And then I feel exactly the same way. And I'm not making this up. It's Rupert Costo back in 1968, who was against pan-Indianism. He didn't like that. And say Gerald and I feel the same way about, no, we're Kuya, we're Iviat. So please do so. And it says American Indian on my birth certificate too. So you're not the only Indian. I know there's at least two of us in here that agree with you. And another person, you will get the 6 CDs some way, somehow. I'll get them to you. Like the brand new, redone, high definition. No, these are already done, and my grandfather's also. So I'll give them to you, or Mark will give them to you. Okay, yes, thank you.
I'm good being an indigenous or Indian or Native American. I'm off. The rest of it, I'm good with whatever you want to describe it. The question I have, I think going back to the previous statement, thinking of cultural resources and cultural objects and intellectual property, you're talking about engaging with tribes as you do projects. Are you saying that you're recognizing the tribal ownership of the data that you're collecting now, and what is the thought process of this committee looking as far as the intellectual property of the materials you have here on campus? Or is that part of the survey as well?
So in my training and opinion, yes, anything we do when we do research in archaeology, the data doesn't belong to us or the archaeologists, the researchers. In my opinion, they belong to the community whose history you study. The point of data or information, anything the community wants from that particular research project, will do as long as the community is on board with it. If they don't want anything else done, then there's no point to doing it, because that's not, or doesn't benefit that community. And for me, again, the idea is that when we do archaeology, when I do archaeology, I don't own any of it. And even when I publish it, I ask for consent before I publish anything, as a way to ensure that they're okay with whatever information I'm handing out, that they're okay with that information being public. And if there's something currently, actually, a group that I work with in New Mexico has put a publishing embargo. And so as much as it's kind of hurting my career right now, I can't publish anything except for the dissertation that we had agreed upon originally. And so I'm currently
Are those MOUs that you have with the local tribes that you work with here in the local area to use the data that you have?
So I just got here. Like,
Yeah.
I'm hoping to develop and begin establishing those kinds of similar relationships with local tribes here. In case they're interested in doing a project, I would be, doing a project by, for, and with them.
So I'll just step in to say that, all tribes are different and they're in different places with this particular issue, but my nation has its own IRB process. So when you want to do research nowadays,
on Cherokee people, you need to go through the Cherokee Nation IRB process in order to be accepted to do that research. Institutional Research Board. So every college does have an IRB process. And now tribes a lot of tribes have IRB processes. This is something I would encourage tribes that haven't considered this to develop, because it does protect the tribe. It protects the intellectual property and the knowledge, and it does force researchers, student researchers, professional researchers, faculty to work with the tribe if they're thinking about doing this. And yeah, it's going to stop short some careers, to be fair. And I think that's its intention. But it's also to make sure that the publications are what Danny's talking about in terms of the protocol being within, a mutual agreed upon set of limitations, and also to make sure that the tribe has acquisition to that. So you can Google Cherokee Nation IRB process, and it's fairly straightforward. But I think this is where tribes can borrow really cool best practices from each other. But this would be something I would encourage.
Well, locally, I think, San Manuel, you have a process, right? For culturally sensitive material, that they have to go through a process to release it. And then also internally with my tribe, with my family, with those bird songs that my grandfather had in 1962, one reel is social songs. The other reel is ceremonial death songs that no one's heard since 62. And I went to Ernest Siva, who's my cousin, who's not my cousin. And he said he identified them as culturally sensitive ceremonial burial songs. And so we sat down with my family and thought about, okay, what do we do with them? And we decided to give them the people who are identified as ceremonial people. Kim Marcus is one of the people, so he has a copy of it. Mark McCarroll has a copy of it because my dad taught him our Kuya death song. So he's really, when the death occurs, he's like one of the main people that come and sing. And then a couple other people. Other than that, that it's not going anywhere. And I told my son, whatever, when I leave, whatever you want to do with it, but I strongly encourage you to keep it within the family. If you want to learn them, I would say go ahead, but make sure that you talk to Kim or Ernie or somebody that could guide him and how to use them. Because like when Gerald and I were talking about that with Kim, those songs, even the social songs, if you don't use them right, they're going to hurt you. Out at the Benson Museum in Pitzer College, is it Pomona College? They have a collection of Kuya baskets, hundreds of Kuya baskets. And they just put, I think, 50 on display about a month and a half ago. And when Gerald and I went there and visited them, there was something lacking. I mean, they were just there. It felt sad. And so I took it upon myself and again asked my family, let's donate the CDs to them. And they could play the CDs while the baskets are there. And so that made the aura, the feeling, the emotion a lot more stable. It wasn't as stagnant or scary. When Gerald sang there, it was just great. It was a great happy time. But when I went back and there's this just there and it just didn't feel right. So at least they have those songs that are social songs. And again, with our Kuya bird songs, they're supposed to last 7 days and 7 nights. And now we just have, the 5 CDs of my family, then my grandfather's, and there's other Kuyas that put them on CDs also. So I know you have a CD player. I don't know anybody else who does. So we're trying to figure out how to do that. I think we're going to start putting them on flash drives and say, okay, you bring your flash drive. My son will have the computer, you plug it in, and that'll be whatever the cost is. So I'm not sure how to do it. So that'd be helpful. Oh, TikTok. Oh my God, no. I know. Spotify. Oh, let me introduce something. Should we mention the paintings? Is that okay?
Sure.
Because I brought Gerald in on it, and Brian is the curator at the museum here, or the art director. Anyway, so you want
No, you can do it.
well, correct me when I get something wrong. We have a collection of 52.
There's
See, already wrong. Already wrong.
there was, I'll do it real quick.
There you go.
So
number of years ago, there was a donation made to the university, to both the Dorothy Ramon Learning Center and the college, of initially it was 117 paintings by Charles Lamonck, a fairly well-known artist. And the initial agreement was that these were to be university assets that could be sold or to support the program. 70% of it would go to the Dorothy Ramon Learning Center, and then, or they could be displayed. And so some of these paintings were sold until there was some concern about that. And then they were, that was stopped. And then there was a plan in, I think as recently as 2017 to display them in the art museum here on campus. But that was something folks, were uncomfortable with because the subject matter is rock art, and it's rock art from all over the state of California, the Central Valley, Riverside County, Northern California, Utah, Texas, different places. So there was some concern with that. And so for the last 5 years, they've just been sitting boxed up in storage. And the, long-term, the idea would be is that if these are not things that can be disposed of, by sale or displayed, then maybe they shouldn't be held by the university at all. Maybe they should be given to the respective tribal communities. And the issue will be kind of figuring out a way to do it because they're not covered under legislation. You can't repatriate something that an artist did because it didn't, it's not actual, not actually produced by tribal hands. I don't want to use the word again.
It's gonna be hard to break them from that.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Is tribal okay?
Yeah, tribal.
Okay. And so, but the idea being is that these are replicas, painting replicas of specific sites. They're not just generalized. Here's some rock art-ish looking things. These are actually specific panels from specific archaeological sites, specific sacred places. So the difficulty will be, how do we go about, working through that process? Because it's not actually a photograph, it's not actually the material itself, but it's the imagery, similar to somebody singing somebody else's song, in a sense.
And what was explained to me is some of the paintings are of sacred sites, sacred pictographs, photographs.
Mostly, yeah.
And it's like, they wanted me to look at them going, oh, no, that's something that I'm not privy to, even though it's a painting. I don't want to see it. So we're at that conundrum of what do we do with these paintings? So we'll, I guess, leave you with that thought. If anybody can help us think about what do we do with them, we'd greatly appreciate it. So maybe the ones that aren't sacred, some of you here might want to buy it.
How do we know if you can't look at it, how do we know?
I can't, well, you'd have maybe find out where it's from, but it's Chumash. Then you can find somebody from Chumash that'll go look at it, or from Paiute, and they can look at it too. Yes, ma'am. Oh. Okay.
Let's talk for a moment about sacred, because I believe in this conversation that what Indian people have had to do over the years to survive is protect the things that they held culturally relevant, that the practices that they have done over the years have been so endangered that they too chose to reserve, to hide, to take away things from their own practices that they considered valuable, that they didn't want exposed or exploited. I believe a lot of the things that we identify as sacred are because of that, but yet in our own practical cultures and our own traditions, they were practices, they were rituals, they were things we did to survive, to embellish, to celebrate, to honor. And in reality, they are part of the culture and they're not sacred because they're used, and they're used in context to the culture. But today they're sacred because we have so little that belongs to us. We have so little that we get to keep. We have so little that we inherited that has been protected, that we use sacred in a way that is not necessarily useful to us as Indians, and how we grow, how we change, how we prosper. And I believe that we as Native people have a chance to say that for ourselves, is that we want to keep this to ourselves. We deserve to keep this for ourselves. And the only way you understand it to the outside world is it's sacred. But in reality, we want it to flourish within our own cultures. So we have to figure out a way to help that happen.
Yeah, ours in my tribe's case, we get rid of it because no one believes in it. And again, like I said, that's very sad. The burning of the last big house was really just even just something that no, I would not wish that on anybody. It's like watching your house burn down, but your house is full of religious artifacts or artifacts. And don't get mad at me, but items that are dear and here to your soul. And again, my dad and the other elders at the time were just saying, it needs to be done. It's not, whatever process that it goes through is not going to be helpful. And then that's just something that you talk about change. Well, that's just what we were going through at the time.
I got it.
Like,
Who was?
Mr. Levi, you used the word "get rid of" because nobody believes in it. That's pretty disheartening to hear.
Yeah. Yep.
But what is the influence that nobody believes in it? Where does that come from? Is it Western? Is it Christian? Is it Catholicism? Is it religious change? Is it cultural change? Is it all of that? Where does it come from? And you use that word twice, 3 times already, and it's disheartening. And I don't personally, it makes my heart feel sad.
Good, you got my point. That's
Yeah.
exactly what it was. And again, because we would it was an all-night burn. We were singing bird songs all night, and the elders, to see them sing. I remember growing up, and the bird singers would be 50, 60, 70 of them singing bird, and it just makes you feel good. But at this time, the same amount, but it was really sad. And again, it's just the relationship of the young ones who just were not looking toward who they were and where they came from. And the elders just said, it's just time. There's no real reason to do this, because, my uncle Alvino one time at a big house, I remember him talking about, there's a huge rattlesnake that was perched on the door. And he said that the snake told him, "I'm here because you're not doing what you should be doing." And then he proceeded to explain to my uncle, "This is what you need to do. And if you don't, no one's coming into the big house." And it's like, we need to get in that big house because we need to revitalize who we are. And so he did do that. And all of a sudden the snake was gone. And there's stuff like that I hear from my reservation, and my mom's Navajo, and the tales that they have of the old ones. And plus no one would sit down with the old ones. And like Council Member Carmen, we would just tell him, like, you got to listen to the old ones. That's where it is. And again, but that, who owns what? CSUSB is doing this process also of listening and taping stories. And Professor Long wants my wife to bring in the Hopi stories, the creation stories, and the stories from out at the Hopi. And my mother-in-law says, no, I'm not going to let him do that. just because of, it's, and the Hopis are the most religious, sacred Indian group, a tribe, in the United States. I mean, if you're not Hopi, you can't go to their ceremonies. They will personally escort you off the mesa, and they will deny you entrance if you're not with a Hopi. Luckily, I've been adopted into the tribe, so it's very, very, very sacred individuals. They hold what they do in the kiva very sacred. So and get rid of
So I apologize. I didn't introduce myself. I got scolded by my colleague here. Anya Chugig, Shannon Rivers, Akamir Autumn, Sapai Mashma, Baamjich Vaki, Vaki Dwak. My name is Shannon. I'm Akamir Autumn from Gila River Indian Community. That's nice to meet you. When I when I hear all this talk about what do we do with these things, in the Autumn way, we just say it's not yours, it's ours. So bring it back. We shouldn't have these discussions with the Mirdagan Autumn, with the white people, because they don't understand it. And I want to encourage you to do the same thing. Just bring it back, because your ancestors will know. I remember 25 years ago, there wasn't that many bird singers around. Now you see them all over the place, so that the burning of that big house or the house is sad to me, because I see all these young people. Maybe they don't understand completely what it means to be a Kuya or Kumeyaay or whatever nation they're from, but they'll get it in a few years. And so my children, they don't understand what it truly means to be Autumn, with the Autumn Himadak, with the way of life, but they will get it. It's just, even I don't completely understand it at my age. And I would imagine some of us don't understand what it really truly means to be an Indian, right? But as an Autumn, I agree with you that I am Akamir Autumn. You can call me Indigenous and Native American, American Indian later, but I'm Akamir Autumn first. But I just want to encourage you to take these items. They belong to you, and it's illegal for them to have. That NAGPRA and all these repatriation acts, these things were made for us. The Native American Religious Freedom Act allowed us to conduct these ceremonies, and we should not be hesitant when we ask for these items. These items are ours. Stop asking the anthropologists, to help us prove it. We know that they are ours. We have been in these areas for millennia. So I just want to encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Before we take the next one, let me introduce Gerald Clark, who's a Kuya also. So it's not Cal State San Bernardino, it's going to be Kuya State San Bernardino. So he's also a young elder, according to him. We've been hanging around for about 2 months now, and we're finding out that we kind of think alike, which is scary. But Gerald, I think you make a point real fast, and then we have 2 more questions.
Yeah, I don't know how I got up here, but I got up here. So just have some observations. So yeah, I'm a enrolled citizen of the Kuya Band of Indians. I also am a professor of ethnic studies at University of California at Riverside. So I am in the belly of the beast, so to speak, when it comes to NAGPRA. And I have some experience here, and I'll tell you that since my experience working in repatriation efforts, I hear a lot of talk, and I've heard it today actually, about NAGPRA as a federal law, Cal NAGPRA as a state law, AB 275, and I hear a lot about the legal requirements for returning ancestors or what have you. And I'm the one that's always correcting people. Never mind the legal requirements. This is a human rights issue. This is an ethical issue, a moral issue, and there needs to be buy-in on all parties for this to actually proceed in a respectful, mindful way. And with all due respect to the committee, you don't know what you don't know. And so I appreciate you sending those surveys out to your chairs, your different departments or what have you. But unless there's teeth involved, you don't know what you don't know, what different, even theater, I found. Even a theater department could have things like that. The other thing I found is that there seems to be a lot of impatience on the part of educational institutions as well as cultural institutions when they finally determine, right, working with tribes, you know, where something needs to go, that they don't understand that they have to have patience, that not all tribes have the capacity to simply, you know, to have staff to be able to work on a daily basis with institutions or what have you. And so it requires some patience. The other thing is this: there's not a culture or civilization that's ever existed that thought that they would be overrun by another culture and then have their ancestors dug up. And then a century later, oh, by the way, here you go, right? Nobody predicted that would ever happen. Nobody had rituals or ceremonies or cultural protocols in place to prepare for those repatriations of those ancestors, right? And so I've actually heard from non-native people at these institutions who say, well, I guess they just don't care. And I'm the one in the room that says, wait a minute, you can't say that. It's those institutions that have incapacitated a lot of tribal communities that don't have the capacity to work with them and get those things back. As well as, you know, you got to have time for these tribal communities to figure out what do you do with these ancestors. And we even had an issue on my reservation, didn't involve any outsiders. It was just us who uncovered some things. And there was some conversations within the community, and we had a reburial right there on the res. And even that took time because there was no pre-existing ceremony or ritual on how to do those. And so I encourage all institutions, right, to understand, to try to put themselves in the tribal community's place of, you know, in order for these things to be done right, it requires, you know, a lot of thought and a lot of time. And it's not that we don't care, right? It has to be done right.
Hi, I had a couple comments. One of them comes to archaeology. We have a love-hate relationship with archaeologists. Archaeologists might learn scientific stuff to go along with it. But historically, they go to the native people to get their knowledge. And then the institutions recognize them as the experts and not the natives that they got their information from. Secondly, not all items that qualify under NAGPRA maybe not should go through the tribe, maybe should go through the ceremonial leaders. It's not all. Tribes don't put on ceremony. Ceremonial leaders put on ceremony. And they are not through the tribes. Those of us who carry ceremony don't do it because of the tribe we're in. We do it because that's the calling that we were given and the duty, and not necessarily supported by the tribe. Tribes are businesses. They are not keepers of the language and culture necessarily. There are many ceremonial leaders in California who are not part of a federal recognized tribe. We don't have any state recognized tribes. So it has a loophole. There's something missing in the NAGPRA policies and laws. The items that are held in institutions are alive. They have a spirit. They have a purpose. Songs are owned by individuals. You don't sing someone else's song unless you have permission to sing that song. Burning of a house is very sad. I can't imagine that. We rebuilt the first dance house for the Tolowas in two generations. And the old people put a stop to the ceremonies. They didn't burn the houses. The white people did that. But they said when blood was drawn on the dance floor, it's time they stopped. And then they went underground with their ceremony. You don't know if the person to pick up and carry that ceremony has been born yet. We need to be patient and let that come back, because we do not choose our role. We are given our role upon creation, and it's up to us to listen to that and let the Spirit lead us. So my husband's mentor was 70 when he met him and worked with him many, many, many years before he passed away. And he had to pick up being the ceremonial leader at the age of 17. But one person makes a huge difference in this world. We don't know who might be that ceremonial leader for that house. And maybe it's for them to rebuild the house. And they need to know what work goes into that. For when we did ours, we had to pray. We had to find our answers because we didn't have an example to look at. We just had written words. But for me, the institutions need to give the natives as much credit as they do their scholars, because we are the ones, the keepers of the knowledge. And some of the knowledge that we keep is not for their information and their ears. There is a need to know basis on what the information and knowledge that we have. And not all of it is going to be privy to institutions and white people who want to know. I've been around many, many white people who come on many institutions that have come to us. Sister-in-law of mine one time told the Forest Service they wanted to know what we gather on their lands and how much. She goes, I don't know any of that, but go to my sister-in-law, she'll tell you. And they came and I went, no. What I gather is on a need to know basis. All you need to know is I will gather and it will be on your land. You don't get to know how much I gather, and what I use it for. That's my traditional knowledge that I will share with the people I choose to share it with, who was meant to know that knowledge. So our way of thinking is different than what is established in these laws and these institutions. We are still here. We still practice our traditions. We still carry on. And some of the things that are in these institutions don't belong there. They belong back in ceremony. They need to be living their purpose, and locked away in a cabinet in glass behind plastic is not what they were created for. So maybe what needs to be acknowledged is that the items that you have their own life and purpose, and they need to be acknowledged for that. And they need to go back and live their life, because what they're doing is they're in a prison and they need to be released so they can live their purpose.
Got another question back here. Can we get the one in the room and then?
Hi. In 1970, at the Southwest Museum of Natural History in LA, a group of Indian students at Cal State Northridge took it over, chained themselves in. This is not common history or common, information. They chained themselves in. They got locked out in about 24 hours, unlocked in 24 hours. But my parents were part of that organization, that group, and I was there. I was like 4 years old. And they did it because they found out that the museum had on exhibit a body and a medicine bag that had been opened. I don't remember what community that person was from. And so they went in. They, spent a few months infiltrating and volunteering at the museum and made plans. And they went in, I want to say like 12 or 15 of them went in and locked down. That's what we need to do, because that's what's going to change us. We're following their laws and they're not following their laws. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting, and our people need to come home. Their belongings need to come home. And, that's kind of the only way at this point it's going to happen. I appreciate what you guys are doing, and it's a process. But it's too long, and it takes a lot of time, and you have to be approved and wait for appointments to go in and visit them, just to sing to them. They don't want you to touch them because, they've been poisoned. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff going on, and I'm kind of old school and like old aim. And that's what my elders would say, we're going in. So I am encouraging people to do that because it worked. That was like the first NAGPRA conversation came out of that uprising, and other things were going around, like Alcatraz and, all sorts of stuff, BIA takeover. But it worked. It started the process of us fighting for our rights and for our people in those museums. So that's my first point. The second one is, I don't know, like 20 years ago, I was working with a group called, I think it was Circle of Voices, something like that. And it was several people through California, and we were going into communities, got a grant, went into communities to train communities how to do video interviews of their elders so that they could have them for themselves. And I became part of it because I was asked by a graduate student at UC Berkeley who was a non-native, and they put a call out and said some elders in the desert, I don't remember what tribe, what community it was, but one of their elders was sick and they wanted to document the songs. And I didn't know a whole lot, I was young. So I said, yeah, I'll come, I do video. And we went to the casino, and we went to different communities, and he took us around during the salt songs is what it was called. I don't remember the elder. And it was like 115 degrees, and we're out there doing video, and I said, it's too hot. We need to go in. This elder's, having a hard time. And I got into an altercation with this, again, non-native graduate student. And we went in for the day, and we got home, and he said, so when are you going to come edit this? And I was like, wait a minute. I came down on my own money, did this, you didn't ask me about editing. And if you and I go into an editing booth together in a dark room, only one of us is going to come out alive. And I knew it would be me, and so we had this issue, and I don't know what he did with the work, but then a few years later, I got called to do this Circle of Voices, and we were down here in San Diego someplace, and we had a lot of groups come to get trained how to do interviews. And a group came from this community, and they were saying, why are you here? And they said, well, we're here because somebody came into our community and interviewed our elder, and he was a graduate student in anthropology, and he won't let us access those tapes anymore. They're locked up in Berkeley. And I started crying immediately. I'm like, oh my God, it was me, and got up, and they said, no, it wasn't you. We know what you did, and we know that you took video, and, you weren't part of what was going on. And, but that's why we're here to get trained. So I think, and I know a lot of communities do that. They're training their youth to do that. We have a lot of graduate students. I had a friend who was teaching in Washington, and I was fighting for a sacred site in Santa Barbara, and she sent one of her graduate students to interview me to write a paper on the work that I was doing. So that's something we need to remind our youth to do, whether in the high school or college, to write about these things, contemporary things that are going on, because it's history, but also, to learn from it. So I will say, I understand what you're doing, and I know working with Native communities is really important, but I've been a big advocate of not letting universities record our stories because of that experience. If we're going to do anything that, and when I do videos, I always ask, well, I want somebody from the community to train how to do it, because I may not be here next year. And, one of your youth can do that training. One of the videos, I will teach them how to do it. So I think that's a really important way to do it, is the department or the agency, as part of the MOU, is to train somebody from our community to do that, give them access to the audio recordings and the video, because you guys may be here doing this work, and then you're not here in 10 years, and somebody comes in and says, oh, we're locking that up. How do we protect ourselves from that stuff happening? Because it happens. And even though we have the best intentions, we've learned that somebody else can come in, a new president of the university, a new dean of the department, and change the rules on us, because usually they're not following the rules anyway. So I like that what I've heard you guys talking about, doing best practices and stuff. And I don't think the term creating a culture in the department is appropriate, because culture means something different to us, but creating, ensuring that accountability is set, and that the law is being followed, and that you're setting, beyond setting, because you're setting a great example for other CSUs, but how do we make it laws that people are going to follow? Because even, I've been fighting the National Forest Service for years, and they've got best practices and all these rules, but they don't follow them. So it's come down to lawsuits and appeals and, that kind of stuff. So how do you see yourself really making it? Because it has to go beyond you. If you guys are doing, this incredible work, it is also your responsibility to make sure that it's set in stone and that other people are forced to do it the right way also. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't know if that was a question.
Do you want to react to?
Well, I mean, our idea was to take these changes to the regulatory environment, and rather than seeing them as an obstacle, rather than seeing them as something that we had to comply with and, have our arms twisted into doing, was to view it as an opportunity to really get behind the spirit of what is trying to be done. And in, the idea, the true spirit of collaboration and consultation and genuinely changing the ethos of what it is that we're doing here, rather than something where, we are doing, research and we, ask permission, to do this, which is what it had been for decades prior, is really change it to an idea where we are deploying our skill set, what we bring to the table, and trying to figure out how to put that at the service of the communities that we work with, right? And in doing these different kinds of best practices, because yeah, I mean, I don't want to pat ourselves on the back too much, but because we're not done.
We didn't even know what best practices until NHC said, you guys are doing a good job. It's like, oh, really? We're just doing what we're supposed to be doing. And again, I can't explain to this group that what these two archaeologists have done is just amazing. Danny, we were talking with, I was talking with him for like 4 hours, because you know how NHC meetings will go. They'll introduce and then we're going on a private session for 4 hours. So, we had 4 hours of talk, and just what he explained that what he was doing. And plus one of our students, an Apache student, is an archaeologist and going through that system, and he just loves it. And it makes sense to him. And again, these are the people that are up and coming. These are the people that we try to go back to where we started, and hopefully they'll remember what was taught 4 decades ago. And again, I guess this is a different way to do it, which is surprising, because when I took an archaeology class down at San Diego State University, it was more about, okay, this is what the Indians do. And I'm going, well, not really, but okay. And I didn't question it, because, sometimes Indians, at least when I was growing up, well, most of us is like, we don't really rock the boat. We just went, okay, they don't know what they're talking about. Oh, well. But then as I got into graduate school, is more like, I gotta say something about this. And again, that's that portion. And like you were talking about, my father didn't pick me to sing bird, which I found, I was going, what? Why? Well, number one, you're down at San Diego State, you're never around. And two, there's something else that you're going to do. And I think there's something else. But he chose my son. My son sing birds. And he does a good job with it, which is, I'm going, wow, surprising. He and my father sang when he was 6 years old up at Idlewild, the Idlewild Arts. He sang up there with him. It was really, I guess the best word to say cute, but it was really, it made me feel good that my son would learn those songs at 7, 8 years old. And I'm like, God. And again, he does a really good job. But yeah, that's maybe he's one of the chosen ones. I don't know. And like that's what I was. And with my father, I said, why wasn't I chosen? And he just, no, you got something else, like whatever has you to do. And I think this is part of it. And then again, to make sure that this institution does their part in terms of what we're doing at Cal Negra. We're establishing an American Indian Studies department. And hopefully we'll have 2 California Indian faculty members. So and again, shameless plug, but if you know anybody who's going to get their PhD who's California Indian, let me know, or let Professor Long know, but that's the reassurance that we're getting from President Morales and Dr. Nava and these two. It's like we're going to do the right thing, and I'm going to make sure they do. I guarantee you guys that we will do the right thing here at Kauai State University, separate, But again,
another one of those name change.
I know
things.
how
Do
we
have to go through
change it too. There we go. And change that coyote name too. I mean, we have a coyote out there at statues. His name's Windsong. Where that came from, I have no idea. So we're Cody. We had to change Cody to Coyote too. Fierce Cody the Coyote. Oh yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Am I on?
Is it me? Is it me? I don't want to speak if somebody
Queued
else
up.
is- Oh, okay.
Here, I'll back off.
I defer to you, Mark.
I'm backing off. Go ahead.
One of the things we've been saying for years is that we would like you as archaeologists to implement and help design for everything you do in environmental impact. We want a cultural impact report. We would like to present what we find valuable, the things that build our image of ourselves. And again, this comes right hand in hand with status and identity, because it's different from what the world at large looks at us. You take us apart. We just want to put ourselves back together. And again, we see ourselves not as a basket or as a song or as a artifact. We see ourselves as a complete in total being. We're human beings, and that's what's valuable to us. And we want a cultural impact report to go hand in hand and have as much clout as anything that you do in archaeologically speaking. So, thank you.
Or more, because it's from time immemorial. And it's a very long time. So Councilmember Maccaro.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to touch on actually a couple of things that were brought up. One was about the, I forget the term that Mr. Levi was using, since he's my elder, that where ceremony, the big house was burned and it was put away. And there was a comment that it sounded disheartening to hear it. And it is. I mean, I've heard about this actually from your dad, Robert, of course, and from others in the Kauai community. Our tribes, although we're neighbors and we share a lot between us, our custom was not with a big house; it was with a wampkish, a brush enclosure, which was erected for ceremonies and then taken down. And so, but the end result was the same. And the term that our people use, it was called "put away." And there was a trajectory for this. But the ceremony, the point is that the ceremonies that went along with everything that happened in that sacred enclosure called Wampkish, that all was put away. The ceremonies were ancient. They were based on a dual clan relationship, and there were 3 things really that helped break that down. Well, actually 4 if you count the missions. But things might have survived the missions, but the boarding school experience got a lot of people stopping speaking our language, and then which was absolutely necessary for the speaking and the singing that took place in these ceremonial. Somebody's honking at me. I'm in a parking lot. That to carry out the ceremonies. So when people stopped speaking the language, they stopped understanding the language. They stopped. That was a critical part in being able to carry out the ceremonies safely, because the ceremonies that our people have, the songs, the words, the prayers, they're inherently very powerful. Just like everything that was buried and put into the ground was put into the ground with ceremony, and those things have power. So when they're dug up, there's a power there that most of us don't even understand today. but I'll touch back on that. So when the big house was put away, it was for the safety of individuals in the community and for the community itself. When all our ancient ceremonies were put away, by the way, World War II, a lot of our people went to go fight in World War II, and some of them didn't come back, and many of them were religious leaders and ceremonial officials. And then it happened again with World War II, World War I, and then World War II. And there was just our ceremony structure was in tatters by the end of World War II. So for about 35, 40 years, there was a little bit more that carried on in terms of ceremonial life, but it was regarded as too powerful and too dangerous to not do with all these things that that people didn't understand how to speak and how to sing. That's what I was taught. That's what they said, a lot of the elders. And so for everybody's safety, things were put away. And it is disheartening. It absolutely is. But I think we have to be careful to understand these processes as they've unfolded on each tribe's and each tribe's religion's own terms. It's hard because it's not, and this was also made very clear to me as a singer of our funeral songs, that it's not up to us as an individual now to revive a ceremony that's been put away. In order to do that, you need a ceremonial official to do that. And we don't have ceremonial officials anymore, not in that ancient custom, not in that ancient way. And so it's maybe some tribes have that ability to say, okay, you know what, this was once ours and it's been gone for 50 years and I'm going to revive this. We don't have anything that works like that. And if a person does it, they risk certainly their own safety and their own they do it at their own peril. But first, it's going to be their family and the people they care about the most that will be affected first. And that's our belief. And that's why these things being so powerful, being put away, they couldn't harm the community and their people thereafter. So it's very important to not ascribe your own beliefs on another tribe's beliefs and practices. And so I just wanted to put that word of caution out there. It's important to understand these things on their own terms. Where that played out was when Interstate 15 was being built, and there were things that were dug up that nobody had ever seen before, and there was months of meetings that took place amongst elders. This was in the middle 1970s, and in the end, the admonishment that was given to Caltrans and was to leave these things in situ. Don't dig them up and don't put them in our hands. The people that put these in the ground, put them away. They knew a lot more than we did today about what this was, the ceremony they performed to inter these ceremonially. They knew what they were doing. Today, at least this is our belief, don't give it to us and make us or expect that we're going to rebury it somewhere else. No, you leave that stuff in situ, and that's where it stays. And the power that was part of that ceremony stays in there. And so it's been a very difficult lesson with every generation since to understand, but it's a very powerful understanding once you come to terms with it. Other tribes have different beliefs and they believe things should be dug up and maybe they have a spot for reburial. And, that's the way they do things within their tribes and their religions. So having a homogeneous approach to solving these kinds of things is also going to be a difficult thing if there's an expectation that it's homogeneous. The last thing I want to say is that the dangers of archaeology can reach an absurd end in conclusion. When we were fighting to save our sacred mountain, Poesca Mountain, the construction company brought in an expert witness from the anthropology archaeology world to kind of refute our assertions of the sacredness of that mountain. Of course, our information has come from oral traditions because it came from songs, our own songs. And the person they brought in, Lynn Sebastian was her name, is her name. I think she's still alive. She had an academic background from being a faculty member somewhere in New Mexico. And of course, had never studied our tribes, but the granite construction and the mining company, they held her up as the expert in front of the decision makers, and she basically deconstructed our worldview, our cosmology in front of county board of supervisors, and tried to tell them, look, the tribe doesn't know what they're talking about. Listen to me. I'm the expert in the field, and it's not as sacred as what they're saying. And like I said, this was absurd. It was appalling, and really hard to swallow. So there are practitioners living now in archaeology, in anthropology, that are willing to do this to a tribe and say the tribe has no idea what they're talking about. And we ran up in that against that. And this was in 2012, 10 years ago. So she went on to be part of the advisory council on with the Interior Department and National Parks. So we've got those things. We have to be on guard, but there's something wrong in that academic field of study where these individuals are allowed to come forward like that and undermine a tribe like that. Anyway, thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other thoughts or reflections before we allow our panelists to step down?
I have one last word from me to sound a little bit on an upbeat. I'm an educator by trade, 40 years of teaching history. In the last 5 months, my AP class was, took the test. They had 5 months, 5 weeks. I wish 5 months, 5 weeks. And I included a Native American history unit that I designed myself. And again, what Gerald's been talking about this whole week, what we've been talking about this whole week is that, his students at UCR get mad. And so did my students at the end of the 5. Where was this, in the regular history class, and, we have standards that we have to meet, and really there's basically no time, to be honest. But now with AB 1703, with the Assemblyman Ramos put through, is the state of California is really emphasizing more California Indian history. And again, what my wife and I are writing curriculum, the audacities, the genocide, the horrors of that history. My wife is finding it hard to turn into a pre-K to 6th grade curriculum. But I think she's doing a pretty good job of what we've done so far. And we're out of Cal State Northridge with Liberated Ethnic Studies. And again, with the new format of ethnic studies in high school, where you have to pass the class to graduate now. We're finding that 2% of the California teachers are identified as American Indian or California Indian. So we're going to have non-Indian teaching who we are and what we are in terms of the history of who we are in California. So we're trying to fix that. We're trying to fix it. And then also basically education is the answer for me. I mean, if we had one teacher in one school, American Indian teacher in one school, the bullying probably would not have happened, wouldn't happen, or a counselor. Because when I go around and ask high school students who have been bullied, what if there was an American Indian teacher? Do you think this would have happened? Every one of them said no. And so again, there's a need. So again, I'm asking you, if you have siblings, cousins who are coming up and need some place to go in terms of a journey, I would really like you to try to get them into teaching, because there's a need. I'm finding out that there's going to be a drop off of teachers in the state of California. So again, it's going to be a wide open field. And for me, that's the answer, to educate non-Indians about who we are, where we are, and we're still here. That's what I mentioned earlier. So again, that's my answer to this whole thing. And again, being on the subcommittee, if anybody has any issues or concerns, or maybe the answer, please feel free to contact Loretta or Christina.
Or maybe
and if you want, I
get-
have my card too. So if you want, you can get my card after this. Gerald, go ahead.
Or maybe we can get a teacher credentialing program specific to Indian people.
We're trying that here too. We're getting there. Hopefully. So we got Claremont Graduate University has a fifth and sixth year program where they have cohorts of 10 students who are Native American that at the end of the sixth year, the 2-year program, they'll get their master's in education and a teaching credential. And the only little catch is that the 2 years that you have at CGU, wherever you go in terms of a Native American community or high school, you're there for 2 years. And that's the only real catch. And we're trying to work that out so we can go into Bell Gardens, which has a predominantly American Indian population, have them start teaching there, or Sherman Indian High School, because they're in need of teachers. And you know, that's what we're trying to start here. So hopefully that will happen. But right now, Claremont Graduate University has a really good program, but we're trying to get that here. So again, thank you guys for listening to us.
Yes,
Thank you.
And I did want to
Oh,
remind folks that we do have that statement of accountability and letter printed out. It's at the sign-in table. So if you want to take a look at that, that is available. And
Really quick, good, Daniel.
Yeah, it looks
Good.
like we have a comment in the back of the room, and then we will give folks a couple minutes to stretch their legs, and then we'll start our next panel.
Okay, just a quick question. I love my school. I love Cal State San Bernardino. I mean, you know, Yotes. So I've learned a lot here. I mean, the instructors in SBS and history department are great. Actually, any other department courses I've taken have been great. But one thing that they really stress on us when we're writing our reports and doing our research is to get rid of the passive talk. I spend more time these days taking words out of my research than I do trying to add in to meet quotas. And it's great. You're right. Don't leave open-ended questions. Don't open yourself up for interpretation. Be confident with what you say. Be direct. There was just a comment I heard a little while ago that caught my attention. Cal State San Bernardino has begun to commit. Can we get them to commit? Thank you.
I hope so, as I wouldn't be here. So I'm going to say yes.
So we're going to hold you to it, and we'll see you on the next virtual convening as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be, if not here, I'll be someplace else doing crazy things too. But again, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you showing up here, and hopefully tomorrow, so you can see my surprise at Sherman Indian High School. So here we take a break.
Thank you all. And we'll take about 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It'll probably turn into 10 minutes, but we'll say 2 minutes, and then we'll start our next panel on Indian child welfare. Everyone could start wandering back, please. We're going to have our next panel. My colleague is Without further ado, we're going to introduce our second panel for today. And this is it's a panel with community discussion on Indian child welfare, an overview, updates, and cross-generational trauma. So we also have a presentation that they'll be going through. And we have Kimberly Clough, who's the legal director for California Tribal Families Coalition, Michelle Castaigne, who's the co-executive director for the California Tribal Families Coalition. We have, I don't think I have you on here, but we have Micah Urendi, who is the director of the San Manuel Tribal Legal Development Clinic at UCLA Law. I can't believe I remembered all of that. And we have virtually joining us is Dr. Renda Dion Madrigal, who's the owner and clinical director of Mindful Practice Incorporated. So I will hand it off to all of you. You should all have mics with you, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Buju and Dowan Daswanak, Michelle Castaigne, Indijnakas, Bawating, and Donjaba. So hello, relatives. My name is Michelle. I'm Anishinaabe, enrolled in the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians. And so my people are from, and I was born and raised in northern Michigan, but I now live in Shoshone Paiute lands and serve as the co-executive director of the California Tribal Families Coalition, which we will endearingly call CTFC throughout our talk today. This is a new role. I just stepped into it on Tuesday. And before that, I was a staff attorney at CTFC. My other co-executive director is a really wonderful human named Blair Cruiser from the Hoopa Valley tribe up north. And so just very honored to be stepping into this role this week and get to share more about the work that we do at CTFC with you all today. It's a heavy topic, and so I just want to acknowledge that we all are attorneys up here actually right now. And so our lens on this is going to be to give the overview of the legal and policy pieces of the Indian Child Welfare Act and tribal child welfare. But it's a very personal issue, I'm sure, and we talk to a lot of different audiences, a lot of non-native audiences. Honestly, we do a lot of training, which we'll talk more about. But I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you all for being here and listening, because I know ICWA can be a very personal topic for many of us. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Kimberly, our legal director, to introduce herself. Miigwech.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Clough. My family comes from Eastern Canada. I am non-native. Right now I live in Chumash country in a small town that's now called Ojai, California. I have the honor of serving as the legal director at California Tribal Families Coalition. I came into this work about 30 years ago. I went to law school to practice Indian law and have continued to be practicing in Indian law. I was at California Indian Legal Services and then in private practice doing Indian law. And just before joining CTHC, I had the honor of serving as in-house general counsel to the Morongo Band of Mission Indians. During COVID, decided it seemed like a good time to go back to school. So recently graduated from the Berkeley School of Public Policy and was very, very aware in that conversation about some of the issues that were talked about earlier this evening. Berkeley being, in my opinion, one of the worst of the UCs with regard to NAGPRA and repatriation. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Micah to introduce herself.
Yat Micah Yorandi Yinxia, Luke Atana Enishla, Tohana Bashichin. My name is Micah Yorandi. I am a member of the Navajo Nation. As Christina so gracefully introduced me with, I am the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians Director of the Tribal Legal Development Clinic at UCLA School of Law. And very new to this role. And I got pulled up into this wonderful panel because I used to work with these lovely ladies at California Tribal Families Coalition. As Michelle has stated, we are all attorneys, so we're very grateful to have Dr. Madrigal to provide a different perspective of the importance of the Indian Child Welfare Act. But just by way of further introduction in my background, I have done quite a bit of work with the Indian Child Welfare Act, child welfare generally. Initially, it got started when I worked on the Navajo Nation on my own tribal lands, where I was doing domestic violence work. And I saw a lot of times how children were getting removed because of misunderstandings or just misunderstandings of family relations. And from there, I ended up working on the Gila River Indian Reservation, where I was a deputy prosecutor handling the children in need of care cases, as well as doing some juvenile dependency work. After that, I went over to Salt River, where I was a guardian ad litem. They have a very robust program where they handle all of the cases in their own tribal courts, and I was representing children in these cases. Then I moved over to California or Children's Legal Services of San Diego, where I got a great deal of understanding of California dependency law. That was very helpful in the next two jobs that I held at California Indian Legal Services as a staff attorney, and then with California Tribal Families Coalition, where I did primarily ICWA work. So very excited to be here, very excited to listen in, and these two are very great experts in this area, and I think we pass it over to Dr. Madrigal.
Oh,
Bonjour, Inuit, Indinawe Mainganag, Nino Dizigat, Renda Dion Madrigal, Indishnakas, Ashwewin, Indigo Chippewa, Wabazashi and Dodam, Nifkwadesi, Waju, Indunjabat, Nekula Inda. Hello, really happy to be here today. And I am Turtle Mountain Chippewa. I married into the Cahuilla tribe and live in Temecula, but I'm currently back east in Boston. I've worked quite a bit in Indian child welfare, did a lot of work around family strengthening programs within the local California tribal Indian community, and also with Riverside San Bernardino County Indian Health. And was a consultant with Riverside University Health Systems, and I'm happy to be here today to talk about some of the issues and some of the work. Thank you.
Miigwech, Dr. Madrigal, we're excited to be partnering. So I think what we'll do then is, from our perspective at CTHC, we'll share a little bit about the work that we do and how we do it. And we'll talk about the Indian Child Welfare Act and how it's very much under threat right now. And then we'll turn it over to Dr. Madrigal to share more about the history and why we're here today and what led us here today. So Loretta, should I just ask for the next slide? Okay, next slide then, please. Thank you. So CTHC was started in 2017 by tribal leaders. We are still entirely tribal leader led. And we were really created by tribal leaders and advocates at that time because, as we know is still pretty true today, the Indian Child Welfare Act should be working for our families, and it's not. And tribal leaders saw that and went to the state of California and said, you're not getting it right. We're not We're not seeing compliance across the state in the same way that we should be. And so we're going to do something about it. And so they gathered stories and data from tribal communities all around the state and put it together in this report called the 2017 ICWA Compliance Task Force Report. And they handed that over to the state of California and they said, look, here's the stories, here's the data. We know it's not working like it should be, even though this law is 40 years old. ICWA was passed in 1978. And so at this time it was a little over 40 years old. And these tribal leaders said, we put it all here for you, and we made you 20 recommendations of how you could be doing better. And then with the amazing foresight that we know tribal leaders and advocates have had for a long time, they said, but we know you're not going to likely carry out those recommendations unless we have a tribal organization holding you accountable to do that. And so then CTHC was created, and that's what we do. We've started the work on all 20 of those recommendations so far, but there's still a lot of work left to do, and that's really what we'll talk about today. Next slide, please. So at CTHC, the way that we do our work is really in what we call 3 baskets. And so we work in a policy basket, a training basket, and a legal basket to protect and uphold the Indian Child Welfare Act and to improve tribal child welfare systems, because we know that when our own tribal communities and our own tribal governments can take care of our people, we're going to have better outcomes for tribal children and families. And that's really at the heart work of the organization, to promote and protect the health, safety, and welfare of our tribal children and families here in the state. So in the policy basket, we work at the county, state, and federal levels to improve and strengthen legislation and guidance that's coming out from these agencies about how ICWA should be working. And then we also focus a lot of resources and time with our member tribes in building up tribal child welfare systems and justice systems. So that's our policy basket of work. We then take the changes that we made in the policy basket and we train to it. And so in our training basket, we go around the state, and we do this at the federal level as well. We do a lot of training to non-native audiences, as I said before, about how they could be doing better to comply with ICWA. So we change the policy, we train to it, and if folks still aren't complying, which we know they aren't in a lot of cases, then we hit them with our legal basket. And so in our legal basket, we come at the work in 2 ways. We do impact litigation. And so when folks aren't getting it right, we'll come in and sue them. And then we also represent tribes in state ICWA cases. And so we'll talk about a little bit what that looks like more. Next slide, please. So I'm sure many of you, I saw a lot of heads nodding earlier, know about ICWA, know the history of it. We know why it was needed, and Dr. Madrigal is going to get more into that. But really where we're at right now is that it's still needed. And there's a lot of folks right now questioning whether it's still needed. When the act was passed in 1978, we know that our children were wildly overrepresented in the child welfare system. To put some numbers to it, at the time in California, our children were overrepresented 16 times that of white children. We have done a little bit better, quite a bit better, but we're still not there yet, because we know even today, our kids are still overrepresented 4 times the amount of white children in California. And so there's still just a lot of compliance issues, and that's really what CTHC is working to correct. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'll hand it over to Kimberly to talk more about that history.
Thanks, Michelle. Oh, there we go. Okay. So as Michelle said, I'm sure that many people in the room are familiar with the Indian Child Welfare Act. However, it's really, really important that we always start with a grounding in how we got here to this federal statute. This is going to be very, very short, but kind of the 2 most key phases of California law and policy. The first one is the Indian Adoption Project. And this was federal policy supported by many non-governmental agencies that made it the policy of the United States to have Native children adopted into white families. This was not just an idea. This was not just an errant group, say, from the Catholic Church. This was the policy of the United States. Underpinning this theory or this policy was the idea that is ever present, continues today in the work that we do, that Native families are inherently unable to effectively parent their children. We need to be aware that that mindset is not a historical mindset, but that continues today. The Indian Adoption Project was incredibly successful Hundreds and hundreds of Native children were removed from their families and placed in non-Native homes to be raised there under a worldview of white superiority. And it was interesting listening earlier, one of the elders made the comment that, you know, the person who might be the next leader or bird singer here in California, you know, you don't know what child that is. That child may be an infant today. And if that child was one of the children removed through the Indian Adoption Project, how would we know? We would never know. But that child, then adult, is missing from the community. And the stories and the narratives of people that were adopted through the Indian Adoption Project are intense and heartbreaking and so important that we hold on to because they do underpin the policy as we move forward. Next slide, please. We also know of the boarding school project, right? The boarding school project and kind of how we got to the Indian Adoption Project. The boarding school project was, again, federal policy, also spurred on oftentimes by organized religion. And this was a policy that removed thousands and thousands of Native children across the country from their homes and placed them in what are called boarding schools. And I use that term because that's the official term, but make no mistake, these were not places where children were brought to learn, other than to learn how to be disenfranchised from their culture and their families. These were not schools. They were often enslavement. So the boys were farmed out to ranches. The girls were made to be domestics. Tremendous abuse took place. And I recently heard a statistic, well, not a statistic, a data point, which I find striking. As the effort to find the burials, the previously unknown burials of Native children at the schools continue to emerge, more of that information has been revealed in my family's country of Canada. The data tells us that the mortality rate for children at the boarding school systems in Canada and the United States was greater than the mortality of children in Auschwitz. So to call these schools schools is really such a misnomer. They really should be called concentration camps. Next, thank you. So I'm just going to do a little bit of the basics of the statute. So as Michelle said, the statute was passed in 1978. As a result of tribal leaders going to Washington and saying, we are losing our children, we are losing the next generation, we are losing our bird singers, we are losing the people who will come after us and continue on our existence. And they were incredibly effective in going to Congress and articulating that problem. Congress did what it is able to do. Congress has one tool. It can make laws. So it passed the Indian Child Welfare Act, which has a couple of particular components. So for example, those tribal leaders said, non-Native social workers come to our community, they take our children, we don't know. We don't know that our children have been taken. Congress said, okay, we'll make a law that says they have to give you notice. When they take our children, they take them far away and put them in non-Native homes when they have family here. Congress said, okay, we'll create a thing called placement preferences. So you can see up on that slide, and I realize it's difficult to see, but there is a series of kind of imagine the question or the statement from that tribal leader and the response from Congress. Those are the bricks that make up the Indian Child Welfare Act. We call them the minimum federal standards. And those are the minimum federal standards that we as lawyers, when we go into state court, that's what we are fighting for. Keep in mind that word minimum. These are the base minimum federal standards for the treatment of Native children when they are in the dependency system, the foster care system, when there's allegations of abuse or neglect. So those are the pieces that we fight so hard for compliance. I point that out because, as Michelle mentioned, there's an attack on ICWA. And when we get to that, I'll explain kind of where we are with those minimum federal standards and the attack in the Supreme Court. Next slide, please. So really basic overview of ICWA, right? It's this federal statute. And at its core, what it's intended to do is provide tribal rights in the cases where the tribe's children are taken into the child welfare system. That is at its core. So for example, when those tribal leaders went to Congress and they said, hey, you take our children and we don't know, we'll give you notice. You take our children, you put them far away, we have the placement preferences. Another element is you take our children and we don't have a voice in court. And so Congress said, we will provide intervention. We will allow tribes to be like a third parent, walking into court and being there for their children. So the fact that tribes suddenly had rights within that court system that was probably one of the most monumental steps in policy in child welfare in the century, quite honestly. I mean, the Indian Child Welfare Act, for all of its flaws, is probably one of the most monumental pieces of civil rights legislation affecting Indian country in the last century. So ICWA also protects the interests of Indian children as Indian children. It's the first law that also identifies that Indian children have different needs. And I heard earlier someone talking to the effect of that the culture and the tradition, these are not things that are just taught, right? They are experienced. And so that's where keeping children home is essential, because the alternate kind of construct is, well, look, you have a non-native family adopt a native child, but, and I've heard this over my 30 years so many times, we'll take them to the powwow, so it'll be great, right? And that is so contrary to reality, but that is the alternate reality that the child welfare system has built to imagine that non-native people can raise native children to be healthy and robust and part of their community. It's just a fallacy in every way, shape, or form. Next slide, please. And so ICWA is what we call a remedial statute. What that means is when Congress passed it, the intention was that they were fixing a historic problem. Remedial meaning to fix, to remediate. Congress identified the problem. They said, this is the law we will pass to fix it. And so now tribes, you should be happy. We have now fixed the problem. Clearly, that has not happened. ICWA is obviously an imperfect tool, an essential tool and a good tool. And we have seen progress, as Michelle mentioned, from the essentially complete disarray of Native children being removed to fewer Native children being removed, but fewer is not good enough. But it is a remedial statute intended to fix a past problem. It is under attack at the Supreme Court exactly for its the fact that it is a remedial statute and provides tribal rights. Next slide. Micah?
So the reason why we still need ICWA is, as both Kimberly and Michelle have highlighted, there are still staggering statistics that relate to the high rates of Indian children being removed from their families and their communities. And one of the bigger reasons is that, you know, ICWA isn't designed for tribal communities to enact. ICWA doesn't really apply for tribes to say like, okay, this is how we handle the care of our children. It is a mandate for states. And what we're often seeing and often hearing about is that states are failing to apply these federal minimum standards. As Kimberly will address, some of the arguments that states have for not applying ICWA is the federal government shouldn't be telling us what to do. Other times it's an issue with funding. We can't pay for this. You're requiring us to do too much. And at the bare minimum, what we're constantly seeing in states across the United States is that there's still a huge failing to our Indian children. One of the things that we wanted to highlight here is just how California is also failing our Indian children. We are still seeing high rates of removal of Indian children in different counties. This here highlights the different disproportionate rates of removal. In Humboldt County, we're seeing 38% of the population in foster care are Native children, are Indian children, despite the fact that in Humboldt County, Native people don't even meet 10% of the population. So just really, really outrageous numbers. Inyo County, another area where there's high rates of disproportionality, 36% of the children in foster care are Indian children. And what's really staggering and what's really disappointing in all of this is that these are just the reported cases of children in foster care. There are these weird statistics that come through the way California reports numbers. And if a child is reported as having a mixed identity with being Hispanic, sometimes they are not being documented as an Indian child. There's efforts by the state of California to ensure that we are getting accurate data as to which children are Indian children, But for the time being, we're still getting inaccurate data, and we're still seeing these high numbers of Indian children in foster care.
And I think Kimberly is going to jump to talk about the threat, but before we get into the Brackeen case, I just want to plant the seed because I was reflecting on it on my way here of what's really at the heart of this case and what's really under threat. I mean, we can share the specific provisions and the numbers and all of that, but I think when I was trying to pull back and really think about what's that threat with ICWA, it's that our laws generally in the US impose a non-native viewpoint of advancing individual interests. And that wasn't necessarily our people's way of thinking before these laws started being imposed on us. What ICWA allows our communities to do is reintroduce the lens of thinking as a community and protecting our kids as a community rather than just in an individual way. And so if we lose ICWA, we lose, as a specific provision, tribes being able to be in the courtroom and honestly, resources that tribes can have to get involved in those cases. So we're losing that community lens to the work. And I just want to plant that seed. I'm sure we're all thinking about that and that's front of mind, but to pull back from the numbers and the specific provisions that are under threat, without ICWA, we lose the ability within the current United States and the current California laws that are imposed on us to help our families and serve our children in a communal way.
I just want to build on what Michelle just said, which is losing this statute means losing a major piece of federal legislation that allows the tribes to have that lens within cases and also to be actively involved and in fact bring that case into the tribal community. The Indian Child Welfare Act has a provision that allows tribes to transfer a case in whole from state court into tribal court. That is very unique. There is no other federal statute that provides for tribes to take whole jurisdiction back to themselves to adjudicate something. Now there's bits and pieces, but this is very unique. And so to lose that as a place that we look to support other areas of tribal strength and jurisdiction, we look to the Indian Child Welfare Act and say, there's a place where tribes are able to take over. And at the core, right, you go all the way back to the core, it is because tribes are better at taking care of their children than the system. And recently I've been positing to when we do training for social workers, to state people who have a degree, a master's in social work, and to posit to them one piece in order to walk into this work and really do it with authenticity as a non-native person who's got a master's degree, maybe from a UC school or a state university, is to say all of the education I have, all of the work that I've done still means that I am inferior in terms of the system than the tribal system. And that sometimes takes people a little while to really embrace. So the Indian Child Welfare Act as a statute is under attack. Now I want to start very clearly. You might have heard the title Brackeen v. Haaland or Texas v. Haaland or whatever the terminology, because the case has made its way through the system, through the court system over time. As much as this is a facial constitutional attack on the Indian Child Welfare Act, writ large, this has nothing to do with child welfare. This case is about attacking tribal sovereignty and tribal nationhood and citizenship. The side that has, I sometimes call it the dark side, I'm not going to do that. The other side looks to places where they can engage in litigation in order to what I call low-hanging fruit, get to the low-hanging fruit, create legal precedent, take that legal precedent, and then go to other areas of Indian law to attack. So a loss on Brackeen can be then exported over to an attack, for example, on Indian health or tribal lands or NAGPRA. So it's not truly, the other side is not truly that interested. They will say that in tribal children as they are in tribal sovereignty and nationhood. Next slide. Oh, by the way, I just want to point out the photo that's there is Michelle and our other co-executive director in front of the Supreme Court. That is on the morning of oral argument. And I just want to note, it was a really powerful kind of moment in front of the Supreme Court. A lot of people there. And it was just an incredible sense of community with tribal people from all over the country. I had the opportunity to be in the courtroom and listen to oral argument in person. This is just last week. It's been a whirlwind. And it was very somber and very difficult. But I will say without any hesitation that the attorney that was representing the 4 intervening tribes did an amazing job. I say we because I work for the Morongo Band of Mission Indians, but the universe of tribes was well represented. I was more optimistic walking out than I was walking in, which I did not anticipate. So next slide, please. Okay, so just very briefly how this case got going. You know, we would think maybe it was just by chance that there was this family that was adopting a Native child. Child had connections both to Navajo Nation and to Cherokee Nation, and then joined by some other non-Native families who were also adopting Native children. And they had difficulty in that adoption because ICWA came to play. And so they were dissatisfied with that. And then they were connected with the Goldwater Institute, which is a very right-wing organization out of Arizona, founded by Barry Goldwater, who, by the way, they seem to have forgotten at the Goldwater Institute, voted in favor of the Indian Child Welfare Act when it was passed. And they joined forces with a very large multinational law firm that happens by chance to represent large gaming interests and also large oil interests. And they brought that case to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal. They I think deliberately chose Texas as a place where the judges would be more amenable to their case. And what they said in Texas and then at the federal court is the Indian Child Welfare Act violates the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution and also violates the Anti-Commandeering Clause of the Constitution. Within the realm of constitutionality, the Indian Child Welfare Act should be stricken in its entirety. Obviously, from the tribal side, the arguments are that Native nations are sovereign nations. This is not a matter of race. Being a enrolled member of a tribe is not a matter of race. It's a matter of citizenship in a sovereign nation. And as to anti-commandeering, lots of legal arguments that I will spare you this evening. We ended up at the Supreme Court of the United States. On one side is the United States. So the office of Deborah Haaland, Secretary of the Interior, that's where the Haaland comes from. When you look at the V's, the other side, the Brackeens, that is that family that was trying to adopt a Native child. And important to note, the adoption of those Native children that prompted those families to come to court, those are all done. Those cases are done. There's no child that will change their placement or move or be ripped away from the only family they've ever known. All of that all is completed. So unlike the case that some of you may remember from about 10 years ago, called the baby girl case, where there was news footage of a little girl being taken from her Cherokee father to be returned to the white family that originally had custody of her, that will not happen in this case. The underlying cases are all resolved. You might say to yourself, well, then what's going on? Why is the case continuing if the adoptions are already completed? It's a good question. Next slide. So this case started 3 years ago, and it's made its way through. You can see there up on the slide if you're interested in some of the dates and kind of the process. And it was in February of this year that the court granted the review of the case, and oral argument was heard last Wednesday. We anticipate a decision no later than June 30th, probably in June, but it could be sooner. And of course, what we're looking for is to have a majority of the justices find that ICWA is constitutional on all grounds. Next slide. So I mentioned this, the first argument and the most dangerous argument is equal protection. This idea that tribal nationhood is race-based, that tribal citizenship is race-based, very dangerous because it is, again, that is what the other parties are really looking to do to undermine those legal constructs. At oral argument, some of the justices were very clear. They understood that if this case successfully knocks down the Indian Child Welfare Act, you are looking at undoing all of federal Indian law. 200 years of jurisprudence could be theoretically wiped away. And there were justices who asked many, many questions about that because it was of great, great concern to them. Next slide. And then the second is that commandeering argument that has to do with when the federal government can tell states what to do. It's just about commanding states. And the state of Texas thinks that ICWA commands them to do things they shouldn't have to do. And we argued, in fact, the exact opposite. And in part, some of where this gets to is because of the past practices of the United States to Indian communities and people, that the federal government must, under the trust responsibility, take this role and make sure that states don't continue those dangerous practices. But the state of Texas does not believe that. Next slide. Oh, and just wanted to include this for those who are following the case. We get a lot of folks who ask, what can I do? Or, what's next? So just wanted to point out that amicus briefs, friend of the court briefs, were filed on behalf of Indian country in support of the Indian Child Welfare Act. And you can see up there on the slide a list of who all came forward to support upholding the Indian Child Welfare Act. I would like to note that 109 of 109 tribes in California supported the Indian Child Welfare Act by signing on to an amicus brief. So to those tribal leaders in the room, or to folks who are listening, who have just want to say that was very powerful. It is very powerful to say every single tribe in California stands with the Indian Child Welfare Act. 497 tribes across the country, and when you include the party tribes, over 500 tribal nations stood to say that the Indian Child Welfare Act should remain. Not one tribal nation has done anything different over the course of the entire case, over 3 years. So very powerful, unified voice on this case. But then in addition, some of the things that I think are really important is the non-native support. Non-native groups, many non-native groups, professional associations, the American Academy of Pediatrics came forward to say that ICWA is not just good for children's mental health and emotional health, it's good for their physical health. That physical health is improved by connectivity to culture and family. So those who stood with the tribes to support the Indian Child Welfare Act. So, next slide. Okay, I'm gonna.
And I would just, a couple of thoughts that came to mind, Kimberly, as you were wrapping up about the case, is that so much of ICWA is geared at federally recognized tribes. And as we have been thinking about next steps after the case and thinking about possible solutions, should we lose parts of ICWA or lose ICWA in its entirety? I think I have been encouraged in the past few weeks of discussions and brainstorming and just all the brilliant minds that are on it and trying to find solutions of what could happen in child welfare. Because I think in child welfare, there's really an interest in a lot of areas from non-native child welfare organizations and tribes, of course, to continue the spirit of ICWA. And we have an opportunity, no matter how the case goes, to really reimagine and improve ICWA's provisions and make sure that our relatives who aren't in federally recognized tribes also have some protections. And here in California, we're out in front of many states, maybe even all states, in that we have protections built in for unrecognized tribes in child welfare cases to some extent. So in child welfare, I'm been encouraged by discussions and solutions that are being generated. I think the case is really threatening to, as Kimberly said, tribal sovereignty and some of our other tribal enterprises and functions of our tribal governments outside of child welfare. ICWA really put in best practices and what is considered common standard practice in child welfare in a lot of ways, making sure that kids go to relatives, making sure that they stay as close to home and as close to their culture as they can. So in the child welfare realm, I've been encouraged that no matter how the case goes, there's a lot of opportunity there to continue strengthening and improving and protecting our kids. I think the case is really threatening to issues outside of child welfare, and maybe we'll get to that in the discussion.
And I just wanted to add, we would be remiss to not thank Governor Gavin Newsom for his support. It has been unyielding. And also Attorney General Bonta. California Attorney General Bonta led the amicus efforts amongst the states. 24 states signed on to support the Indian Child Welfare Act. Some of those were Republican attorneys general, some were Democratic attorneys general. So the support from the kind of systems of government that very easily could kind of throw their hat in with, boy, our lives would be easier if we didn't have this statute or whatever it may be. They have not. They have been tremendously, tremendously supportive. And that is, I think, a strong message at the Supreme Court that tribes, but also non-tribal elected leaders are very behind tribes in this. So just want to acknowledge that that is huge. 87 members of Congress signed on to support ICWA, both Republican and Democratic as well. So there was a very just a strong coalition across the country in support of this law. And speaking from as a thank you to from the tribal leaders that we just spent a lot of time with in Washington, D.C., they echoed that gratitude. And I was with the tribal leaders at Morongo just this morning, and I had told them that we would be here talking, and they specifically asked me to thank all the tribal people across California for the support. And the parting words from the chairman was, none of the support of ICWA happens alone. It is a community effort. So thank you.
Thank you all. And do we have any questions at this time? Okay, we have a couple. So we'll do those before we get to the next presentation. Back here.
I just wonder what you think with the new political shift. The opportunities are they, and what you feel the gist of this will be. And if you do by any chance get threatened, do you have to go back and reinvent the wheel?
Are you talking about the bigger politics or the Supreme Court specifically?
I'm not quite sure because I'm not quite sure how it goes down the pipe.
So all the questions.
Okay. So that's a terrific question, and we've been wrestling with it ourselves. So I'm going to just reframe the question as we have just seen a pretty big shift in Congress just recently, and we of course see shifts on the Supreme Court on occasion. And so what does that mean for kind of moving forward? So I will say that knowing that ICWA is under attack, tribes have come together and are moving a piece of legislation to fix some of the issues that make ICWA legally vulnerable. So from a political perspective, there's action at Congress. The shift of Congress from this most recent election likely throws a wrench in some of those efforts, but not entirely. For example, you have tribal leaders, or you have tribal people that are in Congress, right? You have Tom Cole and various others who continue to do their work, whether they're Republican or Democratic. So probably not a huge shift. Don't anticipate any shifts on the Supreme Court, although the more recent shifts on the Supreme Court certainly don't bode well for Indian country, and we know that. So we just got a horrific decision in the Castro Huerta case, although we can look back not too far and see the McGirt case, which was very supportive of tribal rights. So it's hard to read sometimes. However, as Michelle noted, even as we wait for the decision to come down, tribes, tribal leaders, and we have the opportunity to work on some of these things. We're continuing to do the work, right? We continue to do the work at the state level. For example, when the legislative session comes around this time, we will be doing work to do everything we can to empower tribes. So let's imagine ICWA is gone. Tribes aren't going to stop protecting their children. So what do we do policy-wise to strengthen the tribal role in tribal child welfare, even in the absence of a law that supports that? It's hard, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. And so then state politics become important to make sure that we have champions. And gosh, I mean, we're right here where we have, Assemblymember Ramos, who's been a fantastic supporter. He has carried all the bills that we did in the last session and been tremendous. And so being mindful of those types of champions continues to be extremely important. So the interplay between the politics and the ability of tribes to be present and exercise that sovereignty that they have, there is definitely an intimate link there.
I guess, first of all, in the context of ICWA, but probably not directly related, I see more and more courts mandating therapy for foster children. I would like to see that offered also to our children as a I know mandate's a strong word, but if you've been even accidentally or unintentionally mistakenly taken from your own home, there's some trauma there. So, and we need, of course, more counselors that understand our ways and know our traditions and stuff like that. So any future ideas that you have about if this does solidly stay, how can we make this better for our children? I guess another thing about it, our people, as we're often referred to as the asterisk nation. So we're usually an asterisk at any federal or state report that says no significant data was found, these numbers like that. So I know that our counts that you displayed are staggering, but also probably more likely underreported at the same time. So how are you guys able to kind of build up more robust data to bring these people in, including maybe descendants? Because we know that if you're struggling to feed your families and under a lot more stress, you're probably not going to be registering with your tribe, but you still have children that are tribal that need access to this. So how does this really affect our descendants too?
So I'm going to take the first part. I used to be minors counsel, and one of the things that we oftentimes advocated for was for all of our children to get therapy of some sort. Again, the biggest challenge there is funding. It's a matter of getting the child connected to Medi-Cal and then getting in line with a therapist and so forth. And as you can see, therapy is one of those underrated careers, and we don't have enough therapists, one. And then we don't have enough therapists who are people of color or Indigenous therapists as well. And all of the therapists who do have the credentials to work with our children are oftentimes overbooked, or the state or the county, actually more likely the county, may not be able to afford them. And what do we do then? There have been some really great moves in California legislature, and California Tribal Families Coalition is really working on a program called the Child and Family Team. There is a new guidebook that is supposed to be forthcoming. And the whole point of child and family teaming is really to bring everyone together for the child, in a sense, to wrap around and find all of the services and supports that the children need, that the family needs, and making sure that they're connected to culturally appropriate supports, as well as therapeutic supports, behavioral supports, and everything else. But again, I think this goes back to one of the bigger ideas that has been floating around here today is, how do we get our people to become therapists? How do we support them? Where do we get the funding to encourage them? And then what you have already previously highlighted with, how do we support them academically and, being first generation students and so forth. So there is a whole line. I definitely agree with you, but I know that as Minors Council, that was one of the things that we advocated for all of our youth, was to get therapy of some sort.
And I would just add to that, I'm going to try really hard not to get in the weeds on it, but like Micah said, so much of it is wrapped up in the funding streams when it comes to our foster children. And so when our children are in the state system, it's funded through a program called Title IV it stems from the Social Security Act. If tribes transfer cases to our tribal courts, if they're not a 4E tribe, they don't have a 4E agreement, which only 3 tribes in California have those agreements. That funding isn't there for that child anymore. And so what we're looking at right now, while ICWA's under threat, is building up our tribal child welfare systems, as we talked about at the beginning. But what that means is trying to find a sustainable source of funding, whether it be through 4E agreements or otherwise, to provide services to both the children and the parents if they're in the tribal child welfare system rather than the state. So that's the goal. A lot of it's tied up in funding, and it's something that we're very much working on right now. CTHC works with several of our member tribes to both strengthen 4E agreements and start drawing down the funding in that way, but also strengthening and building up our behavioral health system so that regardless of whether the child's in foster care or not, we have the tribal behavioral health system to tap into. And then just very quickly, another piece of work that the state of California is working on right now through the Department of Developmental Services is trying to get their services to be more accessible in tribal communities, because we know our Native people are very underserved by that system. The developmental disability system in California has 21 sites around the state, and their service rates for Native people is very, very low. But the system recognizes that, and they're now pouring money into trying to get their services more accessible into tribal communities. And that's mostly for our very little ones. And just by our very little ones, age 0 to 3, just by being involved in foster care, that's enough to be eligible to be assessed for services in those programs. And so we're also trying to tap into that more, because that system can provide lifelong services for someone who needs them.
We're going to hand it over to Dr. Madrigal, but I did want to leave maybe on a bit of an up note, which is just in this legislative session, through Assemblymember Ramos, in partnership with CTHC and others who came together, 2 bills were passed to address very much what Michelle is talking about, which is that resource issue. The first is, as I mentioned, that the Indian Child Welfare Act requires that Native children first and foremost stay in community, go to their family or go to other tribal member homes. There's not enough of those in California. And so we worked on a bill to have the state support tribes in developing and recruiting and supporting Native foster homes. Now, look, we wish we didn't, right? We wish there wasn't a need for all those homes, but there is. And so the tribally approved homes bill was signed by the governor, and that provides a funding stream that the state, through the California Department of Social Services, passes down directly to tribes for tribes to have the resources to recruit and support Native foster homes. So addressing right at its core that issue of resources. And the second bill is what we call the Tribal Dependency Representation Bill. Again, it's a bill aimed at resources, providing resources directly from the state to tribes for legal counsel. Because currently, while the Indian Child Welfare Act allows tribes to be that, like that third parent walking into court to protect their tribal families, mom gets an appointed attorney, dad gets an appointed attorney, county gets an appointed attorney, child gets an appointed attorney, and guess who walks into the court with no public resources for legal counsel? The only one are tribes. So we are rectifying that through the Tribal Legal Representation Bill. Again, it provides resources through the state that will go down to tribes. Now, the process of getting those bills implemented will take some time, but trying to get to the core of some of these issues while at the same time trying to work to advocate to save the statute. It's a lot of work, but hey, those are 2 big wins here in the state of California. Neither of those bills have been done anywhere else. These are unique to California. And so I think that all tribal nations can be really pleased that their elected representatives are doing that work for them. Yeah.
So just really quickly connecting your tribal legal representation bill with the idea of therapy for folks. And one of the things that is really important and really great about this is that the expertise that a tribal attorney will be able to bring to the court of the tribe's own services and supports. 2 Feathers up in Humboldt County area, they provide robust therapeutic services for their children, their families, and their community. And thankfully, Humboldt County courts understand that, but there are other areas where a Yurok child or a Hoopa child or a child from that area might not be in the same service territory. And so the tribe can definitely come in and say, here are the resources that are available. Let me tell you how we can connect to this great therapeutic service. So.
Yeah.
There we go. Hi, my name is Jamie Rocha. I am currently the council member for the Gabrielino Shoshone Tribal Council of Southern California, which we are, Gabrielino Shoshone Band was first started by my late grandmother, Chief Yana Vera Rocha, is now led by my father, Chief Nicholas Rocha, who will be president tomorrow at Sherman. Also, too, one of our council members, my cousin Donna Rodriguez, is I think the Southern ICWA liaison. So he's one of our council members too. So we have a big connection through that, and through him, in our organization, Needleways to College, to provide some college prep services for foster children. And within our band, Gabalino, Dongva, we have our own history with, misplaced youth, whether it was through the mission system or through schools back then, like Sherman, when, was serving at a boarding school. For tribes who say don't have like the connect like we do with our council member Donald, how could tribes, especially us like non-federal, only synchronized, how can we advocate more for ICWA and help make sure those services could be really well known within those communities?
I would love to be able to kind of give you a recipe, but it's tough right now. So here's a couple of things. One, I believe that it's always good to say thank you, and thank you is due. So I think it's a good practice to say, hey, Attorney General Bonta, thank you. It's just a good thing to do. And to keep top of mind for his office and for him, because he has higher aspirations politically, perhaps, or he may have something coming across his desk. Want to be sure that he's aware that this is being watched, but also say thank you. Number two, as the legislative session gets going, to identify and say, oh, that's that bill, oh, that one, and reach out and write the letter of support and do those things. And I think in terms of the Brackeen case, right now it's been submitted to the Supreme Court. There's not a whole lot we can do. However, I think that continuing to tell the story is really important. Maybe this is aspirational, but the folks at the Supreme Court, the justices, probably not, but they are supported by a whole group of law clerks. And those law clerks look at the news and read the articles, and they're definitely on blogs, and they're definitely listening to podcasts. And so having positive stories out there, honest and true stories, right? Because what so many times people get is the altered history. And so if the folks who are there, who are thinking about these cases, hear the true narrative, I think that is important. I think that is helpful. So just those three are three things that can be done.
And we love working with Donald.
I know that one of our panelists has to run, and I also want to make sure that we're giving enough time to Dr. Madrigal. So I think we'll take the one last question, and then we'll turn it over to her presentation.
Okay, as a foster parent, one of the issues that kept coming up was that when a child was in foster care through the county, because of course we didn't have a lot of foster parents, they after they age out versus with the tribe, after they age out, they have a lot of resources available to them that the tribes can't afford to do. So I'm wondering if there's a way to include the children that are in foster care through the tribes to benefit from those resources, because I mean, I get kids going homeless after they've aged out as tribal members. So, that's an issue. Then the other one was also there was an issue with children being classified differently when they were in a native home versus in a non-native home. So even though we knew they had mental health issues or, all those things, they wouldn't be reclassified when they're in our home. But as soon as they went into a non-native home, they were reclassified. So those parents got more help. And then we had started, because it was really difficult for the native foster parents to maneuver between the county system. So we had to start our own Upriver Foster Care Association to help with parents do that. And one of the things we did is that we got the county to agree that, I don't know how it was implemented because I had left, but that all the babies would get baby baskets. So they had put a fund aside to give them Yurok Hoopa baby baskets, and then the other thing was that there were things that we as foster parents, when we would go to court or to meetings, we would help because unification is what we're all striving for. And we couldn't get the county workers to help us. Like there's a Fatherhood, Motherhood is Sacred, great program, right? And there's other programs, and the county workers would refuse to put that in the docket for the judge to look at or whatever, because oh, these parents are working their sobriety or they're doing this and that. And that was after, 10 treatment facilities. This is the only thing they didn't do. And this is the thing that really made the difference in their lives. So how do we work forward to implement what we know is communities to work and get the state or the counties to enforce those or to apply those to?
Really, really great questions. And I hope to talk to you after this more about some of the issues that you're facing, because it's things that we hear with the tribes that we're currently working with. I'll address two things, hopefully quickly. On the first piece about extended foster care children. So once they age out of the system, not having the same resources if they're in the tribal child welfare system. We have done a lot of work with non-tribal child welfare organizations, for example, the Alliance for Children's Rights, J-Bay. There's a host of child welfare organizations around California who advocate for new extended foster care programs, new streams of funding, things like that. And they, I think, just within the past few years are starting to remember that there's this other system, that there are these tribal child welfare systems. And so they're trying to now start building tribal child welfare systems into those funding streams. So that's great moving forward. We have some more information about children looking backwards, if you're having issues with children looking backwards who didn't get the funding that they were owed. So I'd love to talk more about that. On the second piece about, and now I'm losing my train of thought. Can you remind me what the very last question was? Yes, thank you.
So I think the issue is that when a tribal child's in a tribal home, that tribal home is like, yep, we're going to work with this kid. And obviously there's often trauma, if not always trauma, when a child has been removed from their family of origin. But hey, we're going to work with this kid and we see that child thrive. And then if they lose that placement, they go to a non-native placement, they're almost instantly identified as developmentally disabled or having some other mental health issue. And we do see that. Unfortunately. And so building up the robust tribal systems is one way to really solve that. And so we continue to work on making sure not only that the service the child needs is available, that the family can get connected to that service, and that there are enough practitioners within there, and that then the resources flowing to the tribe to provide the service as opposed to the service being provided through the county. But those are the ways in which we do focus on it. But it's a great point because it does happen. Okay.
Thank you all so much. Sorry. Really appreciate your experience and sharing with us. I know that some of our panelists are going to stick around, but we would like to turn it over to Dr. Madrigal, who I think the last time I saw was in Menil in her heart. So I'm very excited to hear you speak about all of this as well.
Thank you. Thank you. So I started as a psychologist working within this community long time ago. I think it was like 1995. And it was at a Native wellness conference. I think I gave my first talk, and it was on storytelling and how important stories are. And I just want to start there today, because I think it really illustrates why it's so important for Indian children to be raised within their communities. And so today, I've really sort of come full circle. I've done a lot with evidence-based practices in culturally tailoring programs, and really come back to just the importance of revitalizing cultural practices and traditions and the strength within the culture. And so I work a lot with story and story medicine today. And I'll say a little bit about that within stories are wisdom. There's data in the old stories. And these stories help us to live the Bimediziwin, or a Chippewa's way of saying the good life. And we're really meant to thrive in life. That's what our teachings tell us. And the first slide that was up there was my youngest daughter, and she's surrounded by family. And Native people had a circles of care model where the child was surrounded by the family, the clan, the community. And this worked really well for children and really helped with that transmission of knowledge and getting to that Bimediziwin, the good life. And So a Chippewa story I'm going to start with, and that's a story of Kichimanitu, the great mystery. And a long, long time ago, Kichimanitu had a vision. And in that vision, he saw many things, including all the planets, the earth, the plants, the animals, and the other Manitus, the other spirit beings. And so we are taught that if you have a great vision or something important, it's really important to do something to manifest that. And so Kichimanitu created everything that he saw in his vision. And into each thing he created, he put an essence, something important and unique to that particular being. And he also gave a gift, and that gift was the power to be able to manifest that being. And that's so connected to why we're here. And that relates to, next slide, please, Native Olympian Billy Mills, who lost both of his parents at a very young age. And it's what he was talking about when he said that you have to go deep to find the thing. And that's the thing that will help you make it through the struggle. And that's what will also help you to thrive. And the story about Billy Mills, he won the Olympics in 1964. And it was a 10,000 meter run. And he wasn't unknown. Nobody knew about him or expected him to win. There were two other runners that day, one from Tunisia and the other from, I believe it was Australia, who was the favored person to win. And the next slide will show Billy Mills. And so Billy, before that day, he talked about, as I said, his mom died when he was 8 and his dad when he was 12. And he was in a pretty dark place. And there was one night where he was in a hotel room and he took a chair and he sat it by the window. He was 3 stories up. And he looked out the window and he thought, if I jump, it'll all be over. And he heard the word don't 4 times. And it was the voice of his father. And he remembered his father saying shortly after his mother died that it takes a dream to heal a broken heart. And so he got down off that chair and he wrote on a piece of paper, 10,000 meter gold medal Olympics. And so on that day, he was behind those 2 other runners. And he, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the back of a jersey. And on that jersey, he saw an eagle. And he remembered his father's words that he'd also told him, that son, you have the wings of an eagle. And he just started thinking, I can win, I can win, I can win. And with that, he sped up and he crossed the finish line first and he won the gold medal. And afterwards, he looked for the man whose jersey he saw. He wanted to thank him. And he found him, but there was no eagle on the back. And so the thing that he attributes to winning the gold medal was ancestor and archetype, which is something we understand traditionally within Native communities and how important it is for us in our journey to find that thing. And we're taught that through our stories, and we're taught that through our culture. And so the stories tell us how to live, they tell us who we are, they tell us about our place in the world and how we can access our own power, and even in the face of great adversity. And I worked within the child welfare field for several decades and very often would see children, adults that would come back and want to find their families, want to connect with their tribes and their culture. And it was just something in them that became really important. And one of the things I think at the heart of understanding an Indigenous worldview, most tribes have words in their language for this concept called all my relations. And I'm just gonna let my dog out really quick, sorry. And what that means is it's this respectful relationship to ourselves, each other, and the larger world. And interestingly, Western science has also found that there's those three concepts: self to self, self to other, and then they call it transcendent self to the larger universe. That when you're high in all three of those areas, that your sense of well-being is the highest. And there's even practices that you can do that correspond to those areas in the brain that go to self, self to other, and then transcendent self. Mindfulness practices, when you're doing those kind of practices, those areas light up, and then the well-being center of your brain lights up. And when I heard about this, I thought, well, wow, that's an all my relations practice. We can go ahead to the next slide. And so this is the relational worldview that I'm talking about, that I hit it again. Yeah, Terry Cross, former longtime director of the National Indian Child Welfare Association, would talk about this relational worldview. Next slide. And we currently live in this world that is absolutely out of balance, not just for Indigenous people, but for everyone. The World Health Organization reports that depression and anxiety are problems that are leading health problems around the world, across gender, across ages. And loneliness is an epidemic in the world. So in a world such as this, you know, we might ask this question of what can stories possibly have to offer? And the answer that I would say is everything. I agree with Leslie Marmon-Silko, one of our storytellers, when she says, I will tell you something about stories. They aren't just entertainment. Don't be fooled. They are all we have, you see, all we have to fight off illness and death. And the stories that we believe shape our world, and they shape our children's future. And Native children need to be in Native homes so they can know Native stories, so they can know who they truly are. And that is what will give them the strength to not only make it through the struggle, but the purpose to become who they're meant to be able to manifest that authentic vision. Next slide. Quickly, I'm going to share with you my journey I got my PhD in clinical psychology when I was 27. And I can tell you that education did not help me at all in terms of working within tribal communities and helping Native families. I actually thought I wanted to work with Native women, but it was children that were brought in at the Indian Health Clinic into my office. And to work with children, you have to work with families. And so that's really how I got into family strengthening programs. But I had to go and learn from other Native psychologists and Indian elders and Indian tribal people. Duran and Duran's book, Post-Colonial Psychology, became sort of my handbook for trying to understand how do we work within Indian communities. And one of the things a Native Canadian psychologist, Art Blue, told me early on was, you know, most importantly, do no harm. And I really thought about that a lot in the work that I've done over the years, and especially around not further assimilating Indian children and Indian families into being something that they aren't. So some of the work I did, the Indian Family Wellness Assessment, was looking at, it was with Indian parents and talking to them about historical trauma and colonization and how those processes work to why they got where they are today, so that they could really sort of see that the problem isn't in them. The problem is in a much larger historical, cultural context. We can go to the next slide. One of the things when I brought in the Spirit Incredible Years program, it was an evidence-based parenting program, and I was interested in culturally tailoring it, and we did some randomized clinical trial research with it. And Jackie Weisspirit, who was the head of Indian Health at the time, and I would come in and I would say, well, this is what Western science is finding, and she would get so mad at me, and she would say, we already know that. And she's right. Everything that sort of Western science finds almost about what's strengthening for families, Native communities already knew. And not only did they already know it, but a lot of practices were outlawed, and then things happened to make things more difficult. Okay, next slide. I also worked as a consultant with Riverside University Health Systems and put together a council. You can see some of the people. I think Matt Lavis in the middle there, you're going to probably hear tomorrow at Sherman. Luke Madrigal, my husband, Greg Cajete, he's an incredible Tiwa Pueblo PhD in education, worked with him around curriculum building, Larry Venegas, Jim Fenelon, Teresa Mike, Julia Boggety. And so we put together a report to Riverside University Health Systems because they had millionaire money, and part of their mandate is to give mental health services that help underserved communities, and American Indian communities are one of them. And so one of our biggest mandates was support tribally run programs and support programs that help develop the infrastructure for revitalization of traditional kinds of practices for Native people. Next slide. This is Chief Little Shell. He was one of the chiefs of my tribe. And I just put this, my dad was actually in a boarding school. You know, when we think about these boarding schools, sometimes we think a long, long time ago, but it touches our lives today. So my dad was sort of World War II era. And he was in one of the schools where you're punished for speaking your language, or, you know, you can't practice your traditions, and you're taught basically, you know, the further away you get from Indian, the closer you get to God. Next slide. And so my dad came from a pretty big family, grew up on the reservation in North Dakota, and relocation happened in the 50s, another thing that was meant to really break up Native families. And so some of my uncles ended up in California, and eventually my dad did. And California, I like to show this map, just a thriving indigenous community. Next slide. And so what happened? Well, the Native California population went from 133,000 to 25,000 at the end of the 19th century. That's an 80% decrease, but probably it's actually 90%. Other often is underreporting in these statistics. So that's just, these are staggering numbers. Next slide. So trauma-informed care, I have Floyd Red Crow Westerman up there because I had the honor of being able to present with him. He would come and we would do ICWA trainings, and this was a matter that was very close to his heart. And he was taken away from his mother. So trauma-informed care, they talk about safety and stability, that you have to establish that, but how do you establish that when we live in a world where colonization is still happening, and it's antithetical to our worldview that Indinaway Indina, that all my relations. 2, processing the story, making it manageable and normalizing the experience. And then 3, reconnecting and reintegrating. So I'll talk about these. Okay, so the next slide, I'll talk about these as I go. So the gold rush, Native children were sold as slaves to settlers. Let me get my slide back because I can't read them. I think it was $60 per boy, $200 per girl. And in 1853, the state legislature passed the Act for the Government and Protection of Indians, and in legalizing the peonage system of the Mexican period, as well as establishing a system of indentureship of American Indian children to any white citizen, it legalized slavery in what was a slave-free state. In 1851, the governor of California, Peter Burnett, declared a war of extermination on Indians, and they paid 25 cents a scalp and $5 per decapitated head for dead Indians. And the Association on Indian Affairs, 1970, between 25 to 35% of all Indian children have been separated from their families. and forcibly adopted into white homes. A third of the California Indians died as a result of the mission projects. And in the 50s, again, relocation brought a lot of American Indians into LA, San Francisco, different places in California. So you've got a huge population of American Indian, urban Indians that aren't local California tribes, but California has one of the largest populations of American Indians of any state in the country. So when you think about safety, how do you establish safety? Over 90% of Indigenous people on this continent died as a result of first contact. Of the people that remained, their relationship to the lands and animals was destroyed, restricted, cut off. And then the children were taken, abused in boarding schools, forced into adoption. Spirituality and ceremony, how you go about healing, was outlawed until 1978. The slogan, "Kill the Indian, save the man," and living in a world not of our making and being something that we're not. Louise Erdrich, she's Turtle Mountain Chippewa storyteller. We still have sorrows that are passed to us from early generations, those to handle besides our own, and cruelties lodged where we cannot forget. We have the need to forget. I don't know if we stop the fever of forgetting yet. We are always walking on oblivion's edge. And so it's no wonder that the statistics that we see, here's some with mental health, 21% have a diagnostic mental illness in the past year. That's 830,000 people, enough to fill every major league baseball stadium on the East Coast twice. Suicide rates are also high. In a survey of 124 boarding school youth, they found that loss of cultural support was associated with depression, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts. I also want to bring up, the sex trafficking, missing and murdered Indigenous women, Indian women and girls. According to the FBI, next slide, 40% of victims of sex trafficking are Indigenous, yet Indigenous women represent a much smaller percentage of the general population. That's just a staggering number. And so this is Manuel in Her Heart is about MMIW. We performed a play in Sacramento last May by invitation of the legislature, James Ramos. I'm kind of going quick through these because I know we're short on time. So next slide, stigma, part of trauma-informed care, you have to be able to tell the story. You have to be able to make it manageable. And how do you do that when there's something so horrific? So you really have to expand the context within you talk about it within. You have to talk about it within the context of history and to be able to understand that. So that's how I could understand. So I can't remember what the statistic is, something like 90% of American Indians are impacted by alcoholism, either directly or indirectly in the family. So, my dad, when I grew up, he drank, and I had to go to therapy as part of graduate school. And so the Western non-native psychologist, is bringing up things when this is because of your father, you're angry at your father. And that wasn't really that helpful for me. What was helpful is understanding the context of history and realizing how incredible my dad is for what he's gone through and what he had endured, the strength that he brought and the laughter that he could bring forward. And to understand that in the context of history, that was a lot bigger of a strength for me than if I just looked at it in terms of, oh, this is just my parent and this is what happened, and forget about history. Maria Yellowhorse Braveheart did a lot of work around historical trauma. Let's go to the next one. Epigenetics. So for a long time, our elders have been telling us that there's this spirit of trauma that carries down the family line. Well, epigenetics is a newer science, and they find that yes, trauma is carried down the family line, but the expression of genes impacts our nervous systems, our neuroendocrine systems, and that things that happened to our long ago ancestors, even if we don't know about it, impact us today. So intergenerational trauma is real, and historical trauma can be seen as a contributing cause to the development of PTSD, depression, type 2 diabetes. Here's Bonnie Duran. Many of the present day health disparities can be traced back through epigenetics to a colonial health deficit, including addiction, suicide, mental illness, sexual violence, all these things. So why is it unhealthy for American Indians to live today in this nation? And that we've heard too many times that was a long time ago, yet there is no recognition that deep within our nation's structure, it still remains and contributes to systemic bias and disparities today. And that's from the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. From the beginning, American Indians were deemed lesser than, and when we're deemed lesser than, it has an impact on our physical body. So I'm going to go to the slide on telomere research. A telomere length is a marker scientists use to evaluate biological aging. So essentially, the shorter your telomere length, increased risk of premature death and chronic disease like diabetes, stroke, dementia. And so some of the research they've done, they found, for example, African-American men who experienced greater racial discrimination and who displayed a stronger bias against their own racial group had the shortest telomeres of those studied. And that culture, being strong in your culture, seems to be protective and result in longer telomeres. I'm going to skip a little bit. I wrote a book, a Mindful Family Guidebook, that really came out of my work with Indian children and families. And the three kind of pillars of that is ancestral strength and knowledge, the spirit of respect, which is like that in Dinawen Inganad, and cultivating joy. Go to the UN report. So UN 2017 report, much of the testimony that I received referenced the historical trauma that deeply affects Indigenous individuals every day. And this trauma accumulated as a result of the largely discriminatory policies of the government towards Indian tribes and individuals since first contact, and today still results in distrust of government initiatives and poor health outcomes for Indian individuals. And so when we think about, what's happened, well, the etiology, what's the problem? Why do we have the depression or substance abuse or whatever it is? And it's historical trauma and continued colonization and oppression. And it hit us at the very heart of what we're about, and that's our relationships. And when we think about the symptoms we have and we diagnose things with a Western lens, it looks very different than when we look at it from an Indigenous view. And the treatment intervention is really about restoring our connections and remembering who we are and re-indigenizing. And so the third step of trauma-informed care on the next slide, reintegration, reconnection. You can't do that if you don't know who you are. And so in a mainstream mental health system, what do you reintegrate into? Like the idea of kill the Indian, save the man, be something you're not. You have to know who you are from a cultural perspective. And this is another native, Leslie Marmon Silko, who I quoted earlier in her book Ceremony. For Teo, survival is contingent on his ability to keep telling the story, to continue the circulation of narrations and words that make up the past, present, and future of Native American culture. The Army doctors are stifling this flow, severing the links that comprise the chain of time that sustains his people. White people's medicine is poison for Teo. And we've stopped relying on our intuitive ways of knowing and stopped practicing our most fundamental human ways of communicating with each other. And youth and civil are neuroscientists, and they note that once we lose our ability to construct narrative of stories, we lose ourselves. And this loss is experienced in Native communities through the process of historical trauma. And it's critical that storytelling and narrative be revitalized in communities in order to restore self-identity, as well as communal and tribal identity. And Scott Momaday, we are what we imagine. Our very existence consists in our imagination of ourselves. Our best destiny is to imagine at least completely who and what and that we are. The greatest tragedy that can befall us is to go unimagined. Let's go ahead to the Native vision, a focus on improving behavioral health and wellness for California Native Americans. It was part of the Reducing Disparities project that tribal groups worked with, and concluded that American Indian communities should be supported in efforts to revive or sustain their cultural traditions and practices, languages, and ceremonies, and to address the loss of culture and improve wellness. And we see this also in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, that Indigenous people have the right to practice and revitalize their cultural traditions and customs. And this includes the right to maintain, protect, and develop the past, present, and future manifestations of their cultures, ceremonies, performing arts, literature. And so re-indigenize. Indian children need Indian homes so they can learn Indian stories. So it's easier for them to know their essence, build their power, and manifest their vision in the world to become who they are meant to be. And this is again in reference to my dad and what he learned in boarding school, and the closer I get to Indian, the closer I get to God. And I want to thank you. That concludes. And sorry I went so quickly with that. And such important work behind the Indian Child Welfare Act, and all the efforts that went into getting that passed in 1978, same year that we could legally practice our ceremonies, and how important it is to be fighting that fight. And Gwetch.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madrigal. We really appreciate all of your expertise, and a little disappointed that we didn't have more time for your presentation, because it was just wonderful, and we'll share that with the group as well. I know we're a little over time. I think if anybody has any thoughts before we close out for today, I don't want to cut off any conversation or questions. Okay, I think people are kind of tired today, and I know tomorrow is going to be a very long and hard day as well. So again, really appreciate all of our panelists today. I also know that you're on the East Coast and probably getting a bit tired as well. So really appreciate your joining us. Any council members have any comments at this time?
Christina? Just want to say that I want to thank Brenda for that presentation. I do wish we could have seen it at a slower pace with more explanation, but even what we did see and what she was able to present was extremely thought-provoking, and it brings some of the stuff we've already talked about. It brings a lot of those dots and ties them together, and it gives us a really strong grounding in not only historical context, but cultural context, which is important, I think, for the healing part of what we're tasked with as council members here. So I want to thank her for that presentation.
Great. Any other thoughts from council members joining virtually? Okay. So again, thank you to all our panelists, and we'll make those presentations available. Just a flag for tomorrow. may be possible that we can stream, but we might not be able to. So I would say that we'll have the recording available after the fact. Wanted to say thank you again to Loretta for putting all of this together. Yeah, we've got some snaps in the room. Thank you all for all of your time and energy and just sharing today. We know it takes a lot to be in these spaces, and it's been a long day. Thank you to Cal State San Bernardino. This has been amazing and a beautiful space, and we really appreciate it. And thank you to San Manuel for providing water and providing all of the support that that you've brought today. We had, this was a real thing. Okay, so we have Councilmember Myers has offered to close us out today. So we'll turn it over to you. Would you like us to stop streaming, or is it okay? So we're going to stop streaming for our closeout, and appreciate all of your joining us virtually. And for those of you who are joining us tomorrow, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.